As the only backline archer, the boy couldn't even break the defense of low-level demonized insects. In response, his teammates ridiculed him. Even the beautiful school flower nearby said he's not cut out for martial arts. They even suggested he should just go home and farm, not embarrass himself in the team. But for Yi Chen, who had been a lapdog for the school flower for 3 years, hearing this made his head swell. Then, a sudden electronic mechanical sound rang out. Host detected to have awakened, activating the strongest backline output system, rewarding the host with defense power of 999. Unlimited acquisition of the first ability, Universe Strike, level. If the enemy target dies under this system, the host permanently gains strength +3, with a 10-second cooldown. Important note, the goal of this system is to cultivate the host into the strongest backline output. If the host's positioning is inconsistent with the target, the system will automatically self-destruct and retract all rewards. After hearing this long string of prompts in his mind, Yi Cheng felt a bit confused. Clearly, the system had given him an unimaginable defense power of 999. Yet, it required him to take on the role of backline output, and if he changed his positioning, such as choosing a meat shield or support, the system would retract all self-rewards. Fortunately, after granting the Universe Strike ability, all he needed to do was to keep killing enemies, and his strength would naturally increase. I bet no one will dare to say I didn't hurt them in the future. Seeing Yi Chen standing still, with an ever-changing expression, the school belle Chan Yuyu is extremely impatient with Yi Chen. Did you hear what the fairy, said? Anyway, each team has 2 substitution spots. The average shooter Hao Jian has already agreed and will be transferred to our team immediately. You just give up your spot for him. With the system's support, Yi Chen also gained confidence in his heart. After all, he was indeed quite bad before. He still wants to make up for his teammates, so he looks at the 4 of them and says, "Goddess, brothers, give me one more chance in the future. My output ability is definitely stronger than Hao Jian's." Forget it. Hao Jian is the school's recognized gold medal shooter. Are you even qualified to compare with him? Chan Yuyu rolled her eyes beautifully, then swayed her waist like a water snake, and slowly walked away without looking back. Behind her, 3 other teammates followed closely, not forgetting to wave and mock Yi Chen. The future sharpshooter, we're leaving. Yi Chen sighed lightly, just as he was about to return to the dormitory. A voice behind him called out, "Excuse me, student. Our team happens to be missing a backline output. Would you like to join?" The one speaking is a naive-looking young man. "I'm Chao Zhuang, the captain of Team 326. My position is a meat shield. I don't know if you're interested in joining. We are all ordinary students from regular classes, not as good as those talented students from elite classes." Although the school has evenly distributed the teams based on ability, it also provided 2 opportunities to switch team members. In the end, there will still be differences in strength between the teams. At this point, Chao Zhuang also looked bitter and let out a sigh. To be honest, that gold medal shooter Hao Jian is the one who left our team. Tomorrow is the final assessment before the entrance exam for the Martial Arts Academy. Although Xiaodu knows that the results will definitely be at the bottom, at least we should form a complete team to give it a try, Chao Zhuang just finished saying. The system prompt sounded again, triggering the side quest, join a team, and complete the first instance mission, and at least obtain 3,000 points of strength, and after completion, rewards will be given based on the completion level. Immediately, Yi Chen nodded and said, "I agree to join you." The next day, Yi Chen arrived at the playground early. Just as Yi Chen looked around, he heard a familiar deep male voice not far away, calling out his name loudly. Looking over, he met Chao Zhuang's gaze. Even if the side quest issued by the system was not completed yesterday, Yi Chen would still accept Chao Zhuang's invitation. In this world, to stand out and enter a prestigious school, participating in the 5 Trees competition is the only shortcut, and the 5 Trees competition must be participated in as a team. He was also moved by Chao Zhuang's sincerity. Everyone is just an ordinary person and can empathize more, Yi Chen. Let me introduce the other members of our team. Chao Zhuang pointed to the left with a smile, at the boy with acne on his face. This is the swordsman Yao Wen. His role is to deal damage. Then he pointed to the one standing on the right. 2 girls who look almost identical. These 2 are twin sisters. The elder sister is named Qin Shui, a water element mage, positioned as support. The younger sister, Chen Bing, is a wind element mage, positioned as backline damage dealer. Yi Chen couldn't help but look at these 2 girls a little more. Their roles are not casually chosen, but rather, the results were obtained through high-end and precise instruments before enrollment, so that the test takers can choose the development direction that best fits their potential. Those naturally endowed with elemental affinity are already quite rare, let alone a pair of twins. At this moment, the central platform of the playground, unknown when, was already filled with school leaders, as well as the head teachers of each class. Students quieted down, no need for a loudspeaker. The principal's voice spread to every corner of the playground. Even the glass of the distant teaching building kept vibrating. The originally bustling playground instantly became silent as a grave. Yao Wen whispered, "Our principal is indeed a 6th-tier expert. His voice hurts my eardrums." Yi Chen looked at them in confusion, wondering, why didn't I feel anything? Looking at the thousands of martial arts students below, grinning and sneering, Principal Chen Mingwu nodded in satisfaction. He intended to discipline these martial arts students. "Today, students, this is the final quiz for you at Songjiang 1 High School. What's different this time is that this quiz is of extraordinary significance. All the candidates' scores will be reported to the Ministry of Education, as a reference for your future admission to the top 5 universities. At the same time, outstanding candidates will be exempted from the entrance exam." As soon as this was said, there was an immediate buzz of whispers in the audience. Who wouldn't want to go to Wu University? Even if you can only go to an ordinary Wu University, you can still receive quite generous treatment after graduation. Your social status will also be far from ordinary. But if you can obtain the exemption, it's naturally like reaching the heavens in one step. Seeing that the student's enthusiasm had been aroused by him, Chen Mingwu smiled slightly, pointed to the bus, and immediately set off towards the entrance of the demon cave. Yi Chen, along with Chao Zhuang and others, boarded the bus that belonged to them. Passing through the cracks in space and time, Yi Chen and the others had already descended into the demon cave. At this moment, Yi Chen stood at the forefront of the crowd, extremely anxious. The exam only lasted for 3 hours, and the system required him to obtain over 3,000 points of power. The universe strike had a 10-second cooldown, so he had to race against time to complete it. "I'm really sorry, but I have to shoot now." At the same time, amidst his busyness, Yi Chen shot an arrow towards a mouse in the corner. The sword was inserted directly into the rock wall, about half a foot deep. The other 4 members of the team had already run a distance, so they did not notice this change. However, the recording teacher following the team noticed a slight anomaly. Teacher He, being a 4th-grade expert, naturally had much stronger vision and perception than an ordinary person. When Yi Chen had also walked away, he went forward to inspect the hole. Although the sword had been pulled out and taken away by Yi Chen, the spiderweb-like cracks on the surrounding rock walls still indicated the power of that strike. This kind of force is not much weaker than a good sword. Teacher He spoke clearly, with a slight expression. With this kind of power, how could it be impossible to break through the defense of the demonized insects? He still needs to observe Yi Chen's strength further. Perhaps it was just because there were cracks in the rock wall before. After a while, the strong team gradually delved deeper into the magic cave, which extended for over a kilometer. And all along the way, Yi Chen kept shooting at any creature he saw. Any living creature he saw along the way was shot dead by him. At first, Chao Shuang and others comforted him not to be too nervous and that such frequent warm-up training was unnecessary. But later, seeing Yi Chen still acting as he pleased, the ground was filled with the corpses of subterranean creatures along the way. The companions and the teacher frowned slightly as they watched. When seeing Yi Chen shoot another rat again, I couldn't help but speak up. "Classmate, killing these small creatures doesn't earn any points. You shot so many times now, it's too exhausting. How will you deal with real enemies later?" Thanks for the teacher's reminder, but I'm young and have good stamina, shooting a few more times won't matter. Yi Chen smiled. He forcefully pulled the arrow deeply inserted into the rock, then quickly followed up again. The team is really a strange bunch, murmuring to the teacher. Opened the notebook, wrote that team member Yi Chen might have something going on. The tendency to kill monsters needs further observation. Having gone less than 50 meters deeper, the trench-like figure who had been walking in front of the team suddenly stopped. Nervously whispered the command, "Everyone pay attention, we've encountered a demonized sandworm ahead. Prepare for battle, this is a real demon." Everyone immediately entered battle mode. Yao Wen tightly gripped the large sword in both hands. Chen Bing and Chen Shui also drew their wands, nervously looking ahead. Yi Chen also saw it. Just ahead, not far away on the ground of fine gravel, there was a very inconspicuous sand mound protruding. That was obviously the hiding place of the demonized sandworm. This kind of demon likes to hide under the sand and ambush its prey when it approaches, attacking prey with toxic saliva to paralyze them, then dragging the immobilized prey into the sand for a leisurely meal, holding a large shield to protect the front line in battle formation. Yao Wen follows his side shadow, ready to provide support and cover at any time. Chen Bing and Chen Shui split to fight on both sides, the magic stones at the top of their magic staffs glowing faintly. readily casting spell skills for support. Front line, don't be afraid. The venom from the enchanted sandworms can only paralyze the body. But a single sandworm cannot possibly shoot venom at all of us at the same time. I will take the lead in attacking later. Go up and attract the attention of this sandworm. Yao 1, pay attention to supporting me. Once you notice I've been poisoned, decide whether to evacuate me first based on the situation, or take advantage of the sandworm's inattention to launch a surprise attack and kill it. Yao 1 once again gripped the great sword. I will definitely do it. Sui Xing and the teacher also opened their notebooks, on which Team 326 was written. Captain Chao Zhuang is cautious, composed when encountering enemies, and commands the team members appropriately, possessing excellent leadership qualities. Team members Yao 1, Chen Shui, and Chen Bin have excellent execution skills. Then looked at Yi Chen standing at the back without any movement. Shook his head. Wrote that team member Yi Chen has slow reactions, does not cooperate with teammates, and lacks the basic qualities to be an excellent marksman. Just as teacher he finished writing the final stroke, Chao Chao in front suddenly shouted. Before the words even fell, he lifted his shield and charged fiercely towards the sandbags not far away. Yao Wen also refused to show weakness, lifting his broadsword and rushing out from the side, as if ready to fight the sandworm to the death. Shen Bing timely shook the magic staff in his hand, and 2 green rays of light shot out, entering the bodies of Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen. The speed of the latter two actually increased again, leaving Chen Shui somewhat surprised. He held a ball of water blue light in his hand, ready to unleash it. As long as Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen, if one of them is hit by the sandworm, he will become this evolutionary magician. However, just as the few people were fully focused on the collaborative attack, Yi Chen casually drew his bow and knocked an arrow. An arrow sliced through the air, hitting the sandstorm faster than lightning, before anyone else. The sandworm in the sandstorm trembled violently, then its python-like body heavily crashed to the ground, gradually falling silent. For a moment, the surrounding cave became unusually quiet, and everyone's eyes turned to Yi Chen. Looking at the sandworm that twisted a few times and then died completely. Chao Zhuang and the others were somewhat startled. Yi Chen, was that sword just now shot by you? Yi Chen glanced around privately. I think I'm the only archer here. Yao Wen also realized it and excitedly gave a thumbs up to Yi Chen. Even Hao Jian needed at least 2 shots to kill this sandworm. You're even more amazing than Hao Jian. They had encountered sandworms before, but it took some effort to kill them. Now that Hao Jian is gone, Yi Chen is here. We thought our combat power would be greatly reduced, but it turns out it's even easier to deal with. It's almost like a direct one-hit kill. Chao Zhuang also excitedly walked to Yi Chen's side, patting Yi Chen on the shoulder and saying, I was still thinking. Dealing with this sandworm would have required a fierce battle, but I didn't expect you, kid, to solve it with just one sword. Chen Bing came forward with a smile. Big brother Yi Chen, you're really amazing. It looks like we can use our old tactics. Before you arrived, our team had a gold medal archer, Hao Jian, because of his strong attack power. So, our team specifically developed a 4-protect-1 system, with the 4 of us surrounding Hao Jian. Hao Jian was responsible for the majority of the attacks, and our main task as the 4 of us was to protect and assist Hao Jian. I think reverting to our old tactics is completely feasible. Yi Chen's attack power is not inferior to Hao Jian's at all. Now we can all return to our familiar positions, and the team's combat power is definitely higher than before. Immediately, the 4 of them stood tightly around Yi Chen, each responsible for a different direction, continuously on guard and searching for the demons hidden around them, while Yi Chen and the others advanced deeper into the cave. Teacher He, who had been following them, opened his notebook and looked at the comments he had previously written about Yi Chen. Is it possible that this Yi Chen is daydreaming? He is truly a genius. With a thoughtful heart, Teacher He crossed out all his previous comments about Yi Chen. After hesitating for a moment, he closed the notebook again. No, I still need to observe more. Maybe it was just his good luck earlier. Hit the vital spot of the sandworm with 1 arrow. Thinking of this, Teacher He only recorded the killing of a sandworm. After recording, he put away the notebook. Not long after they walked out, the Yi Cheng squad arrived at a spacious underground area. This spacious area is also interconnected, with a total of 8 entrances around. Just as they reached the center, Yao Wen reminded Yi Chen, found a demonized steel ant in the front left. The other 3, upon hearing this, moved closer to Yi Chen, almost enclosing him tightly in the middle, protecting him. A huge black ant, nearly a meter long, with a pair of pale purple crocodile-like jaws, slowly approached them. Chao Zhuang quickly reminded them that this demonized steel ant is not the same as the previous sandworm shell. Those crocodile jaws are extremely sharp and can easily cut through our bodies. Its skin is exceptionally tough, with a defense several times higher than the sandworm. We must be careful in dealing with it. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Chen shot an arrow, which flew past. With a thud, it pierced through the body of the demonized steel ant, and the powerful inertia sent the body of the steel ant flying. It heavily smashed into the rock wall behind, with tremendous force, even causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. Yawen was completely shocked, staring wide-eyed in disbelief at Yi Chen. If one could say that the previous instant kill of the insect had an element of luck, then this instant kill of the demonized steel ant absolutely cannot be attributed to luck. He had personally experienced how hard the surface of the demonized steel ant was. The last time they entered the magic cave, he used a large sword to strike one. It almost shattered his wrist, and it still didn't break through its defense. Don't get distracted, there are still enemies, Yi Chen said coldly, making the other four tense up again. Having quickly calmed down from the shock just now, Yi Chen had subtly become the core figure of this squad. In fact, Yi Chen was not acting without purpose. With the commotion from the previous attack, he had drawn all the lurking demonized steel ants toward him. Protect our main damage dealer, we must not let any demonized steel ants get close to Yi Chen. Even Chen Bing and Chen Shui, the two girls, although scared, firmly held their positions. Together with Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen, they protected Yi Chen like an iron bucket, keeping him at the center. At the same time, Yi Chen was not the least bit flustered, but rather somewhat excited. These are all power points. The sword bullets in his hand never missed, and anyone who dared to approach their team's steel chairs was prioritized for elimination. In this way, under Yi Chen's super strong output and the restraint of the other four teammates, a large number of demonized steel chair bodies were arranged around them as the center, as if forming a circular trench. The entire battle lasted for nearly an hour before finally coming to an end. Especially as it went on, the power of the sword shot out by Yi Chen not only did not decrease, but increased. It even penetrated through one just now, and its remaining force pierced through the second one from behind without diminishing. The remaining demonized steel ants seemed to realize the terror of the human in front of them. They decisively ended their sky swimming tactics, leaving behind countless bodies of their kind, swiftly retreating and disappearing without a trace. After the ant tide receded, although Chao Zhuang and the other three were somewhat injured, they showed no signs of fatigue or injury. They were all excited, with flushed faces and thick necks. Yawen was so excited that he hugged Yi Chen and shouted, "Yi Chen, you are my god. Don't get too excited." Yi Chen quickly stopped Yawen from pouting and trying to get closer to him. With a regretful expression, he said, "It's a pity that we didn't lure out the ant queen, otherwise we could have earned even more. A colony of ants like this definitely has a queen leader. If we kill it, we can definitely earn a lot of points." Chao Zhuang looked at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a monster and said, "Brother, are you a devil? You actually want to kill the ant queen? That's a second-grade demon. If they were to encounter it, they would probably be wiped out." Yawen laughed foolishly and said, "Our performance is already amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and experienced it myself, I wouldn't believe that we could kill so many demons. I wouldn't even dare to dream about it." Chen Bing also giggled and said, "How many points do we get for this battle? We definitely won't be at the bottom this time, right?" "At the bottom?" Yawen smirked and said, with a look of a crooked-mouthed war god, "Conservatively speaking, our current score will definitely be in the top 10, and we might even make it to the top 5. That's amazing." Chen Bing happily stomped her feet in place. "There's no way around it. Who made our team have such an amazing backline shooter like Dust Brother?" Yao Wen said proudly. Beside him, Chao Zhuang looked at Chen Shui and teased, all right, can you share your water therapy with the three of us?" Yao Wen and Chen Bing's gaze immediately turned towards Chen Shui. This girl had been using water therapy on Yi Chen as if it were free, and she hadn't stopped at all. "Sis, aren't you too biased?" Chen Bing pouted, "You don't even care about your own little sister. You only have eyes for your brother Yi Chen, right?" Yao Wen also joked, "That's right, even if I'm not injured and I have water therapy, I'm almost being bitten to death by the demonized steel ants. I can't even get half of Miss Chen Shui's treatment. My heart, wah, it hurts." After speaking, he even covered his face and pretended to cry in pain. I'm not." Chen Shui blushed as she was teased by her teammates, wishing she could immediately turn into a sandworm and burrow into the ground. After joking for a while, Yi Chen came out to mediate. "The assessment is not over yet. We still need to stay focused. The other teams must be continuously accumulating points, and we can't fall behind. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the others immediately became serious. At this moment, his words were like imperial edicts. They had thought that with how Jian gone, their performance would definitely be at the bottom, but they didn't expect to have an even stronger support. Walking at the front of the team, Yaowen whispered to Chao Zhuang, "Dust Brother is much stronger than Hao Jian. I really don't understand why Cheng Yuyu kicked him out. If our team's performance is better than Cheng Yuyu's team, I wonder what Cheng Yuyu would think. Cheng Yuyu's team is made up of elite students from the special class. It's still very difficult to surpass them with just Dust Brother." Chao Zhuang shook his head and sighed, "It's us who have been holding Dust Brother back." At the same time, behind the group, the teacher who accompanied them, He Laoshi, was stunned as he looked at the countless demonized steel ant corpses on the ground. Killing 1,237 demonized steel ants. Looking at the record in his hand, He Laoshi's mood couldn't calm down for a long time. A small team composed entirely of ordinary class students achieved such results. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe it was true? She assumed that if she were still a student, she would not be able to cope with the ant tide in the recent battle, as a student who had just graduated from the elite class. In the end, the only option might be to seek help from the accompanying teacher. In fact, she had already prepared to rescue the team at any time, as she had thought so just now. After all, as an accompanying teacher, ensuring the safety of the students is always the top priority. However, the reality was quite surprising to her. At this moment, there was a conversation between colleagues in her earpiece. Ding ding. The performance of Squad 117 is really good. We have already killed 527 monsters, which should rank in the top 3, right? Ding ding. Are you kidding? With this performance, you still want to be in the top 3? My squad has killed 776 monsters, so we should be firmly in first place, right? Ding ding. You think you can be first with just over 700 kills? The squad I'm following has already killed nearly 1,000. Upon hearing this, the earpiece instantly became lively. Ding ding. Which team is so powerful? Ding ding. Nearly 1,000 monsters in the first half of the assessment? Who is it? Ding ding. Is this going to break the record? Ding ding. Hurry up and tell us which team it is. Under the questioning of many teachers, the voice with a magnetic tone proudly said, "Who else could it be? Squad 102, led by Captain Cheng Yuyu." Oh, just as I guessed. Get rid of a weak link and bring in a gold medal shooter. The effect is indeed immediate. Cheng Yuyu, this little girl, really has some tricks up her sleeve. It's just because she's pretty. Hey! Being able to use one's advantages is also a kind of ability. It seems that the first place in this small competition should belong to Squad 102. If their squad can break the school's small competition score record this time, they will probably receive a lot of exemption notices from prestigious universities. Listening to the continuous exchange among colleagues in her earpiece, teacher He did not participate, but silently turned off the earpiece. On her still elegant face, seriousness and earnestness were written all over. Until the assessment was over, she did not plan to reveal Yi Chen and the team's performance too early. She looked at Yi Chen's back and murmured, "This brat is quite good at hiding." Teacher He pushed her glasses up her nose and decided to observe Yi Chen carefully, meticulously, and comprehensively in the time to come. This was her responsibility to her work and to Yi Chen. The school had produced such a super genius, and everyone was completely in the dark. With Yi Chen's current abilities and achievements, he was already capable of competing with the top students in the entire province. As long as she could observe meticulously and report Yi Chen's detailed information to the school committee as soon as possible, as a discerning judge of talent, she would definitely receive generous rewards and recognition afterwards. It wouldn't just be an increase in salary, she might even obtain a senior professional title and the title of an excellent provincial instructor next year. She didn't know how lively the discussions outside were. At this moment, Yi Chen, along with the other 4 members of the team, had already walked out of another tunnel and arrived in a much larger cave. Along the way, they had encountered a few scattered monsters, but without exception, they all died under Yi Chen's arrows. During this time, the nerves of the other 4 members of the team had also relaxed a lot. With Yi Chen as their big dad, they didn't really need to exert much effort, and their score was soaring. However, after arriving at this huge cave, the nerves of the 4 of them tightened once again. Based on their previous experience, whenever they encountered such a cave, a large number of monsters would appear. Previously, when encountering caves of this level, they would choose to go around, but this time Yi Chen decided to stay here, and naturally they had no objections. Soon, the huge cave walls around them began to tremble without warning. Then, one after another, enchanted pincers emerged from the surrounding cave walls, waving their huge claws and converging towards Yi Chen and the others. Shen Gu, they're enchanted pincers, is it okay? Yawen asked nervously, assuming a combat stance. Although he had witnessed Yi Chen's previous heroic performance, Yawen still asked subconsciously. After all, it was rumored that Yi Chen was kicked out of the team by Chan Yuyu because he couldn't break through the defense of the enchanted pincers. The enchanted pincers were already one of the most formidable creatures in this magic cave, let alone facing so many of them at once, naturally making him fearful. Don't talk too much, focus your attention and protect our main damage dealers. At this critical moment, Xiao Zhuang also became unusually stern. It was evident that he was also very nervous. After all, the enchanted pincers not only had astonishing defense, but their killing power was also not to be taken lightly. Being bitten by the enchanted steel ants would at most result in superficial injuries, but if caught by the jaws of these enchanted pincers, even bones would likely be broken. Faced with the enchanted pincers swarming from all directions, Chen Bing and Chen Shui, the 2 girls, were so nervous that their thinking became rigid, relying solely on muscle memory to continuously apply various buffs to Yi Chen. On the other hand, Yi Chen remained calm. He smiled and reassured his teammates, "Don't worry, they're just a few bugs." "You call these bugs?" Looking at these huge beetles, which were more than half the height of a person, with their metallic shining shells, Yao Wan and Xiao Zhuang both struggled to swallow, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. Just then, the teacher accompanying the team, Teacher He, spoke up. "As the teacher accompanying the team, I feel it necessary to remind you that it's still possible to escape now. Once surrounded by these enchanted pincers, even if you request the teacher's support, you may still get injured or even become disabled." Xiao Zhuang and the others looked at Yi Chen, seeing that he had no intention of leaving. They also gritted their teeth and didn't retreat. However, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, but I've already made up my mind about these enchanted pincers. Yi Chen, I admit that you are very powerful, and there are many misunderstandings about you from the outside world. The teacher can understand your desire to make a name for yourself and wash away the shame." Teacher He continued to persuade, "But as a martial artist, you cannot be reckless, you must act within your capabilities, otherwise you will end up in an irreversible situation. Do you understand?" "I understand." Just as Teacher He let out a sigh of relief, he heard Yi Chen continue, "But aren't young people supposed to be a little reckless?" After speaking, Yi Chen drew his bow like a full moon. The arrow aimed at the nearest enchanted pincer, and he released his index and middle fingers at the same time. The arrow turned into a blur. Boom! All the enchanted pincers in a straight line instantly rolled backwards, crashing into the rock wall behind them, piling up together and erupting with a loud boom. The 3 enchanted pincers on top died completely, leaving a pool of green liquid. The 2 pincers underneath were pinned down, struggling with their 3 pairs of legs, losing more than half of their combat power. This arrow completely stunned the remaining 4 members of the team. "Holy shit!" Yao Wan and Xiao Zhuang blurted out, their eyes wide open. Besides these 2 words, they really didn't know what else to say. Even Chen Bing, who usually liked to chatter endlessly, had her mouth slightly open and was completely speechless. Only Chen Shui continued to release healing spells for Yi Chen, helping him replenish his depleted stamina, looking at Yi Chen with even more admiration. "Are young people nowadays already this powerful?" "Teacher," he exclaimed inwardly. Yi Chen's arrow just now made even her, a teacher with nearly 10 years of teaching experience, gasp in astonishment. If Yi Chen's previous performance was still within her understanding, then this arrow just now completely exceeded her cognition. Maybe Xiao Zhuang, Yao Wan, and the other students couldn't see what had just happened, but as a 4th grade warrior, she could see it clearly. Yi Chen's arrow just now directly pierced through two demonized pincers and inserted into the body of the third demonized pincer. The powerful inertia caused the three demonized pincers to knock over the two behind them, resulting in 3 deaths and 2 injuries. This kind of attack power may not be much to her, but if it were on a pre-first grade warrior who hadn't even graduated from high school, it would be astonishing. In terms of single round damage, this is already comparable to a second grade warrior. A high school student with attack power comparable to a second grade warrior. This is unheard of. Even in the entire history of Disya, it is extremely rare. Thinking of this, teacher, he finally relaxed. With such a person in this team, dealing with these demonized pincers would be a piece of cake. After all, although the demonized pincers were powerful, they were still only first-grade monsters. As long as the other 4 protected Yi Chen well, killing these demonized pincers would only be a matter of time. This kid is really good at hiding. Teacher, he smiled helplessly. Most students exert their strength in the first half and gradually exhaust themselves in the second half. But Yi Chen was becoming more and more fierce, and the strength of his arrows became more and more exaggerated. This clearly proved that Yi Chen had been hiding his true strength. However, she didn't think there was anything wrong with Yi Chen's approach. On the contrary, she thought it was the right thing to do. Which warrior doesn't have some hidden cards and killer moves? On the battlefield, hiding one's weaknesses can confuse the enemy and achieve unexpected victories. Revealing one's strength too early will only allow the enemy to thoroughly study and mercilessly strike at one's weaknesses. Teacher, he opened her notebook and wrote, Yi Chen, member of Team 326, has outstanding attack talent, is cautious, and has damage comparable to a second-grade warrior. If he receives high-quality protection from his teammates, he will deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Then, she crossed out all the negative evaluations she had made about Yi Chen before. She now believed that Yi Chen's previous killing of small animals was really just for warm-up and not because of any potential for bloodlust. At the same time, Yi Chen was not idle and continued to shoot arrows one after another. Whether it was because his own strength was getting stronger or because of Chen Shui's healing technique, even though he had already shot many arrows before this, he still didn't feel tired now. And with each arrow he shot, it was like a death sentence, harvesting the lives of a string of demonized pincers. Originally, the advantage of an archer was in picking off enemies and not dealing with a large number of them. But because Yi Chen's strength was too strong, he could penetrate multiple layers of armor, causing a range damage effect. Under Yi Chen's artillery-like shooting, no demonized pincer could approach within a yard of them. Yao Wan and Xiao Zhuang, who had nothing to do, had already turned into cheerleaders. Every time Yi Chen shot an arrow, they would cheer. Yi Chen, you're amazing. From now on, you're my half-brother. If we had known how powerful our leader was, we wouldn't have worried so much just now. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Everyone suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet shaking violently, and even under Yi Chen's feet, the solid rocks were cracking like spiderwebs. Oh no! Be careful, Yi Chen! Everyone, quickly get away from there! Seeing this scene, Teacher He, who had been standing on the steep cliff of the cave, suddenly changed her expression drastically. She kept issuing warnings while swiftly flying towards Yi Chen and the others. Normally, team members are not allowed to seek help from accompanying teachers, but in this urgent situation, Teacher He couldn't care less. At the same time, 2 jaws of a clampworm, each about half a meter long and reflecting a metallic luster, burst out from the rocks below. The tremendous inertia sent Yi Chen flying into the air. Shen Gu! Boss! Brother Yi Chen! The remaining 4 members of the team were thrown in all directions by the violent impact. The strength was far beyond that of ordinary demonized clampworms. Even just being affected by the residual force made them feel like their internal organs had shifted, and the intense pain caused them to lose most of their combat power in a short period of time. Not to mention Yi Chen, who was at the center of the ambush. The tremendous impact would probably shatter his bones. The culprit who ambushed them had already crawled out from underground, a giant demonized clampworm 3 or 4 times larger than ordinary ones. Demonized clampworm king. Yao Wen's pupils suddenly contracted. This was a genuine second-grade demon beast, and among second-grade demon beasts, they were extremely top-notch existences. Before this, they had only seen descriptions and images of the demonized clampworm king in the creature manual of this demon cave. The danger rating given was also the highest, 5 stars. And it was the only one of its kind. Even the demonized steel ant queen, also a second-grade demon beast, had a danger rating of only 4 stars. The advice given in the manual was, when encountering this kind of creature, evacuate as soon as possible and call for support from accompanying teachers. There was even an additional note highlighted in red at the bottom. During the assessment period, if an accompanying teacher sensed the presence of the demonized clampworm king nearby, they should take the initiative to protect the safety of the students as much as possible, and anyone who violated this would have their teaching qualification revoked. This was exactly what Teacher He was doing now. Because of her recognition and trust in Yi Chen's strength, she had been slightly lax in her vigilance. Unexpectedly, the demonized clampworm king was so cunning, hiding itself beneath the rocky ground and even able to identify the most threatening target, making Yi Chen its primary target. Teacher He was now extremely anxious. If anything happened to Yi Chen, she would have an irremovable responsibility. Especially since Yi Chen was a super genius with top-tier marksmanship talent. If he were to perish right under her nose, she would probably feel guilty for the rest of her life. But no matter how fast she accelerated, she couldn't catch up to the speed of the demonized clampworm king's jaws closing in. After sending Yi Chen's body flying into the air, the demonized clampworm king roared and used its jaws to clamp down on Yi Chen's waist. It intended to deliver a fatal blow to the human who had killed countless of its offspring. Boss! Shen Gu! Chao Shuang and Yao Wen desperately tried to stand up and rescue Yi Chen. Chen Bing was so scared that she started crying, and despair filled Chen Shui's eyes. No! Teacher He closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear witness to the bloody scene of Yi Chen being cut in half. Even if Yi Chen's attack talent was strong, he was ultimately just a backline marksman. The power of the demonized clampworm king was even too much for a frontline tank of second-grade level to withstand, so Yi Chen, a quasi-first-grade backline marksman, would undoubtedly die. Regardless of their unwillingness, the demonized clampworm king's jaws, accompanied by a whistling sound, swiftly closed in on Yi Chen's waist. Clang! Crack! With a piercing sound of metal impact, the next moment, something unexpected happened. Only to be seen, the jaws of the demonized clampworm king, which were sharper and tougher than steel knives, actually broke when they closed in on Yi Chen's body. And above Yi Chen's head, it seemed that he was not affected at all. He pulled the bow directly in mid-air like a full moon, and shot an arrow into the mouth of the demonized pincer insect king. Hiss! The demonized pincer insect king immediately trembled violently, and dark green blood continuously gushed out from its mouth. After struggling and howling for more than 10 seconds, its huge body collapsed with a loud bang, and then there was no more sound. This scene completely dumbfounded everyone. Even when Yi Chen landed gracefully, they still couldn't recover from their shock, looking at him like statues. Why are you all looking at me like that? Yi Chen asked in confusion. Teacher He, who was standing stiffly not far away, looked Yi Chen up and down, and asked, Yi Chen, are you okay? What could be wrong with me? Yi Chen jumped in confusion, patted his chest, and said, I'm perfectly fine. But I clearly saw the demonized pincer insect king grab you. Yao Wen continued to ask, you weren't injured? The other 3 teammates beside him also nodded repeatedly, looking at Yi Chen with disbelief. It's just a demonized pincer insect king, how could it hurt me? Yi Chen shrugged. Just a. Hearing this, not only Chao Shuang and the others, but even Teacher He's mind short-circuited for a moment. Being heavily thrown by the strongest boss in this demon cave, and then being firmly clamped by its large mandibles, how could you casually say such things without caring? But looking at Yi Chen's current state, it seemed that he hadn't suffered any damage at all. Teacher He even suspected whether the huge pincer insect killed by Yi Chen's arrow was really the demonized pincer insect king. Boss, what's your current HP? Have you already tempered your entire body? How come even the demonized pincer insect king's mandibles couldn't harm you? Yao Wen continued to ask like a curious baby. Last time I checked, my HP was over 120. Yi Chen answered, maybe this demonized pincer insect king is already old, and its hardness and strength have greatly declined, so I was able to escape unscathed. Chao Zhuang and the others nodded as if they understood. Only Teacher He on the side secretly scoffed. As an experienced teacher, how could she believe Yi Chen's nonsense? Even if the demonized pincer insect king was aging, it was still the demonized pincer insect king, and its combat power was not comparable to ordinary demonized pincer insects. If it were any other backline DPS, even if they were clamped by an ordinary demonized pincer insect, they would suffer serious injuries, and there would even be a risk of amputation, let alone the demonized pincer insect king. Moreover, with her keen eyesight, she could naturally see that this demonized pincer insect king was very strong. Just the previous surprise attack from underground had already caused Chao Zhuang and the other four to lose all their combat power in a short period of time. The cross-section of the broken mandible was still fresh, indicating that this pair of mandibles was intact before, and the reason for the breakage was that it clamped onto something harder. It's like biting ice cream, it's naturally easy, but if the ice cream is made of iron, it could cause your teeth to break. Teacher He looked at the exposed skin on Yi Chen's waist, and the innerwear, school uniform, and soft armor were all cut open as if by a knife, but Yi Chen's body was completely unharmed. She narrowed her eyes slightly, once again shocked in her heart. How could this kid have such terrifying defense? Could it be that he's carrying some kind of defensive spirit weapon? To be able to directly withstand a full-force attack from a second-grade elite demon creature, and you're telling me he's a backline DPS? Who would believe that if it were said? Chao Zhuang and the others also looked at each other, realizing the incredibility of Yi Chen's abilities. To be able to counter-kill without a scratch in a situation where the demonized pincer insect king took the initiative to ambush, it was simply too heaven-defying. Chen Bing excitedly asked, Teacher He, the points for this demonized pincer insect king will be counted towards our team, right? Second-grade demon, there should be a lot of points, right? Chao Zhuang interrupted, I think this demon should be counted towards Yi Chen alone. Oh, that's true. Chen Bing's face instantly drooped, we didn't contribute much. Teacher He spoke up, this demonized pincer insect king was killed before I made a move, so it counts as your points. Considering Yi Chen's significant contribution to the kill, he has the right to distribute the points for this demon. With that, she turned to Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, this demon is your personal kill. The teacher suggests that you enjoy the points alone. You don't have to feel bad because this is customary, and no one will say anything. Chao Zhuang, Chen Bing, and others nodded in agreement and support. After all, the truth is that Yi Chen single-handedly killed the demonized pincer insect king, and they had nothing to do with it. I choose to include it in the team's points. Yi Chen decisively replied, because we are a team. These teammates genuinely accepted him, making him feel the sincere friendship among them, which was completely different from Chang Yuyu and the others. When he was in danger just now, they genuinely cared about him, struggling anxiously to get up and come to his rescue. In this assessment, although he contributed the most, he couldn't deny the efforts of his other teammates. Yi Chen. You really, I'm going to cry. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chao Zhuang and the others all showed happy smiles on their faces, feeling deeply moved. They originally thought that their team's performance in this assessment would definitely be at the bottom of the grade, but they didn't expect that with the heavenly descent leading them all the way. They even killed the nightmare of the students and the strongest boss, the demonized pincer insect king in the 028th magic cave. It was like a dream. Teacher, I want to ask, how many points does this demonized pincer insect king count for? Is it 500 points? Chen Bing rubbed her hands, suppressing her excitement, and asked cautiously. The points for demons are divided based on their strength. For example, the weakest sandworm is worth 1 point when killed, while the steel ant is worth 2 points, and the demonized pincer insect is worth 3 points. These are all just first-grade demons, and the strength of second-grade demons is much stronger, so the points naturally increase exponentially. She had heard before that 3 years ago, a team killed a queen ant and directly gained 300 points. That team also broke the school's record with outstanding results and has maintained it until now. Although the demonized pincer insect king and the queen ant are both second-grade demons, the difference between them is quite huge, and their danger levels are not on the same level at all. Teacher He looked at her with a smile that was not quite a smile and said, You'll know when the results are announced. In any case, it will definitely be higher than what you guessed, not lower. Yay! Chen Bing made a cute scissor hand gesture to her teammates and smirked. We're really going to make a fortune this time. And it's all thanks to our leader Yi Chen. Yao Wen flattered with a smile, his obsequious appearance quite comical. He truly admired Yi Chen from the bottom of his heart, and calling him leader felt particularly intimate. Yes, brother Yi Chen is the best. Chen Bing made a heart gesture towards Yi Chen, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Alright. If you want to celebrate, let's wait until you return home. Teacher, he smiled, also infected by the harmonious atmosphere of the team. She looked at her stopwatch and said, there are less than 5 minutes left until the end of the assessment. The surrounding demons have been scared away. The teacher suggests that you return now. What do you think? Even first-grade demons have a certain level of intelligence. With the death of the demonized pincer insect king, the other demons naturally scattered. At this moment, there were no living demons around them, only a ground full of insect corpses and the pungent smell of green water. Facing the teacher's inquiry, Xiao Zhuang and the other three remained silent, all looking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, that's fine, my bow is broken anyway. The others were amazed. The weapons and equipment provided by the school could withstand battles of up to third-grade intensity, but Yi Chen's weapon had been scrapped. What a terrifying power! After the assessment, on the way back, teacher he walked in the middle of the students to protect everyone's safety. She came to Yi Chen's side, her expression softened, and she said as they walked, Yi Chen, congratulations on your outstanding performance. When the results were announced, it would definitely cause a sensation in the whole school, and Yi Chen would naturally become a popular figure in the school. Thank you, teacher. I still have a lot to learn. Yi Chen's response was very obedient. Teacher, he nodded in satisfaction and suggested, although you are outstanding in archery talent, I think your defensive talent is even stronger. You can consider transitioning to become a frontline tank warrior, which will better showcase your abilities. Yi Chen quickly shook his head and said, teacher, I don't want to change careers. I think things are fine the way they are now. Teacher, he explained, it's easy to change careers in high school, but it will be troublesome if you want to change careers after entering university. I'm just looking out for you. Teacher, this isn't looking out for me, this is trying to harm me. Yi Chen thought to himself, but said, I understand teacher, he's good intentions, but I really don't want to become a tank warrior. Seeing Yi Chen's persistence, teacher he sighed and stopped persuading him. However, Xiao Zhuang and Yao Wen were deeply moved and wanted to bow down to Yi Chen right then and there. They felt that Yi Chen didn't change careers because he was taking care of them. After all, if Yi Chen really became a frontline tank, one of them would definitely be kicked out. Yi Chen is really considerate. Yes, the boss has shown us great kindness. Yi Chen treats us like this, but we can't let Chen Gu suffer. Xiao Zhuang whispered to Yao Wen and the Qin sisters, and in the end, they reached a consensus. Then Xiao Zhuang tentatively asked, Yi Chen, we discussed the distribution of points, and we each get 10%, while you get 60%. What do you think? Although the results were ranked according to the team's total points, this assessment involved admission to university, so there would definitely be a personal ranking based on individual performance and team contribution, in order to better select outstanding students. They all agreed that most of the credit for this assessment belonged to Yi Chen, so they planned this distribution ratio. But when Yi Chen heard this, he immediately rejected it, saying, no. Xiao Zhuang and Chen Bing looked at each other, thinking that Yi Chen felt that the proportion they allocated to him was too small. Yao Wen forced a smile and said, it's normal for the boss to be dissatisfied. After all, even if the boss takes 90% of the points, it's reasonable. The rest of us four, we didn't contribute much most of the time. Xiao Zhuang also smiled awkwardly and nodded, saying, I didn't consider it well. How about you take 80% and each of us four take 5%? In the end, their voices carried a hint of pleading. Yi Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? He looked at the nervous faces of the four and continued, of course we should distribute these points evenly. Ah! Boss, what did you say? Everyone looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Yi Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Didn't you all say it before? We are a team, a whole. We rise and fall together. How can we forget all that when it comes to distributing points?" But Xiao Zhuang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yi Chen, who said, "You guys are useless. Who said you guys have no credit? Xiao Zhuang, Yao Wen, look at the wounds on your bodies, aren't they caused by protecting me? Chen Bing, Chen Shui, if it weren't for both of you constantly blessing me with wind spirit blessing and water therapy, would my arrows have such power? Would I still be able to keep up with my stamina?" Xiao Zhuang and the others were stunned by Yi Chen's words, standing still in their original positions. Yi Chen continued, "Xiao Zhuang, Yao Wen, Chen Shui, Chen Bing, don't underestimate yourselves. You are all excellent, trustworthy teammates of mine. So, when I say we should distribute the points evenly, it's not pitying you, but giving you the rewards you deserve." After finishing the last sentence, Xiao Zhuang and the others had tears in their eyes. The feeling of being recognized feels great. Ah, there's something in my eye. Yao Wen looked up at the sky, constantly wiping his face with his hand. Xiao Zhuang didn't say anything, but looked at Yi Chen with reddened eyes, filled with gratitude. Chen Bing sniffed her little nose, then pushed her sister Chen Shui forward and said, "Brother Yi Chen, I have nothing to repay you with, so I'll give you my sister as a girlfriend." Pushed in front of Yi Chen, Chen Shui instantly turned bright red, even her neck and ears were tinged with a pink color. "You brat, you're asking for trouble." Coming back to her senses, Chen Shui immediately launched an attack on Chen Bing, and the two girls started playfully wrestling. "Ha, I knew you liked brother Yi Chen, I just wanted to help you, but you're repaying me with this, ha, bullying your sister, ha. You're still saying it, you're still saying it." Chen Shui's face became even redder, and her little hand kept tickling her sister's armpit. "Sister, ha, spare me, I know I was wrong, ha. I won't do it anymore, I won't do it anymore. I'll just admit that I like brother Yi Chen, okay?" However, this only brought about an even fiercer attack from Chen Shui. Watching the Chen sisters play, Xiao Zhuang and Yao Wen, who were standing on the side, felt envy and jealousy in their hearts. They had been in a team with the Chen sisters for so long, but couldn't capture their hearts, yet Yi Chen had only been here for less than a day and already won the hearts of two beautiful girls. But it's not surprising that they like him. Yi Chen is handsome to begin with, and coupled with his extraordinary strength, once his deeds spread after they return, probably 80% of the girls in the school will have a favorable impression of him. However, what truly attracts people is Yi Chen's approachable personality, without the arrogance that other geniuses have, looking down on others. For example, when Hao Jian was in the team, he didn't treat them so politely, scolding them harshly for even the slightest mistake, and always demanded the lion's share of the benefits. He even hinted at wanting the Chen sisters to accompany him for a night. So, when Yi Chen just now wanted to split the points evenly without any conditions, they were deeply moved. On the side teacher, he also noticed this, his eyes shimmering with a clear light. At such a young age, to have such broad-mindedness, truly rare. Thinking of this, teacher He's attitude towards Yi Chen became even softer, saying, "Yi Chen, I believe you will become a pillar of our great Xia in the future. But in your growth process, always remember to protect yourself, understood?" Yi Chen was taken aback, then nodded, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I will remember." Teacher, he looked at him approvingly and said, "The premise of protecting yourself is knowing who the enemy is." Yi Chen fell silent and said, "Please teach me, teacher." Teacher, he nodded. With the invasion of the demon cave becoming more and more severe, the first thing to guard against naturally is the people inside the demon cave. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Teacher, you mean, there are people inside the demon cave too?" "Of course. Teacher," he said, "originally, this information should only be known to you after you enter Wuhan University. Today, I am making an exception. If the demon cave only had those low-level creatures that you just killed, the whole world wouldn't be on such high alert. There are humans in the demon cave, even more than us, and the intelligence of the demon cave humans is not inferior to us humans from Blue Star. What's most terrifying is that their resources are much more abundant than ours. You can imagine how powerful they are." Yi Chen asked, "Hasn't the demon cave always wanted to conquer us? If they are really that powerful, why have we been able to hold on until now?" Teacher, he shook his head. Perhaps it's because they have some kind of limitation in coming to Blue Star on a large scale. Perhaps the Demon Cave humans are not united and have numerous powerful factions. It's also possible that they fear our top combat power. Of course, these are just my speculations. The true reasons may only be known by the higher-ups of our human society. But it cannot be denied that the situation is becoming increasingly critical. The forces of the Demon Cave have already started infiltrating our society, gathering information about our world, seemingly brewing a huge conspiracy. I won't tell you the specifics for now. When you enter Wuhan University, your mentor will naturally teach you. Yi Chen nodded and asked again, understood, thank you, teacher. Teacher, he raised 2 fingers and said, the second thing to be cautious of is the hostile forces of Disya, especially America, Neon, South Stick, and Shiva. Although countries around the world have signed the peaceful coexistence and joint resistance to Demon Cave invasion regulations to combat the Demon Cave, the secret struggles between countries have never stopped. After all, the appearance of the Demon Cave brings both crisis and opportunity. The Demon Cave contains a large amount of resources, hundreds or thousands of times more than the total reserves of Blue Star that we have currently discovered. As for how large the Demon Cave is and how vast its resource reserves are, that remains to be explored and studied by us. It is because of this that the complex situation of both cooperation and confrontation has formed today. In recent years, our Disya has developed rapidly, and new talents have emerged one after another, making those hostile forces feel panic and pressure. After all, they don't want to be swallowed by the Demon Cave, but they also don't want us to dominate alone. They will do whatever it takes to restrain our development, especially geniuses like you. You are like thorns in their eyes and thorns in their flesh. After all, you young people are the future of our Disya. They can only permanently eliminate future troubles by killing you in the cradle. Yi Chen took a deep breath, nodded silently, and then asked, Teacher, is there anything else? Teacher, he raised a 3rd finger and said, there is one more thing to be cautious of, and it is the last one, which is the scum within our own ranks. Pausing for a moment, she explained, our great Disya has a large population, and when the forest is big, all kinds of birds are present. Some selfish individuals can't stand to see others doing well, even if they are their own compatriots. There are also some weaklings who always think that the grass is greener on the other side. Even though our Disya has already risen, they still can't cure their weak knees and that admiration for foreign things. They are willing to be dogs for others. At this point, she looked at Yi Chen with a serious expression and said, these are our enemies. When you encounter them in the future, don't show any mercy. They won't change because of your pity, they will only wait for the opportunity to show their fangs and bite your neck again. You must remember these words from your teacher. Although Yi Chen didn't feel afraid of them, he solemnly nodded in response, Teacher, I will remember. Teacher, he smiled satisfactorily, looked at the exit of the magic cave in front of him, and said, all right, let's stop here today. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me anytime. Now, let's enjoy the joy of achieving excellent results with your teammates. Hearing the teacher's words, Yi Chen curiously asked, Teacher, did we do well? Teacher, he affectionately touched Yi Chen's hair and said, silly child, you will know when the principal announces the results later. After speaking, he led Yi Chen and the others out of the magic cave. When Yi Chen returned to the ground, he immediately heard the system prompt in his mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, rated as perfect, and can receive an S-level reward. Ding. Obtained S-level reward Shadow Sprint. Ding. Obtained A-level reward Jiankuan Strike level +1. Ding. Obtained C-level reward 1 Qi and Blood Pill. After listening to the series of system prompts, Yi Chen eagerly wanted to see the specific descriptions of the items he obtained. On the way back, he did not participate in the classmates' discussions, but closed his eyes and secretly called up the system panel to check the items he obtained. Shadow Sprint LV1, activating this skill allows oneself to enter the shadows, increasing speed and agility by 50% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1800 seconds. After reading the introduction of the new skill, Yi Chen felt secretly delighted. With this skill, he would become more agile. If he were to be attacked by the enchanted Pincer King again, he should be able to easily dodge with Shadow Sprint. However, the cooldown time was a bit long, and the timing of its use had to be accurate. He could only hope that future upgrades would shorten it. Then, Yi Chen looked at the upgraded Qiankuan Strike LV2. If the enemy target dies from this skill, the host permanently gains +3 strength, with a cooldown of 9 seconds. The stronger the enemy killed, the more strength increases. There weren't many changes, only the cooldown of the skill was reduced by 1 second. But Yi Chen knew not to underestimate this 1 second. It meant that the snowballing speed of accumulating strength would be improved when he entered the magic cave again. He looked at his current accumulated strength, 3151. In the 3+ hours he spent in the magic cave, he had already maximized his efficiency. This meant that he had successfully killed 1050 demons with his skills, and the extra bit of strength was probably due to killing second-grade demons. Finally, he looked at the last reward. The Qi and Blood pill was a pill consumed by martial artists that could increase their maximum Qi and Blood. It was generally produced by martial arts pharmaceutical companies or alchemists. Although this Qi and Blood pill was recognized by the system as a C-level reward, according to Yi Chen's knowledge, the most common Qi and Blood pills on the market were worth 3,000 to 5,000, and higher purity ones crafted by famous teachers could even be auctioned for hundreds of thousands. Yi Chen couldn't afford such luxury items. His parents were ordinary company employees, not martial artists. They had enough money to support his education, but it would be a bit tight to come up with tens of thousands to buy Qi and Blood pills for him to consume. Although he knew that if he insisted, his parents would definitely find a way to pay for it, Yi Chen had never actively asked for it. He even refused when his parents suggested buying a Qi and Blood pill for him when he just entered the 3rd year of high school. He didn't want to burden his family any further. He was already grown up, how could he still rely on his parents? However, on the other hand, he had long wanted to try what it felt like to consume a Qi and Blood pill and how much it could increase his Qi and Blood. Almost every elite student in the advanced class had consumed Qi and Blood pills, which was one of the reasons why their Qi and Blood levels were much higher than those of ordinary class students. Poor in literature, rich in martial arts. When it comes to martial arts, the most important thing is always resources. Even if you have high talent, without abundant resources to support you, your achievements will be very limited. On the other hand, even if you are an average talent, as long as your family is willing to invest a large amount of resources, you can go far on the path of martial arts. Of course, it is best to have both talent and resources, just like playing a game with dedication and spending money. Who can be powerful if not you? But this kind of existence is rare. Looking at the Qi and Blood pills placed in the system bar at this moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but want to eat it right away. However, he suppressed his impulse because the Qi and Blood pill had tremendous energy, and taking it would cause a lot of commotion. It would be better to wait until he returned to the dormitory. Soon, the bus carrying Yi Chen and the others returned to the school. Although they had been chatting all the way, there were still endless topics to discuss, asking each team how many monsters they had killed and how many points they had earned, just like discussing the answers after a liberal arts exam. It can be seen that everyone wants to gather more information to estimate their performance in the exam and their ranking. Many classmates also came to ask Yi Chen, but he just brushed them off with vague answers like, "It went okay," or "I did pretty well." Most of the students who came to ask him had average grades and wanted to find some comfort from Yi Chen, but he naturally didn't pay too much attention to them. "Xiao Chun, how did you do in the exam this time?" At this moment, another boy ran over to ask Yi Chen. He always performed slightly better than Yi Chen in exams, so he would always come and ask after each exam. Yi Chen was about to answer when Teacher He, who was standing beside him, glared at the boy and said sternly, "Go away." The boy left dejectedly, wondering why Teacher He was favoring Yi Chen today. He used to not care about such things, but today he seemed to be biased towards Yi Chen. Then Teacher He turned to Yi Chen and the others, and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Wait on the playground for a while. I will go to the office to enter the assessment scores, and the ranking of this mini competition should be announced soon." Unlike the liberal arts, which require paper grading and then summarizing the scores of each subject, it may take 2 or 3 days for the final scores to come out. But it's different for martial arts. The final scores can be obtained directly, and the ranking can be instantly obtained after entering the system. Understood, Teacher He. After receiving a positive response from Teacher He, Yi-chan and the others smiled at him, and then he turned and left. His walking posture was a bit more heroic than usual. She was naturally proud of the good results achieved by the team she followed. Just a short while after Teacher He left, Yi-chen, who was standing bored in place, heard someone calling his name. Hey, isn't this my old teammate Yi-chen? Yi-chen turned his head and saw that it was Li Nan who was speaking. At this moment, Li Nan looked spirited, with a bloody aura emanating from his armor, and he was walking towards him with a swagger, carrying a large shield on his back. And following behind Li Nan were familiar faces Zhao Gang, Lu Che, and Chun Yuyu. In addition, standing beside Chun Yuyu was a somewhat unfamiliar young man. He had a cold and arrogant expression, carrying a longbow and wearing soft armor. He looked at everyone with a disdainful gaze. Without guessing, Yi-chen knew that this must be the gold medal archer, Hao Jian. Yi-chen didn't want to pay attention to them, so he just nodded briefly and turned his head elsewhere. But Li Nan seemed unwilling to let it go. Seeing Yi-chen's indifferent attitude, he teased, "What's wrong? Are you this cold when you see your old teammates?" Behind him, Lu Che played with the dagger in his hand and laughed. "Li Nan, stop teasing him. It's normal for him to be down when his exam results are not good. Yi-chen, you also need to be more optimistic." "I can't help you forever," Zhao Gang said as he approached with a big sword on his shoulder. After speaking, the two looked at each other and laughed. Chen Bing couldn't stand their strange behavior and said with a stern face, "We did well on the exam, you don't need to worry." TSK TSK TSK. Chun Yuyu stood with one hand on her waist, showing off her proud figure, and looked at Yi-chen with a playful expression. "I didn't expect it, Yi-chen, you're doing pretty well now. You even have a beautiful girl speaking up for you." Chen Bing was angry and wanted to say something more, but Yi-chen stopped her directly. Then Yi-chen looked directly at Chun Yuyu and felt that besides having a good-looking appearance, she didn't have anything that attracted him. "You guys did well on the exam, right, Yuyu?" Chun Yuyu crossed her hands in front of her, making her upper body even more impressive. She was waiting for Yi-chen to ask this question. If Yi-chen didn't ask, how could she show off? It was okay. Chun Yuyu pretended to be indifferent, but she couldn't hide her pride. Actually, it was nothing. "We just killed a demonized ant queen, that's all." As soon as these words came out, it caused a stir around them. The students who wanted to watch the excitement pretended to chat casually, but they all listened attentively to their conversation. They didn't expect to hear such explosive news. Damn, is it true? Killing a second-grade ant queen, that's too amazing. No wonder it's the super team of the gold medal shooter Hao Jian and the gold medal support Chun Yuyu. Their strength is indeed terrifying. 3 years ago, Senior Yin Wenxing's team killed the ant queen and broke the school record. Are Chun Yuyu's team going to break the record again this time? Chun Yuyu heard the discussions around her and the countless jealous and envious glances directed at her, making her feel great. She loved being the center of attention like this. At this moment, she was the queen. After showing off enough, Chun Yuyu took a satisfied breath and smiled at Yi-chen, saying, "Yi-chen, thank you. Thank you for giving up your spot, which allowed me to become the first in the school and break the school record." Her confident tone instantly raised the atmosphere to a higher level. Chun Yuyu's self-assured words proved that she had full confidence. Now everyone had high expectations for Chun Yuyu's team's performance. They all wanted to see if Chun Yuyu's team could break the record. Chun Yuyu was satisfied with the reactions of the people around her. Before leaving, she didn't forget to mock Chen Bing for standing up for Yi-chen earlier, saying, "Chen Bing, your gold medal shooter was really useful, but now it's mine. Thanks for giving it up." Lu Che, Li Nan, and Zhao Gang also laughed and left, as if they were already confident in becoming the first in the school. Hao Jian walked last, completely ignoring Yi-chen, and stood in front of Chen Bing and Chen Shui. He said in a cold tone, "Are you regretting now that you didn't agree to my request to share me between the two of you? This is the consequence of not obeying me." Chen Shui's face turned pale, clearly angered by his words. Chen Bing glared at this shameless person and spat, "Hao Jian, you truly live up to your name, you're not just ordinary scum." Hao Jian wasn't angry either and sneered, "You can rage all you want now. When the results of the competition are announced, I'll be able to secure a spot at the prestigious Wu University, while you and your sister are destined to fall behind after the competition at the Wu Science University. The gap in our abilities and social status will only grow larger. After graduation, when you face the harsh reality and the blows of society, you won't need me to say it, you'll come begging to me like a female dog. That's enough, Hao Jian." These words made even the honest Chao Zhuang angry. "What did any of us do to you when you were on the team? Now you're turning against us with harsh words?" "Exactly." Yao Wen couldn't help but speak up, "Even the mud bodhisattva has some fire in him. Don't push us too far, or else, if it weren't for the sake of our old teammates, I would have already beaten the crap out of you." Hao Jian, however, coldly snorted and said, "A bunch of useless people." After speaking, he left with a sneer. Chen Shui gritted her teeth, her lips even bleeding. Chen Bing raised her staff, ready to unleash a wind blade and teach this disrespectful guy a lesson. But at the critical moment, Yi Chen stopped her. "Chen Bing, Chen Shui, calm down. There's no need to get into a conflict with this kind of person in front of everyone. It's possible that we'll even face punishment." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Bing had no choice but to back down, but tears welled up in her eyes as she said with grievance, "But you've seen it, Yi Chen. His actions are despicable." "Don't worry." Yi Chen looked at Hao Jian, who was now chatting and walking away with Cheng Yuyu. "I promise you, he will pay the price." "I believe you, brother Yi Chen." Chen Bing wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, smiled through her tears, and looked very moving. With brother Yi Chen supporting her, what else did she have to worry about? Originally, they thought this incident would escalate and even come to blows. The crowd that had gathered to watch the show was now disappointed. At the same time, they were curious as to why Yi Chen had such high prestige in this small team. With just a few words, he managed to calm down the members who were on the verge of losing control. Even Chen Bing and Chen Shui trusted him greatly, which seemed very unreasonable. The story has two sides. Teacher He had already brought her notebook and arrived at the school committee office. There were already dozens of teachers gathered here. Fortunately, the office was large enough, like a big classroom. She went to an idle computer, opened the statistical system document, and entered the information for this assessment. Just then, a middle-aged teacher with a beer belly, square glasses, and a large teacup in his hand walked over. Teacher He looked up and saw that it was Director Wang, so she quickly greeted him, "Director Wang, please have a seat." As she spoke, she was about to get up and give him her seat. After all, in the organizational structure, Director Wang was her immediate superior, the head of the teaching department in charge of teams 300 to 350. Director Wang took a sip of tea, spat out the tea leaves, and then said, "The mischievous troublemaker Yi Chen in Team 326, is that the team you're in charge of?" "Ah, yes, Director. I am the accompanying teacher for this team." Teacher He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Director Wang, you're not really planning to deduct points from this team, are you?" Director Wang coldly snorted and then relaxed his expression, saying, "I'm just scaring them. Otherwise, these brats would really turn the world upside down. Besides, with the scores they got, if I deduct a few more points, won't they end up with negative points?" As he spoke, he reached out his hand and said, "Let me see, how many points did they actually get?" He chuckled, "When I meet that little brat Yi Chen again, I will definitely humiliate him in front of other students and teachers. Director Wang, be careful not to scare." Teacher He smiled and handed him the notebook. "Scare me? Just him?" Director Wang took the notebook. With a disdainful expression, he said, "Even if he gets 0 points, I wouldn't be surprised. I've never seen a worse student than him." He lifted the teacup and took a big gulp, smiling and leisurely looking at the data. But when he saw the results, Director Wang's expression suddenly froze. He even forgot to close his mouth, and a long stream of tea flowed down from his chin like a waterfall. It seems that there was already an expectation. Teacher He pushed down with his hand, lifting Teacher Wang's hand and teacup, and the spilled tea flowed back into the cup without a drop leaking out. Cough cough cough, cough cough, cough 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 cough. Teacher Wang coughed for a while, his face red, pointing at the data, looking at Teacher He in disbelief, and asked, "Is this true?" It seemed that he had already anticipated the other party's reaction. After Teacher Wang calmed down, Teacher He nodded and said, "It's true." "Is it really true?" "It's really true." Teacher Wang was stunned again, silent for more than 10 seconds, and then excitedly said, Just based on them?" "Yes, Principal Wang," Teacher He nodded with a faint smile, "based on these worst students." Teacher Wang fell silent again. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "The other 4 members of the team performed better, right?" Teacher He shook his head. "On the contrary, it was because of Yi Chen's joining that this team underwent a qualitative change." After a while, Principal Wang completely calmed down, as if at this moment he was the true headmaster. "Is there a complete video recording?" "Yes, in my mini camera," Teacher He answered seriously. This was a review of the authenticity of the data, and the core basis for proving whether there was cheating in the exam and whether the accompanying teacher's records were accurate was the full video recording. This mini camera was distributed by the school before the exam, without a key or password, and no one could open or modify the recorded video inside. This specially made mini camera could not be connected to the internet either. After all, even if it could be connected, it would not be able to transmit data back to the surface from the abyss. Furthermore, for the sake of information confidentiality and security, some students' video data had to be sealed and encrypted. Hearing what Teacher He said, Principal Wang finally believed this fact. But even so, he still unwillingly asked, "How did these underachieving students, or rather, these students who haven't even reached the first rank, manage to kill the demonized pincer beetle king?" Teacher He was about to answer when a noisy discussion came from outside the door. Then, more than 10 accompanying teachers walked in from outside. Leading them was a slightly chubby middle-aged man in his 40s, with a big back-combed hairstyle, dressed neatly, and an air of arrogance, exuding a leadership style. Around him, 6 or 7 teachers followed, constantly complimenting him. "Oh, Director Yan, I heard that the results of the 012 team under your supervision this time are quite outstanding. It's truly commendable. It's not just quite outstanding, it's unprecedented. I think the school records will be broken again this time. Truly, Director Yan, your teaching ability is evident over the years. Being able to give them a few pointers, they will benefit for a lifetime." Director Yan. Another teacher wanted to compliment a few more words but was earnestly interrupted by another teacher with a sharp face, still calling him Director Yan. That needs to change now. He should be called Principal Yan. Yes, Principal Yan, Principal Yan. Director Yan looked a bit displeased as he glanced around, and when everyone fell silent, he said, "Don't shout and yell randomly. If others hear it, they'll think something is wrong with me, old Yan. Hey! When the overall results of this assessment are announced, the 012 team taught by Director Yan will take first place and break the school's historical record. With these results, who else should be promoted if not him, right?" That sharp-tongued Chow teacher stirred up a wave of agreement. Director Yan pressed his hand and then slowly picked up the ceramic teacup, blowing gently and taking a sip of fragrant tea before saying, "Principal Chen and the school committee are indeed drafting a proposal for the appointment of a vice principal, but the final candidate has not been decided yet. Don't jump to conclusions. Even if the final candidate is me, they still have to call me vice principal, right?" Yes. Vice Principal Yan is right." Director Yan pointed at Chow, who was speaking, shaking his head helplessly. Then he turned his head as if he had just noticed Director Wang. "Oh, Director Wang is here too. How did your students do in the exam this time?" Director Wang sneered, "Old Yan, we've known each other for 20 years. You haven't made any progress, but your arrogance has increased a lot. You know that you and I are on the same level, but others might think you're the principal." Director Yan wasn't angry either. He walked over slowly and was about to speak when Director Wang immediately interrupted, "Stop. Don't come near me, you have bad breath. Director Wang, remember, after this assessment, you'll receive a notice." Seeing that Director Wang wasn't giving him face, Director Yan stopped pretending and said with a fake smile, "Just wait, Director Wang. When I get promoted, I will take good care of you." It's been 20 years, do you know how I've been living? I want you to pay back all the pain I've endured, twice over. Just you? Director Wang laughed. When we were young, you couldn't compete with me in love, and you couldn't keep up with my progress in martial arts. These years, you've achieved some class results through some shady means, and now you think you can become a stable vice principal? What makes you think you're qualified? What makes me qualified? Director Yen raised the report card in his hand and sneered. It's because this time, the students I led ranked first in the grade, breaking the school's record and earning a spot in a prestigious university in the province. That's why I'm the vice principal. At this moment, a serious voice came from outside the door. What are you arguing about? You two haven't had enough of your petty grievances over the years? Everyone looked and saw that it was Principal Chen Mingwu. As soon as Director Yen saw the principal, he immediately complained with a crying tone, "Principal, please help me. Director Wang is jealous of me and mocks me because my class results are better than his. He finds all sorts of reasons to target me. Enough, enough, enough." Chen Mingwu scolded with disgust. I don't want to hear or deal with your petty grievances. Then, he looked at everyone and asked, have the results come out? Who is the first in the grade? As soon as Director Yen heard this, he immediately put on a smiling face, took out the report card, and confidently said, the first place this time should belong to Team 012. They killed 76 one-point monsters, 424 two-point monsters, 211 three-point monsters, and also killed a second-grade monster, the enraged ant, earning an additional 300 points. The total score is 1857, which raised the school's record by 25 points. Not bad, not bad. Chen Mingwu nodded repeatedly as he took the report card, and a smile appeared on his face for the first time. Chao teacher timely flattered, this is all thanks to Director Yan's excellent teaching. Director Yan waved his hand repeatedly, smiling, this is all thanks to Principal Chen's guidance. And amidst the praise, Director Wang suddenly sneered and said, you dare to say this is the first place with these results? What a joke. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on him. Wang Changji, do you know what you're saying? Director Yen was unhappy as soon as he heard it, calling out Director Wang's full name. These results broke the school's record that has been held for 3 years. Isn't it the first place? Find me a better one. Humph. What's so difficult about that? Director Wang laughed lazily, waving the data sheet in his hand. He casually said, I can randomly pick a team's results and still beat your first place. You're talking nonsense. Director Yen burned with anger. He had lost to old Wang in everything in his life, and now the only thing he had to cover his shame was the performance of his class. This was his sore spot. He shouted in frustration, the students you oversee are just ordinary class students, and they're the worst among the ordinary classes. The students I teach are all in the elite classes, the best of the best. What do you have to compare with me? Wang Chengji didn't answer, he directly slapped the data sheet in Director Yan's face. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Even a phoenix can fly out of a chicken coop. Who says that ordinary classes can't produce exceptional geniuses? 30 years. In the West, 30 years in the East, don't underestimate poor youth. The paper hit Director Yan's face, causing him pain. He instinctively looked at the table while sneering, chicken coop, phoenix, 30 years. But his voice became smaller and smaller, his expression changed from anger to shock, and his face turned pale in the end. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Director Yen looked at the data sheet in his hand and suddenly went crazy, shouting and yelling. Director Yen, what's wrong with you? What does it say on there? Speak up. With the surrounding teachers talking all at once, Principal Chen Mingwu also realized that something was wrong. Yan Chengyi and Wang Changji had been competing for 20 years. If the data results handed over by Director Wang were not ideal, he would never miss the opportunity to mock him. Old Yen, bring that report over and let me see. Hearing Chen Mingwu's voice, Yan Chengyi instantly snapped back to reality. He directly tore the report with his hands and excitedly said, Principal, you don't need to look. This report must be fabricated by that old bastard Wang. Chen Mingwu's face immediately darkened, and he reprimanded, "Old Yen, do you know what you're doing? This is the school committee. Whether it's fabricated or not, we will judge together. It's not up to you to make the final decision." At this moment, Yan Xingyi also realized his recklessness and loss of composure. During this crucial period of being promoted to vice principal, he couldn't afford any more mistakes. The report just now must have been intentionally fabricated by Wang Changji to make him lose his temper. He silently reminded himself to be more rational in the future. Thinking of this, he quickly adjusted his state and said, "Principal, it's all my fault for being angered by old Wang just now. I let my anger cloud my judgment, and that's why I made a mistake. I hope you can forgive me." "Humph." Chen Mingwu asked displeasedly, "Now that the report has been torn apart, what do you suggest we do?" Yan Xingyi smiled and said, "Principal Chen, I admit that I was wrong just now, but the data on the report that old Wang gave me was really outrageous. Even Mr. Yuan, who guards the school gate, could tell at a glance that it was fabricated. Whether we look at it or not, what's the point? If this report is not fabricated, I'll twist my head off and use it as a ball for everyone." "Alright, it's a deal." Wang Chengji laughed and took a stack of papers from Teacher He's hand. He proudly said, "I knew this old man couldn't control his temper, so I instructed Teacher He to make 100 copies in advance. Now let everyone take a look." "Old Wang, what if this report is fake?" Yan Xingyi asked in return. "Then I'll twist my head off and give it to you as a ball." Wang Changji replied straightforwardly. Hearing their conversation, everyone became even more curious about the contents of the report, eagerly grabbing it to take a look. "What the hell? How is this possible? Now I also think that this report is fake." Indeed, even the top students from the prestigious high schools in the province would probably not be able to achieve such exaggerated results. Hearing the teachers around him say this, Yan Shengyi looked at Wang Changji with a gloating expression and said, "Old Wang, you see, the eyes of the masses are sharp." Then, he looked at Principal Chen Mingwu and flattered, "Principal, you saw it too, right? I wasn't lying, this is fabricated." Chen Mingwu didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he looked at Wang Changji solemnly and asked, "Director Wang, is there a recorded video?" "Yes." Wang Changji waved to Teacher He, "Give the camera to the principal." The principal took it and checked to confirm that the camera was intact and that no one had tampered with it. Then he wanted to play it on the computer in this meeting room. But Director Wang stopped him, saying, "Principal, I suggest you go to the office to watch." The principal understood what he meant. If this result was real, then undoubtedly, there must be a super genius in this small team, and both the school and the authorities would prioritize protecting such a genius. The fewer people who saw this recording, the safer it would be. Chen Mingwu nodded and agreed with Director Wang's suggestion. Although he now had doubts about this result, he still had to handle it with caution and seriousness, in line with his rigorous and practical work style. Director Yen sneered, "I think old Wang is afraid of embarrassing himself in public, right? Ha, I really want to know what it feels like to kick your head like a ball." "Alright, old Yen, whoever backs out will be the loser." Principal Chen saw that the two of them were about to argue again and quickly said, "You two, come with me, the other teachers can wait here for a while." After speaking, he led the two of them away. The three of them were gone for more than an hour. In the office, everyone was discussing and even crowded around Teacher He, trying to get her to reveal more details. But Teacher He didn't say much, only asking everyone to wait for the results. It wasn't until the corridor echoed with sporadic footsteps that the discussion stopped. The person who came was Principal Chen, along with Director Wang Changji and Yan Chengyi. At this moment, Wang Changji had a flushed face, as if he had won 5 million, and even the usually composed and dignified Principal Chen Mingwu couldn't hide his joy. On the other hand, Yan Xingyi's face was pale, as if he had lost all hope. In comparison, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that report card was actually real? Seeing everyone, Director Wang triumphantly challenged Yan Xingyi, smiling and asking, "Director Yan, did you do it yourself, or did I help you?" What do you mean by did it yourself or helped you? What are you talking about? Director Yan seemed a bit panicked. Director Wang didn't let him off the hook, saying, "You used a trick, right? Just now, all our colleagues present saw it, you can't deny it. If you don't have any dignity, then I'll help you save face." With that, he aggressively pounced towards Director Yen, his large hand in the shape of an eagle's claw, aiming to grab his head. Frightened, Yan Xingyi immediately hid behind the principal and shouted, "Principal, look at him, old Wang wants to kill me." However, Principal Chen stepped aside, smiling and saying, "I won't get involved in your bet." Seeing Director Wang pounce again, his fingers as strong as steel, if caught, it would surely leave a hole in his head. At this critical moment, Yan Shengyi finally crouched down, holding his head and repeatedly shouting, "Grandpa! Grandpa! Grandson was wrong! Grandson was wrong!" On the playground, over 2,000 students anxiously awaited the principal and teachers to come out and post the results. Strange, usually after the assessment is over, the results are posted in about half an hour. What's going on this time? It's been over 2 hours and there's still no movement. Who knows, maybe it's because the team led by Chan Yuyu broke the record and they are reviewing the footage, so it's taking so long. It's very possible. In order to ensure the accuracy of the results, the school will definitely confirm it thoroughly. At this point, everyone's gaze occasionally turned towards Chan Yuyu and Hao Jian, filled with envy and jealousy. Breaking the school record not only brings honor, but also a generous scholarship and even the opportunity to be recommended to a prestigious university. Feeling the envy in everyone's eyes, Chan Yuyu raised her small face, revealing a slender and white neck, exuding an aura of self-importance, completely disregarding the people around her. From now on, she, Chan Yuyu, is no longer in the same class as her classmates. She is destined to be recommended to a prestigious university and become a true warrior. In a few years, she may have achieved great success, holding a high position and becoming a prominent figure in the entire Xia. Meanwhile, her classmates will remain at the bottom, mere commoners. One in the sky, one underground. She even imagined that when she attends a class reunion in a few years, all her classmates would be ecstatic, bowing and flattering her. Some with more courage might even ask for her autograph, which she would casually sign, and her classmates would treasure it like a precious item. Thinking of this, the corners of Chang Yuyu's mouth couldn't help but curl up. At this moment, Principal Chen Mingwu appeared again with a group of teachers, capturing the attention of thousands of students in the audience. Chang Yuyu's spirits were also lifted, and her breathing became rapid. She was going to savor this moment. According to tradition, the team that breaks the school record is invited to the stage as an example by the principal. She had even prepared a draft for her final speech. Beside her, Hao Jian was also excited, waiting for the final announcement of the results. According to their teacher's calculations, they had already broken the school record this time. Such results were enough for him to secure the only spot for admission to the prestigious Wu University. As for himself, he had already reached a verbal agreement with a pharmaceutical company. As long as he could be admitted to the provincial prestigious Wu University, they would hire him as their spokesperson. At that time, he would receive a considerable endorsement fee, allowing him to purchase a large amount of resources to further enhance his foundation. Strengthening the foundation of a potential warrior is crucial. Without a solid foundation, the path of a warrior in the future will not go far. And if you want to build a foundation, it will cost millions of dollars, which is not something an ordinary family can afford. It's like a bottomless pit. Although his family also has millions of assets, they cannot invest all the resources in him alone. Therefore, he urgently needs to prove himself, increase his influence, attract more capital cooperation, constantly strengthen himself, and form a virtuous cycle. Breaking the record in this assessment, gaining attention from Wu University and various sectors of society, is the first step for his strong rise. All the plans are seamless. I, Hao Jian, am destined to be the protagonist of this world. As long as I, Hao Jian, want it, there is nothing I can't get. The blood in his body boiled, and a bright future beckoned to him. He glanced at the Chen sisters not far away, his eyes filled with greed, and in his mind, he even imagined the two sisters tenderly welcoming him. With a sinister smile, Hao Jian finally looked towards the stage, only to find that Director Yen, who was standing next to the principal, looked as lifeless as a frostbitten eggplant, with a disheveled appearance and completely devoid of his usual calm and composed demeanor. Their own team ranked first and broke the school record. Shouldn't their strict supervisor be happy? Why does he have that expression? On the other hand, Director Wang, who is the strict supervisor's rival, is beaming with joy, as if he were the groom tonight. As a proud disciple of the strict supervisor, he naturally knows that the relationship between the two is like fire and water. This strange scene makes him feel a little uneasy. But soon, this uneasiness dissipates. Their performance this time has already broken the school record. What else could go wrong? Just then, Principal Chen on the stage finally spoke. "Students, I have some good news to share with you. In this martial arts competition, a team has finally broken the school record that has been held for 3 years. It's truly a cause for celebration." Upon hearing these words, the students in the audience were in an uproar, all looking towards Chung Yu and Hao Jian, the 5 members of that team. Although they had heard some rumors before, hearing it confirmed by the principal himself felt different. Chung Yu's pointed chin lifted even higher, and Hao Jian couldn't help but smile. Now, let me announce the top 10 teams and their scores. The other teams can check for themselves after the official rankings are released. 10th place, Team 054, total score of 927 points. 9th place, Team 138, total score of 951 points. 8th place, Team 260, total score of 996 points. As each team's number was announced, there was a burst of excited cheers. Although they didn't have a chance to secure a spot for direct admission, they would still receive rewards from the school, and this honor would be recorded in their files, providing assistance in both academic and martial pursuits in the future. However, most people naturally anticipated the announcement of the top 3, as only those teams had a chance to receive direct admission to the prestigious Wu University. The first place team would even have the opportunity for direct admission to the province's key Wu University. 3rd place, Team 007, total score of 1,557 points. Upon hearing this result, the members of Team 007 seemed not to be happy, but rather disappointed and disheartened. It was understandable, considering they had previously ranked in the top 2 in the previous assessments, but this time, in the most crucial exam of the martial arts competition, they dropped to 3rd place. It was undoubtedly a heavy blow for them. 2nd place, Team 012, total score of 1,857 points. Let's congratulate them with warm applause for breaking the school record. Although the principal led the applause on stage, the applause from the audience was sparse. Almost everyone was shocked by this result. Breaking the school record? 2nd place? Then who is in 1st place? Principal, are you mistaken? Hao Jian couldn't help but ask loudly. Chen Mingwu wasn't annoyed either and smiled, saying, "Hao Jian, please be patient. You can ask after I announce all the scores." He didn't pause and continued reading the last score from the scoresheet with full confidence. 1st place. Team 326. Total score of 3,636 points. When the score of Team 326 was announced, the people in the audience immediately started whispering to each other. Which team is Team 326? I don't know, I've never heard of them. I know. It's the team where Hao Jian was before. He switched positions with Yi Chen right before the exam. What? It's them? They're in 1st place? Can't believe it. Lost a top shooter, replaced with a weak link, and their performance not only didn't decline but actually, they got 1st place? Almost everyone's eyes turned towards Team 326 at the same time. Those eyes carried various complex meanings of confusion, disbelief, shock, and incomprehension. Hao Jian tilted his head, with a bewildered expression on his face. His brain continued to crash, unable to comprehend what was happening. It wasn't until the deafening discussions around him started that he was completely awakened. This is impossible! Hao Jian exclaimed decisively. Although he couldn't provide any evidence, he simply didn't believe that Squad 326 could achieve such an incredible score. He had previously been in Squad 326 and had been teammates with the 4 members for several months. They knew each other inside out. Did he not know their abilities? How could those four losers possibly score over 3,000 points? If it weren't for him, the gold medal shooter, leading them, they would probably have been advised to drop out and return to the liberal arts class by the school. As for Yi Chen, who switched teams with him, he had never even considered him. A backline output who couldn't even break the defense of a demonized pincer bug, what else could he be but a loser? However, now the principal was telling him that these five losers, when combined, had actually scored over 3,000 points, nearly double their team's score? This made no sense. He wasn't the only one resisting this result. Chan Yuyu also strongly opposed it. She shouted sharply towards the stage, "Principal, you must be mistaken. This score is fake, and I protest." As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy discussions around them abruptly stopped, and everyone turned their attention here, wanting to know what was going on. Principal Chen Mingwu seemed to have anticipated such a big reaction and immediately smiled and said, "Chan Yuyu, I know you're anxious, but don't be in a hurry. Take your time to speak. What are you protesting?" Chan Yuyu had a relatively strong mental resilience. Even in this situation where thousands of people were watching her, she didn't panic too much. Instead, she took a deep breath, quickly calming herself down, and then spoke, "Principal, our teammate Hao Jian used to be teammates with Chao Zhuang, Yao Wen, Xin Shui, and Chen Bing from Squad 326, and Yi Chen was also my teammate before this exam. So I know their abilities very well. Based on their past performances, I absolutely believe that it is impossible for them to achieve such a score. I request the principal and the teachers to carefully recheck the exam results. After all, these scores will be recorded in our personal files and also involve the allocation of recommended spots. I hope you handle this matter with caution." After saying this in one breath, Chan Yuyu appeared confident and composed. Most of the surrounding students also agreed with Chan Yuyu's demands. After all, they were somewhat familiar with Yi Chen, the school's celebrity, and of course, Chan Yuyu's continuous promotion played a role in it. I think Chan Yuyu is right. Principal, you should re-audit the exam results of Squad 326. Yes, who would believe such an outrageous score? Did they accidentally add an extra digit? The school's audit is too irresponsible. There must be some hidden agenda behind this. Some students who were familiar with Yi Chen and had previously asked him about their grades were the first to respond to Chan Yuyu, leading many students to join in the condemnation. When the students had vented enough, Chen Mingwu on the stage pressed his hand, signaling everyone to stop talking. Then he continued, "I understand everyone's current mood very well. The 5 students in Squad 326 have indeed not performed well in previous exams, but we can't always judge people based on their past. In the path of martial arts, there are countless stories of soaring to the sky and changing one's destiny." After a pause, Chen Mingwu continued, "Let's take our Minister Tan, the number 1 in our Daxia martial department, for example. Before the age of 35, he was only a peak 3rd grade warrior, and he hadn't even reached the middle grade. But everyone has heard of what happened afterwards. Minister Tan advanced 1 grade per year and entered the high grade category before the age of 40. In the next 3 years, he reached the 8th grade, and in another 5 years, he reached the 9th grade, becoming a guardian deity of our Daxia." He smiled and said, "Since Minister Tan had such an experience, why don't you believe that your classmates around you can also rise up? What is Yi Chen? How can he be compared to Minister Tan?" Chan Yuyu sneered, "Even if everyone can rise up, I don't believe that this waste Yi Chen can do it. She had just kicked Yi Chen out of the team, and if he really rose up now, wouldn't it make her look stupid? I don't believe it either." Hao Jian also spoke up, "I hope the school can provide solid evidence, otherwise it will be hard to convince everyone." "What evidence do you want?" Chen Mingwu frowned, "The words of our principal are the best evidence." A stern shout silenced the audience. They had even forgotten that standing in front of them was not only a principal, but also a powerful 6th grade warrior. In the world of warriors, strength speaks for itself, and they dared to question him just now, which was simply foolish. Seeing that he had suppressed the restlessness of the students, Chen Mingwu's attitude changed again, and he calmly said, "I understand everyone's feelings at this moment, but the assessment video of this team has been personally verified by me and the 2 head teachers. Isn't that right, Director Yen?" Seeing the principal looking at him, Yan Xingyi quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes." Immediately, his expression became even more unpleasant. This time, Hao Jian finally understood why Director Yan had that expression. It meant that even Director Yan recognized the achievements of Team 326. Then Chen Mingwu pointed to Teacher He and said to everyone, "This is Teacher He, the record teacher of Team 326. She can also testify." Teacher He nodded and stepped forward, saying to the thousands of students below, "My name is He Miao, and I am the record teacher of Team 326. I guarantee that the results of Team 326 are true and valid, and I vouch for it with my professional ethics and teaching qualifications." Hearing this, the crowd gradually calmed down, but they still found it hard to accept. Next, please welcome the first place in this small competition, the legendary team that broke the school record with over 1,000 points, to come on stage and receive their award. Chen Mingwu led the applause, and everyone began to applaud enthusiastically. However, amidst such enthusiastic applause, Hao Jian felt as if he was in a different world. This applause should have belonged to him. Just then, behind him, a familiar voice sounded, "Excuse me." Hao Jian turned his head in confusion and realized that Yi Chen and the rest of Team 326 were all standing behind him. Yi Chen said in a deep voice, "You're blocking the way." Upon hearing this, Hao Jian's anger surged. He wished he could punch Yi Chen. When did he, the prestigious gold medal shooter, ever allow someone to speak to him like this? His face turned pale, and Hao Jian finally nodded slightly, looking at Yi Chen with a fierce gaze, and said in a low voice, "All right, let's wait and see." After speaking, he stepped aside and let Yi Chen and the others pass. Yi Chen did this naturally to help Chen Shui and Chen Bing relieve some pressure, but this was just the beginning. Wherever Yi Chen was present, Hao Jian would never have an easy time. As for Chang Yuyu, he didn't even spare her a glance and walked past her without hesitation. On the other hand, Chen Bing, even though she had already walked past, turned around and stood in front of Chang Yuyu, looking directly at her. Suddenly, a sweet smile appeared, and she said gently, "Yoyo, your ace shooter is really good, but now it's ours. Thank you for giving it up, sis." Chang Yoyo was about to explode with anger upon hearing this, but Chen Bing didn't give her a chance to react. After speaking, they turned around and climbed onto the stage together. "You little bitch." Chang Yoyo gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite Chen Bing into pieces. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would definitely get revenge for the humiliation she suffered today. On the stage, Chao Zhuang and the others lined up in a row, and although he was the captain, he let Yi Chen stand in the middle. He and Yaowen stood on the outside, while Chen Shui and Chen Bing stood on either side of Yi Chen. Down below, the photography teacher had already picked up the camera and quickly took several photos of the 5 students. After all, this dark horse was so dark that no one paid attention to them before this exam, not even taking a single photo. But now, the school urgently needed to fill this gap because their images would be on the school's honor roll. Many students below had envy written all over their faces, hoping that one day they could also make a name for themselves. Then, under everyone's gaze, the principal handed out the pre-prepared 1 million scholarship certificates to the students, asking them to hold them up in front of them. This 1 million scholarship could be divided equally among the 5 of them, or they could discuss it within the team, and the school would not interfere too much. Alright, I believe everyone must be very curious right now about how you achieved such outstanding results. The principal clapped his hands and smiled, saying, "Next, I invite the members of Team 326 to each say a few words, talk about their path of counterattack, so that we can all learn from them or draw inspiration from their methods." The first to speak was Captain Chao Zhuang. He scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled honestly, saying, "Actually, I don't have much to say. I can only say that our dust brother is really amazing, and we are lucky to be his teammates." Upon hearing this, the principal immediately interrupted, saying, "Oh, so you mean your team's achievements are mostly thanks to Yi Chen?" This question once again made everyone nervous. Yi Chen was so strong, wasn't he just a weak link? Yaowen timely spoke up, saying, "No, it's not just mostly, it's entirely." Chen Bing also nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, we can say that our team's achievements today are all thanks to brother Yi Chen. We only played a negligible supporting role." Chen Shui also gathered her courage and said in a small but firm voice, "I think so too." After the 4 members of the team finished speaking, the whole audience erupted in an uproar. The scene became even more chaotic. Everyone found it hard to believe this result and had to re-evaluate Yi Chen, reacquainting themselves with the former weak link. The one who couldn't believe it the most was naturally Chang Yo-Yo. She simply couldn't believe that Yi Chen had such strength. When he was in her team just a day ago, their team had struggled for a long time against a demonized pincer bug because Yi Chen's backline output was weak and couldn't break through the bug's defense. It had only been a day, and Yi Chen seemed like a completely different person. How could she believe it? Thinking of this, Chang Yo-Yo still couldn't let it go and suddenly spoke up loudly, "Principal, I have something to say." Principal Chen looked at the girl with a face full of defiance and asked again, "Chang Yo-Yo, what else do you want to say?" Chang Yo-Yo said, "I want to request that the principal release the specific datasheet of Team 326. I know that the assessment video is confidential and cannot be made public, but at least the datasheet can tell us, otherwise it's really hard to convince everyone." Principal Chen smiled slightly and looked at the students below, asking, "Do all of you feel the same way?" "Yes, Principal, we also want to know the specific data." Li Nan, Zhao Gang, Lu Che, and others behind Cheng Yuyu started making noise. "Alright, I'll read it to you." Principal Chen spread out the datasheet and said, "Let's start with the data for your 012 squad, 76 kills of 1-point monsters, 424 kills of 2-point monsters, 211 kills of 3-point monsters, 1 kill of a second-grade monster, the Steel-Ant Queen, worth 300 points, for a total of 1,857 points." Chang Yuyu and her teammates exchanged glances, without any objections. They had already calculated their scores in detail while in the magic cave. Then, they heard the principal continue, "Next is the score for the 326 squad, 49 kills of 1-point monsters, 413 kills of 2-point monsters, 587 kills of 3-point monsters, 1 kill of a second-grade monster, the mutated pincer Worm King, worth 1,000 points, for a total of 3,636 points." When Shen Mingwu finally announced the scores, there was an explosion of discussion. "Wow, this is too amazing. So they also killed a second-grade monster, and it's the strongest one, the mutated pincer Worm King. Does that explain the high score?" In comparison, Chang Yuyu's team didn't lose unfairly. They just killed more small Karamis than Yi Chen's team. Yi Chen's team completely defeated the elite-level monsters. What does this data show? It shows that what Chao Zhuang said is true. Yi Chen's output ability is indeed off the charts. He doesn't bother killing small monsters, but specifically targets elite monsters. However, even at this moment, Chang Yuyu still refused to believe it. Beside her, Hao Jian also shook his head crazily and shouted with bloodshot eyes, "This is impossible. Even I, a gold medal archer, only killed a little over 200 3-point monsters. How can this guy Yi Chen, who can't even break the defense of the mutated pincer worm, kill nearly 600 of them?" Chen Mingwu calmly said, "Hao Jian, you don't know. Those nearly 600 3-point monsters were all mutated pincer worms." He wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Yi Chen beside him, who directly said, "I'm not good at talking, so let me demonstrate a 100-step shot for everyone here." After speaking, he drew his bow and aimed at a bronze dummy on the far practice field. It was a distance of 150 steps. He breathed steadily, focusing all his strength in that moment. Then, he released the bowstring forcefully. This arrow was as fast as lightning, as swift as a shooting star, and instantly hit the dummy, producing a crisp clang sound. The sound waves echoed on the field, not only leaving everyone speechless but also shattering the fragile hearts of some people. Hitting a bronze dummy from 150 steps away with one arrow, and the arrow directly penetrated the dummy's interior. This power is too terrifying. Is this the former loser who was kicked out of the squad? Some people said he was useless before, but his output was too low. Now it seems like those people must be blind, right? The power of this arrow is comparable to that of a second-grade warrior. No wonder he was able to kill the mutated pincer Worm King. Now I completely believe in his abilities. I wonder what Chun Yuyu is feeling right now. If I were her, I would probably regret it. After shooting this arrow, Yi Chen led his teammates off the stage. This time, everyone in front of them voluntarily made way, their faces filled with admiration and awe. When Yichen passed by Hao Jian again, he just glanced at him indifferently, causing the latter to awkwardly look away, as if afraid to meet his gaze. This made Yi Chen smirk in disdain. When Hao Jian realized his own weakness and wanted to meet his gaze again, he found that Yi Chen had already walked far away. "You bastard, I'll destroy you." Hao Jian clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over. Yi Chen not only snatched away the honor that should have belonged to him, but also made him suffer great humiliation. He must seek revenge for this. At this moment, Chang Yuyu's mood was not much better than his. She found that the bootlicker who used to always fawn over her didn't even spare her a glance now. He completely ignored her, and her pride and self-esteem suffered an unprecedented blow. Just as she was getting angry, she suddenly saw Chen Bing standing in front of her again. With an innocent and sweet smile on her face, she said, "Sister Yuyu, thank you for sacrificing your love for Yi Chen for us. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have been able to get first place." "You!" Shang Yuyu was about to explode, but she heard Yi Chen's voice coming from not far away, saying calmly, "Let's go, Bing Bing." No need for unnecessary words. Chen Bing quickly followed Yi Chen, whispering, she was the one who mocked brother Yi Chen before. Yi Chen nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for standing up for me just now." Chen Bing proudly straightened her chest and said, "Hee, it's what I should do." Chen Shui followed behind, covering her mouth and giggling. Xiao Zhuang and Yao Wen exchanged glances and saw the undisguised amusement in each other's eyes. They patted each other's chests. Today could be said to be the most glorious day of their lives. Watching the backs of the few people leaving with laughter, Chang Yuyu's face turned purple with anger. Without even saying goodbye to her teammates, she turned around and ran towards the dormitory. "I'm so angry! I'm so angry! I'm so angry!" After returning to the dormitory, Chang Yuyu went crazy and tore apart the cloth doll on the bed. Her sharp nails deeply embedded into the fabric as she forcefully pulled, revealing the white cotton inside. It wasn't until the nearly human-sized cloth doll was torn to pieces, with fabric and cotton scattered all over the floor, that Chang Yuyu finally stopped with a rough breath. She had imagined the cloth doll as Yi Chen just now, wishing she could completely tear him apart. At this moment, a female classmate walked in from outside. She wasn't wearing a school uniform and was covered in branded clothes and bags. She seemed to have expected it and wasn't surprised to see the messy scene in front of her. She just smiled and said, "Sister, why are you so angry again?" Chang Yuyu, upon seeing that it was her best friend Yu Qing, eased her anger slightly and said, "Why aren't you with your rich boyfriend? How do you have time to come to me?" Yu Qing didn't hold back either and directly sat on her bed, saying with a smile, "I heard that our Miss Chang got angry again, so I came here specially to comfort you. I really want to see who dares to provoke my sister." "It's that Yi Chen again." "Yi Chen? The bootlicker you told me about before?" "Yes, it's him." Hearing this, Yu Qing was puzzled and asked, "Didn't you tell me earlier that you kicked him out of the team and happily said on the phone that you finally got rid of that trash? Why are you angry at him again?" Chang Yuyu's expression fell, complaining, "It's because that damn man suddenly became stronger somehow, his combat power jumped several levels, and he snatched first place from our team." "What? Something like this actually happened? Didn't you tell me before that he was weak and not even worthy of being called a man?" After Yu Qing finished speaking, seeing Chang Yuyu's unpleasant expression, she quickly coaxed, "Sister, don't be angry. It's all that damn man's fault. If he had become stronger earlier, this wouldn't have happened." Chang Yuyu rolled her eyes and said fiercely, "I will definitely make that damn man pay, as well as that stinky bitch Chen Bing. How dare they humiliate me? I'll skin her alive. That's right, anyone who offends Miss Chang will not have a good ending." After speaking, Yu Qing's eyes flickered, and she said, "You know what, Yuyu? Why don't you call that lapdog back to your side? With the conditions of our beautiful Chang, as long as she makes a move, that lapdog Yi Chen will obediently return to your side. Then you will still be the strongest team, and you will still be the queen." Chang Yuyu's eyes lit up, she grabbed Yu Qing's arm and excitedly said, "Yes. I'm so annoyed by this guy. Why didn't I think of this? As long as I give him a little bit of sweetness, that lapdog will come back to me. That's right. Yu Qing also smiled with joy. That's my good sister, Queen Cheng Yu. After hearing this, Chang Yuyu's confidence reappeared on her pretty face. She said, "Good, let's find a suitable opportunity in a few days. He won't be able to escape from the palm of this queen's hand." "Oomph, he's dreaming. Yu, I came all the way to see you and give you advice. You better treat me to a big meal later." "No problem, this queen is in a good mood today. I'll take you to a Michelin-starred restaurant." Meanwhile, in Director Yan's office, Hao Jian sat across from Director Yan with a dejected face. After the results were announced, all his pride was shattered. Director Yan Xingyi leisurely took a sip of tea and said, "Hao Jian, why aren't you saying anything? It was just a regular exam, not the entrance exam for the martial arts university. Why are you so upset?" "Director Yan, it's all because of that Yi Chen. He took everything away from me. I want to kill him." Director Yan Xingyi was stunned after hearing this. He even put down his teacup and said in a deep voice, "What did you say?" "I said I want to kill that bastard Yi Chen." Hao Jian said fiercely, "I've arranged for a wandering martial artist to deal with Yi Chen. I don't want his life, but I want him to be crippled." "Have you gone mad?" Director Yan Xingyi slammed the table and angrily said, "Is this how I taught you to handle things?" "But, uncle." Hao Jian was about to speak, but was interrupted by Director Yan Xingyi. "Don't call me uncle. I've told you so many times, you should address me by my position at school." "I'm sorry, Director Yan. I was confused for a moment." Seeing the other person getting angry, Hao Jian deflated like a punctured balloon. "I just really wanted to be first, I really wanted that guaranteed spot. Even if you didn't get first place this time, what difference does it make if you didn't get the guaranteed spot?" Director Yan Xingyi coldly snorted, "Wouldn't it be better if you could become the top scorer in the province?" "Ha?" Hao Jian's eyes lit up. "Uncle. I mean, Director Yan, do you have a way?" Director Yan Xingyi took another sip of tea, smiled, and said, "Kid, learn something. This time, I'll teach you what it means to win without fighting. Please tell me, what can I do to become the top scorer in the province?" As soon as Hao Jian heard that Director Yan Xingyi had a way for him to become the top scorer in the province, he immediately became spirited. The value of being the top scorer in the province was much higher than a guaranteed spot. As long as he could become the top scorer in the province, he would receive a scholarship at the martial arts university, have access to higher-level martial arts manuals, gain more cultivation resources, and even receive one-on-one guidance from high-level experts. "See, you're eager again?" Director Yan Xingyi looked frustrated, snorted, and then slowly said, "You always think about how to get rid of your opponents, but have you ever thought about turning your opponents into your allies?" "Turn them into allies?" Hao Jian frowned and thought for a moment. Director Yan means to bring Yi Chen into our team. But I can't swallow this anger. "What can't you swallow? Don't you want to be the top scorer in the province?" "But Yi Chen left our team. According to the rules, he can't come back." "Stubborn." Director Yan Xingyi shook his head slightly. "Rules are dead, people are alive. The allocation of team members is under my jurisdiction. If I say it's within the rules, then it's within the rules. Director Yan is wise." Hao Jian gave a thumbs up, then frowned and said, "If I really join Yi Chen's team, I might have a chance to compete for the top spot in the province. But when it comes to ranking individual contributions, how can I ensure that I get the highest contribution value? It's simple, use both soft and hard tactics." Director Yan smiled slightly. "He comes from an ordinary family, just give him some money and send him away. If he doesn't agree, then we can use the power of our Yin family and your Hao family to pressure him. He should consider not only himself but also his parents. He won't hesitate to give up the first place to you." He took a sip of tea and continued, "As long as he joins your team, you can manipulate him. If you still can't swallow your pride after everything is done, you can trouble him then. That's called making the most of resources." "Brilliant." Hao Jian slapped his thigh, but then thought again, "But this kid has animosity towards me now, I'm worried he won't join our team. He's just a rotten piece of wood." Director Yen looked disgusted, then said, I just told you to make the most of resources. Do you have to be the one to approach Yi Chen? Can't you let someone else do it? Are you suggesting Chang Yuyu? Hao Jian nodded with satisfaction. You finally understand. Yi Chen likes Chang Yuyu, right? So let's use a beauty trap. He won't refuse, right? Give Chang Yuyu a call and tell her I want to see her. In the principal's office. Yi Chen, have a seat. Principal Chen Mingwu smiled and pointed to the sofa opposite, inviting him. Thank you, Principal. Yi Chen nodded slightly and sat down on the chair. After the end of the event just now, he was called to the principal's office by Chen Mingwu. Although he didn't quite understand the other party's intentions, it shouldn't be anything bad. Although he had only met the principal a few times in the past 3 years, he had heard a little about his style of doing things. It was said that the principal was a tough person who had been in the demon cave and on the battlefield. The number of demon warriors and monsters he had killed was at least 70 to 80,000, if not 100,000. 5 years ago, when the Neon Ninja led an attack on the border, he also rushed to the front line and fought fiercely with a 7th grade elite ninja for more than 10 rounds. If it weren't for the reinforcements from Disya that arrived later, he would have wanted to die together with the enemy. These experiences had shaped his decisive and resolute style of doing things. After retiring from the anti-demon army and transitioning to civilian life, he became the principal of Songjian High School based on his military achievements and personal strength. Under his leadership, the martial arts exam scores of Songjian High School had been improving every year, and it was about to be upgraded to a key martial arts high school in the city this year. No need to be so formal. Chen Mingwu waved his hand, indicating for Yi Chen to relax, and then continued, I have watched your exam video, and your performance was excellent. Although I won't ask how you went from being unknown to becoming the strongest shooter in the whole school. After all, everyone has their own martial arts path, and there have been many remarkable individuals in the past and there will be more in the future. However, through my analysis, I believe that you have buried your greatest talent in the position of a backline shooter. I still suggest that you transition to a frontline tank role, which suits your development better. At this point, Chen Mingwu raised his head and looked at Yi Chen through his reading glasses. What do you think? Consider it. Yi Chen quickly shook his head. Principal, thank you for your kind offer, but I still want to be a backline shooter because my childhood dream is to become the world's strongest shooter. Chen Mingwu smiled helplessly. Since Yi Chen didn't want to change his profession, he couldn't force him. He had said what he needed to say, and as for how far Yi Chen could go in the future, it would depend on his own destiny. At this time, the news on the TV reported, recently, Neon Country has once again discharged nuclear wastewater. This is the 297th time they have polluted, bringing immeasurable disastrous consequences to neighboring countries and the world's ecology. We strongly protest against this. After the news report, Chen Mingwu said grimly, Neon Country is up to their dirty tricks again. They have even used nuclear wastewater to cultivate a group of biochemical ninjas. They plan to send these biochemical ninjas to infiltrate our Great Xia, waiting for the opportunity to assassinate our young elites and spread the bacteria and nuclear contamination to us. They deserve to be condemned. If Great Xia and Neon go to war again in the future, I will go to the battlefield, even if it costs me my life. I will take a few Neon ninjas down with me. These bastards, I will kill one when I see one, and kill two when I see two. Yi Chen clenched his fist. Regardless of past or present, he hated these despicable animals the most. If he encounters them on the battlefield in the future, he will definitely not show mercy. Chen Mingwu asked, in the future, there may be spies from Neon Country trying to recruit you, offering you abundant resources and helping you achieve high status. Aren't you tempted? Yi Chen calmly said, I have only heard of dogs serving humans, never humans serving dogs. Indeed, you are the descendant of Great Xia. Chen Mingwu laughed heartily. I hope you can help eradicate this tumor for Great Xia in the future. With that, he took out a wooden box from behind and handed it to Yi Chen, saying, This is for you, consider it a gift. This is? Yi Chen opened the wooden box and found a black metal longbow inside. It was about 5 feet long, with a heavy bow body. Under the sunlight, it emitted a faint brilliance. At first glance, this bow was extraordinary. Yi Chen immediately said, "Principal, this gift is too valuable, I can't accept it." He and the principal had no blood relation, how could he take someone else's things for free? If it was an ordinary item, it would be fine, but this bow was obviously very valuable. Even those bows on the market that cost over 100,000 may not be as good as this one. Chen Mingwu did not answer, but took the longbow himself and looked at it as if he was looking at his loved one. He murmured, "This bow is called Black Iron Bow. It was specially made for me by my teacher back then. It has accompanied me through battles in the north and south. It is my favorite old companion." He chuckled and said, "Take it, anyway, this old man doesn't need it anymore. It's better for you to use it on the battlefield than for it to gather dust in the box. After years of nurturing, this bow is resilient. You won't have any problems using it as a medium-grade bow." "But principal, I really can't accept this bow." Seeing Yi Chen repeatedly declining, Chen Mingwu frowned and said sternly, "If I tell you to take it, then take it. Why so much nonsense? Aren't you a man? Your bow is broken, how can you be the world's #1 archer without a suitable longbow?" "Then thank you, principal." Yi Chen reluctantly accepted the bow, feeling its weight in his hands. The bow was cold, truly a good bow. It was like night and day compared to the compound bow he had used before. "That's more like it." Chen Mingwu smiled again. "No one dares to refuse what I, Chen Mingwu, want to give, and no one can take away what I don't want to give." Yi Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect the principal to be so stubborn, which was probably closely related to his military career. "Alright, I won't keep you any longer. In a couple of days, I will contact the principal of Chun City Martial University to come to our school and assess your situation. You must perform well. If he takes a liking to you, you will be able to be recommended to Chun City Martial University, which is the best martial university in our province." Yi Chen nodded, "I will definitely perform well." Chen Mingwu patted Yi Chen's shoulder in satisfaction and personally escorted him to the door of the office. Before leaving, he said to Yi Chen again, "Yi Chen, although you have a sincere heart towards Xia and treat people sincerely, sometimes you have to consider yourself. After all, if a person doesn't think for themselves, they will be condemned by heaven and earth." Yi Chen frowned, not knowing what the principal meant by these words. At first, he asked Yi Chen to change his job, then suddenly talked to him about the Neon Country, and then gave him his bow. This series of actions made Yi Chen think that the principal was giving him patriotic education. But what did his final words mean? With doubts in his mind, Yi Chen subconsciously walked out of the principal's office. He bumped into Wang Changji head-on. He was the head teacher in charge of their regular class and, in a sense, also Yi Chen's homeroom teacher. "Hello, teacher." "Wang." Yi Chen greeted him and wanted to walk past directly. After all, Teacher Wang had never given him a good face in the past 3 years, and before the assessment, he got angry at Yi Chen for shooting arrows randomly and wanted to deduct his points. He thought that Teacher Wang would ignore him as usual, but unexpectedly, this time Teacher Wang directly stopped Yi Chen and said with a smile on his face, "Yi Chen, you did well in this exam. You are indeed a student I have brought up. It's all thanks to Teacher Wang's guidance." Yi Chen flattered him a little, as if suddenly thinking of something. He said again, "I have a request that I hope you can approve. Previously, I violated the discipline, and Teacher Wang said he would deduct points from our team, but this matter has nothing to do with my teammates. I hope you can spare them and only deduct points from me." "Hey!" Teacher Wang waved his hand and generously said, "What's the big deal? I've already forgotten about it." Teacher Wang doesn't hold grudges. After speaking, the two looked at each other and burst into awkward laughter. After parting ways with Yi Chen, Wang Changji went to the principal's office. "Is he gone?" Chen Mingwu looked out the window and absent-mindedly asked. "He's gone. Did you do what I asked you to do?" "Principal, I've taken care of everything, you can rest assured." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Changji said, "But is what we're doing a bit too much?" "No, it's not." Chen Mingwu said lightly, "From the assessment video, he is indeed a good seedling. What's even more commendable is that he can evenly distribute the points to his teammates. However, strict selection procedures are necessary. This is the consistent rule of the organization. Yi-Chen has not experienced the baptism of the battlefield and the harsh tests, so we can only create some troubles for him artificially. We can also let him grow freely and intervene when the time is right. Wang Changji interrupted directly, that would take too long, and the risks are too great. I believe Yi-Chen is a piece of jade, I trust my own judgment, and such a genius is worth my attention and cultivation. The current environment is too harsh, with internal and external troubles. Xia needs such talented individuals. He turned and looked at Wang Changji, so we must take precautions in advance to ensure that he can grow up safely. It's not about forcing growth or pampering, but necessary intervention. How many talented individuals in Xia have not had the chance to grow up before they were infiltrated and assassinated by external forces with premeditation? This is a lesson from the past, and we have to be on guard. Wang Changji nodded solemnly and said seriously, I understand, but if I may speak bluntly, this is just an ordinary exam. Are you so sure that Yi-Chen can reach the level of a top-grade student? Chen Mingwu turned around and paced, if we only consider attack power, there may be room for discussion, but when combined with his unparalleled defensive ability, he is undoubtedly top-grade. For so many years, our Jiangqing finally has a top-grade student, and he even came from our school. Aren't you happy? If it's really the top grade, then of course I'll be happy. But what if there's a mistake in the end? You'll rush to report to the organization, but aren't you afraid of being punished for recommending someone without proper judgment? Chen Mingwu glanced at Wang Changji and said seriously, don't forget, what does the organization value the most? It's a person's values and character. Even if Yi-Chen's final evaluation result is not the top grade, I believe his character still meets the organization's requirements. How bad can he be if he's willing to share the fruits of victory with his teammates? And I'm still testing Yi-Chen, but remember to be cautious and not really hurt him. Wang Changji remained silent for a while, then said, I understand, Principal. You can trust that I will be cautious. You will be personally responsible for this matter, and it's best not to let anyone else know. Chen Mingwu's tone changed, and he smiled, of course, you can also choose to sell this information to the neon spies. Maybe you'll get a handsome reward. Principal, you're at it again. Wang Changji helplessly said, I'm at least your disciple, and you still want to test me? Ah, you're a funny kid, just joking. After parting ways with Wang Changji, Yi-Chen was contemplating the meaning behind the principal's words when he heard someone calling his name. Brother Yi-Chen, we're here. He looked up and saw Chen Bing waving her hand not far away, looking at him with joy on her face. Beside her were Chen Shui, Xiao Zhuang, and Yao Wen. He thought they had already gone back, but he didn't expect them to be waiting for him here. Yi-Chen smiled and walked towards them. Approaching them, Yi-Chen asked with a smile, didn't I tell you to go ahead? Why are you still here? Yao Wen helplessly shrugged and said, we were planning to go back and take a shower first, but Chen Bing insisted on waiting for you. She said she wanted to go back together with you. She's been talking about you non-stop. Chen Bing's face turned red, and she scolded, Mosquito, you're dead. It was clearly me who didn't want to leave, but you insisted on dragging me along. She was interrupted by Chen Shui, who covered her mouth with her hand and pinched her lightly. All right, everyone, stop messing around. After laughing and joking for a while, Xiao Zhuang clapped his hands and looked at Yi-Chen, saying, Brother Chen, we actually waited for you because we have something important to tell you. Hearing this, Chen Bing and the others quieted down and listened attentively. Oh? What is it? Yi-Chen was also curious about what could be so serious. The few of us discussed it just now, and we decided to give you the entire first-place scholarship that the school awarded. We don't want a single cent of it. Seeing that Yi-Chen was about to speak, Xiao Zhuang immediately continued, Brother Chen, you don't need to say anything. This matter is settled. Without you, we wouldn't have achieved what we did today. Director Wang told us that based on our exam results, we might also be able to get into Wuhan University through recommendation. Although it's not a top-tier university, it's already a great opportunity for us. So we can't accept this scholarship anymore, no matter what. Yao Wen added, brother, just accept it. If you really consider us as friends and teammates, then don't refuse anymore. We've already gained a lot today, and being greedy will only bring disaster upon us. After they finished speaking, Chen Bing spoke up, Brother Yi Chen, if you go to a top-tier university in the future, whether it's for studying or cultivating, it will definitely require a huge investment. If you have a bright future, we can also benefit from it. Chen Shui nodded in agreement, although she didn't say anything, her expression was very serious. Feeling their determination, Yi Chen stopped refusing and nodded immediately, alright, then I'll accept it. Consider it a favor I owe you all. He does need money now. After all, without a large amount of resources to invest, he cannot quickly improve his cultivation. Although he has a system by his side, martial arts still need to be cultivated. Cultivation is the foundation and the threshold. To obtain opportunities for promotion, cultivation is needed. To enter certain high-risk dungeons, cultivation is still needed. To obtain or borrow advanced techniques, cultivation is also required. It can be said that cultivation is a martial artist's facade. If one wants to succeed, this cannot be avoided. Additionally, improving cultivation can greatly enhance physical abilities. The five senses become more sensitive, the body becomes more agile, and the internal organs are strengthened. Even awakening spiritual power is possible at a high level, something that low-level martial artists find difficult to achieve. The abilities given by the system are calculated based on one's own strength, and even multiplied on this basis. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger their power. Combined with the power accumulated by the Qiankuan strike, the technique can naturally unleash a more terrifying killing power. Similarly, the higher the cultivation, the faster and more agile the body becomes. Only with the support of Shadow Sprint can one achieve a more terrifying explosive power. Most importantly, as cultivation grows, lifespan also increases. A medium-level martial artist can live to at least 100 years old, while a 7th-level martial artist can reach over 120 years old. As for higher levels, Yi Chen doesn't know. In any case, the higher the cultivation, the more lifespan is extended. Not only can it prolong life, but it can also slow down aging. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Bing and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chao Zhuang chuckled and said, Yi Chen, what are you talking about? As long as you remember us, we will be satisfied. What are you saying, old Chao? Yao Wen exaggeratedly said, is my boss the kind of person who forgets favors? If it doesn't work, then let Chen Bing and Chen Shui use their charm to sell themselves. Chen Bing smiled and said, I don't mind, as long as brother Yi Chen is willing. Hearing her shameless words, Chen Shui, who is usually lively, surprisingly remained quiet this time. Stop teasing me, what do you take me for? Yi Chen laughed and scolded, but he was met with Yao Wen's serious retort, Boss, it's already this era. Are you still holding on to outdated ideas from decades ago? Nowadays, strong individuals have more than one partner. It is rumored that Minister Lu Chuanxue from the Ministry of Industry has 8 male partners. Who dares to say anything about her? For a genius like my boss, his future achievements will definitely be even higher. What's wrong with having a few confidants? I'd rather not. It's already troublesome enough to marry one wife. Having a few more would be even more troublesome, wouldn't it? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Bing's face drooped, seemingly disheartened. While the group was chatting, 2 people approached them. Yi Chen and the others looked up and saw that it was Chun Yuyu and Yu Qing. Seeing 2 beautiful women should have been a happy occasion, but the members of the team felt uncomfortable for some reason. Yi Chen, now that you see us, you don't even greet us. Has your relationship with Yuyu become so distant? Yi Chen had no intention of acknowledging them, but Yu Qing was the first to speak, forcing Yi Chen to respond. As a classmate and Chun Yuyu's best friend, Yi Chen naturally knew her. He had even tried to please her before, giving her small gifts and asking her to help him speak well of him in front of Chun Yuyu. Yu Qing agreed on the surface, but the news was completely ignored, and instead, Chun Yuyu seemed to dislike him even more. Do you have something to say to me? Yi Chen stopped and looked at Yu Qing with confusion. Hee hee, now that the great genius Yi Chen has changed so much, your attitude towards me, your old classmate, has become so cold. I helped you pursue Yu back then. Yu Qing pretended to be aggrieved and said, so, now you can't even talk to me alone? Yi Chen frowned slightly and said, if you have something to say, say it. Now. I have things to do. How can we talk in front of outsiders? Yu Qing glanced at Chao Zhuang and the others behind Yi Chen with her long false eyelashes. This time it's not me who wants to talk to you, it's you. Don't you want to hear what she has to say? She's your goddess, after all. Yi Chen, we'll leave first. Seeing the situation, Chao Zhuang forced a stiff smile. Since the other party said so, it was obvious that they were being chased away. Chen Bing's hot temper flared up and she said unhappily, Yi Chen hasn't said anything, why should we leave? Chen Shui tugged at her sister's clothes, signaling her not to say more. Yao Wen smiled and said, this is the boss's own business, we shouldn't interfere. With that, he and Chen Shui walked away while holding on to Chen Bing. As they walked, Yao Wen said to Yi Chen, boss, we'll go back first. We've been busy all day, so you should go back and rest early. After walking a long distance, Chen Bing finally broke free from her sister and Yao Wen's restraints. She pouted and said unhappily, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Just by looking at those two fairies, it's obvious they have ulterior motives. They must be trying to seduce Yi Chen. Yao Wen and Chen Shui remained silent upon hearing this. They knew exactly what Chen Yu and Yu Qing meant. But this was Yi Chen's choice, and even if they were there, what could they do? Chao Zhuang forced a bitter smile and said, look at all of you, why are you so discouraged? Did you not get first place today? Isn't that enough for you to be arrogant? But the boss is about to leave. Yao Wen shook his head helplessly. Cheng Yu has always been the goddess in the boss's heart. This is a well-known fact. Now that the goddess is pursuing him, as long as she gives him some benefits, the boss will definitely switch sides and go to Cheng Yu. Chao Zhuang patted his shoulder and then said seriously, there's nothing we can do about it. Heroes have always had a hard time resisting the charms of beautiful women. Yi Chen has already helped us too much. Even if he wants to leave, we can't blame him for anything. Otherwise, don't blame me, Chao Zhuang, for being the first to disagree. I'm just worried that Yi Chen will be hurt again. Chen Bing furrowed her beautiful eyebrows and worriedly said, I am a woman, so I understand women. I always feel that Cheng Yu and the others have ulterior motives and just want to use Yi Chen. Chao Zhuang sighed lightly and said, even if that's the case, there's nothing we can do. This is Yi Chen's own choice. Now, if we say too much, it will only make Yi Chen unhappy. Everything can only be experienced by him alone. What we can do is be Yi Chen's strongest support. When Yi Chen needs us, we will stand up without hesitation. The captain is right. Yao Wen nodded. Let's just wish Yi Chen well and hope that everything goes well for him in the future. Chen Bing bit her red lips with her teeth and whispered, I hope my feelings are wrong. If Cheng Yu and the others really dare to hurt Yi Chen, my sister and I will definitely not let them off, even if we have to, right, sister? Chen Shui looked at her sister and nodded firmly. On the other side, Yi Chen followed Cheng Yu and Yu Qing to a small grove next to the teaching building. If you have something to say, just say it. Why did you bring me to a place like this? Faced with Yi Chen's cold questioning, Yu Qing turned around and looked at him, winking playfully with her left eye. She said, don't you boys like to chat with girls in places like this? Besides, you have two beautiful ladies accompanying you now. Aren't you satisfied? Yi Chen, a young man full of vigor, couldn't help but feel his blood boil at this kind of teasing, especially since it was dark and quiet with no one else around, and there were two beautiful women in front of him. However, his rationality kept him clear-headed, and he even felt more disgusted with Yu Qing's actions. Yi Chen suddenly understood now. Disliking someone, even if they try their best to please you, will only make you dislike them more. But liking someone, even if they are unreasonable, will make you find them cute. In the past, I kept licking Cheng Yu, and she probably felt the same way. The more I licked, the more she hated me. But when Yi Chen found himself again and regained his rationality, he realized that only by changing himself and becoming stronger could he completely change the other person's perception and earn their respect. The tables have turned, and now the person being pleased has become me. These two people in his eyes are like two clowns. He wanted to see what tricks Yu Qing and Chang Yu wanted to play today. So he immediately smiled and said, satisfied, of course I'm satisfied. It's an honor for me, Yi Chen, to chat with two beautiful ladies. Seeing that Yi Chen was finally taking the bait, Yu Qing gave Chang Yu a triumphant look, indicating that everything was going according to plan. Yi Chen, I heard that you made Yu angry again? Hearing Yu Qing say this, Yi Chen was slightly stunned and couldn't help but defend himself. I didn't. Yes, you did. Yu Qing immediately retorted, not giving Yi Chen a chance to explain, and said directly, if you hadn't taken first place from Yu, would she be angry? But she was the one who kicked me out of the team. Then why didn't you insist a little longer and ask Yu to keep you? You're supposed to be a man, don't you have any responsibility? These words made Yi Chen laugh. He finally understood that he had been manipulated by them all along. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't respond, Yu Qing frowned and crossed her arms, saying, Yi Chen, did you hear what I said? Understanding their tactics, Yi Chen didn't have the patience to play along anymore and said coldly, so what do you want me to do? It's simple, apologize to Yu right now. Yu Qing felt a bit smug and didn't notice Yi Chen's abnormality. She felt that victory was within her grasp. Although the other party had become stronger, he was still the same foolish boy. With her years of experience dealing with men, it was easy to manipulate Yi Chen. She urged again, hurry up and apologize, only then will Yu consider accepting you again and let you return to her side. You've always wanted to pursue Yu, this is a rare opportunity. I refuse. Ha? What did you say? Yi Chen's direct answer made Yu Qing think she had misheard. I said I refuse. As he spoke, Yi Chen turned and walked towards the forest. He couldn't stand being with these two people for another second. He said to Yu Qing, stop playing your tricks. Do you really think your tactics are clever? Those wealthy men who are willing to be fooled by you, do you think they're all idiots? They're just playing along, wanting to get your body. Once they get tired of playing, they'll kick you aside. You, a gold digger, think you can marry into a wealthy family and rise to the top? Dream on. Yu Qing was infuriated by these words. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is like a sharp knife. Over the years, she had hooked many wealthy men, and at first, they all listened to her, but slowly, their attitudes became tough. They no longer treated her well and wouldn't easily spend a penny on her. Getting them to marry her was out of the question. Over the years, she hadn't caught a wealthy husband, and her skin had become dark and worn out, far from the fair complexion of her youth. It was only now that she realized she had been the one being played all along. Seeing her best friend fail and Yi Chen about to leave, Chang Yu couldn't care about pretending to be aloof anymore. She quickly ran up and grabbed Yi Chen's hand. Affectionate annotations said to him, Chen, are you really going to leave me? Let go. Feeling his hand being tightly held by a pair of soft hands, Yi Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. These hands were once the hands he longed to hold, but now that he actually touched them, it made him feel disgusted. I won't let go. Chang Yu held Yi Chen even tighter, affectionately saying, Chen, I'm sorry for making you suffer. If I had known that Yu Qing would make you angry, I wouldn't have let her come with me to find you. Yi Chen coldly looked at her and said, what do you want to say? This is a school, there are teachers and classmates passing by at any time. Don't make a scene, please have some self-respect. The school doesn't have a rule against dating. What's wrong with me holding hands with my boyfriend? Chang Yu said confidently, then changed to a pitiful expression and said, Chen, I didn't ask for your permission before saying you're my boyfriend. You won't be angry, right? At this moment, several students passing by the edge of the woods heard the commotion and looked over. When they discovered that the campus goddess Chang Yu was tightly holding Yi Chen's hand, pleading with a pitiful expression, their eyes widened. Their gossiping hearts instantly stirred. Did you hear me telling you to let go? Yi Chen's voice was icy, but it didn't make Chang Yu let go. Instead, she pressed her body against him. She hugged Yi Chen tightly, her beautiful figure almost sticking to him, and said domineeringly, "I won't let go. Unless you're really willing to push me away, I'll hold on to you like this for the rest of my life." Several girls nearby screamed when they heard these words. This was explosive news. Chan Yuyu was actually pursuing Yi Chen so actively, to the point of begging. They even believed that as long as Yi Chen wanted, Chan Yuyu would be his woman tonight. Several boys nearby were jealous. If it were them, wouldn't it be amazing? Being pursued by the school flower, it couldn't get any better. Together. 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 Gradually, people started cheering. They say it's easy for a man to pursue a woman, but difficult for a woman to pursue a man. The school flower was being so proactive, which man could resist such a test? Chan Yuyu was also intoxicated by this atmosphere. She had already sold her dignity like this, so why wasn't this foolish boy obedient? She was determined to squeeze out all the value from Yi Chen, otherwise, it wouldn't be worth the effort she put in today. Wait and see, you stupid man. Sooner or later, I'll tame you to be my dog. However, just as everyone was cheering and Chan Yuyu was planning how to discipline Yi Chen, a slap suddenly landed on her face, making a crisp sound. Smack! The cheering around instantly stopped, and everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Just now, Yi Chen had actually broken free from Chan Yuyu's embrace and even slapped her hard. Chan Yuyu covered her marked face, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief and said, "How dare you hit me?" Yi Chen coldly replied, "If you dare to harass me again, it won't be as simple as a slap." After speaking, he turned around and walked towards the main road. Chan Yuyu shouted behind him in frustration, "Yi Chen, come back! Can't you hear me? I'm ordering you to come back." Yi Chen turned around, looked at her disdainfully, and sneered, "Are you shameless or what?" Then he walked away, leaving behind a furious Chan Yuyu and the shocked onlookers. Soon, the exciting drama of Chan Yuyu's pursuit and Yi Chen's scolding spread among the students with embellishments. Not only did it spread among the same grade, but even the first-year students were eagerly discussing this matter. Everyone was extremely shocked by Yi Chen's actions. Some said that Yi Chen was even more like Lu Buwei than Lu Buwei himself. Others said that a good horse does not turn back, and Yi Chen is a real man. Some people even had rich associations and even suspected that Yi Chen's sexual orientation was more rebellious. In short, opinions were divided, and everyone was still, eagerly waiting for further developments. Chan Yuyu was beaten, can she just let it go like that? Even if she doesn't trouble Yi Chen herself, can her many pursuers let Yi Chen off the hook? While this matter was spreading like crazy, the instigator Yi Chen was leisurely walking on the campus road back to the dormitory. When he looked up, he saw 4 familiar figures standing not far away from a training dummy. It was Chao Zhuang, Yao Wen, and the Chen sisters. Yi Chen walked up curiously and smiled, "Why aren't you resting in the dormitory? Why are you standing here?" "We're waiting for you, boss," Yao Wen forced a smile and replied. "Waiting for me?" Yi Chen looked at his teammates in confusion, sensing that everyone seemed a bit disappointed. After just experiencing a major test, why aren't you all going back to rest properly? Why are you waiting for me? Of course, we wanted to bid farewell to brother Yi Chen in person. Chen Bing bit her lip and spoke with bitterness in her heart. Farewell? Yi Chen blinked, why can't I understand what you're saying? Chao Zhuang forced a smile and said, "Brother Chen, you don't have to hide it from us anymore. We've already guessed that you're leaving the team, so we spontaneously gathered here to bid you farewell in person." "Oh, Brother Chen, don't think too much," he quickly added, "although we can't bear to see you go, we won't try to keep you. Being with us will only hinder your talent. I believe that with your teammates in Chan Yuyu's team, you will have better teammates and will definitely shine in the Wu Science University exam, even challenging for the top spot in the province. This is not only the glory of our school, but also the glory of our city. We will be proud of you." Chen Shui nodded heavily, her beautiful and pure eyes moist, looking at Yi Chen with bravery and determination, as if cheering him on. After listening to everyone's impassioned words, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. He rolled his eyes and smiled faintly, don't make wild guesses, okay? When did I say I was leaving the team? Ah? What? What did you say? Xiao Shuang and the others were all shocked. Yi Chen helplessly spread his hands. What kind of attitude is this? Do you really want to drive me away? Yao Wen shook his head like a rattle. Of course we don't want you to leave, boss, but when we take the Wu Science University exam, we will indeed hold you back. This way, you might miss the chance to become the top scorer in the province. Although you already have a guaranteed admission, compared to being the top scorer in the province, it's really not worth mentioning, and it's also beneficial for your future development. How difficult can it be to become the top scorer in just one province? Yi Chen sneered, then said, besides, who said you would hold me back? Didn't I say before that you are my most trusted teammates, my comrades whom I can confidently rely on to cover my back? With you, I can confidently output and maximize my abilities, something that Chun Yu and her team will never be able to do. That's why you guys are my best teammates. Yao Wen sniffled, looked up at the sky, wiped his eyes, and said, Boss, why is it that whenever I hear you speak, I always feel like crying? Chen Bing finally recovered from her shock and jumped in front of Yi Chen. Her beautiful face was as happy as a flower, and she repeatedly confirmed, Brother Yi Chen, are you really planning to participate in the exam with us? Of course it's true, Yi Chen smiled, no one can separate us. Wow! Chen Bing jumped up excitedly and hugged Yi Chen's neck with both hands, hanging on him like a koala. Sister! Chen Shui scolded with a red face, take your legs down, there are other people watching, have some shame. Chen Bing happily let go of her long legs and hugged Yi Chen's arm, saying, Brother Yi Chen, I invite you to eat it highly loud to celebrate our victory today. As she spoke, she pulled Yi Chen towards the school gate. Yao Wen followed behind and said, weren't you just complaining about being tired and wanting to rest in the dormitory? That was just now. Chen Bing pouted, I'm full of energy now. After finishing the meal and returning from outside the school, it was already completely dark. After bidding farewell to his teammates, Yi Chen rubbed his full belly, burped with satisfaction, and leisurely walked towards the dormitory. The old man, Uncle Li, who guarded the dormitory, saw him and greeted him with a smile, which surprised Yi Chen. After all, he had lived in this dormitory for 3 years and had never seen this old man smile. He always acted like someone owed him 3 million, and no student liked him or dared to defy him. After all, this old man was a third-grade warrior. Despite always wearing a tank top, holding a fan, and wearing slippers, he was not to be trifled with. Once, when 2 martial arts students from different dormitories fought, he single-handedly defeated more than a dozen people. Since then, no one dared to cause trouble in the dormitory. When Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, he realized that his dorm mates had already returned. The dormitory had 8 beds, with 6 of them being in the honors class, and only Yi Chen and another roommate were in the regular class. The 6 of them formed a small group in the dormitory, and they delegated tasks such as mopping the floor, changing water, and wiping the tables to the 2 regular class students. Usually, the dormitory was very lively, but every time Yi Chen returned, he was practically invisible. No one would spare him a second glance unless they wanted to make fun of him and show off their superiority. But today was different. As soon as Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, the previously chaotic dormitory became completely quiet. All his roommates stared at him with complex expressions. After a while, a boy with acne on his face enthusiastically said, Hey, third brother is back. He called Yi Chen third brother simply because Yi Chen slept in the third bed. Third brother, you must be tired. Here's a chair, sit down quickly. Another student with black-framed glasses quickly wiped the chair and brought it over with a flattering smile. Yi Chen just smiled and thanked them before busying himself with his own things. These 2 honors class students used to make fun of Yi Chen along with others, so he naturally didn't bother with them. As Yi Chen was putting the wooden box containing the black iron bow into the cabinet, a boy who had been sitting alone in the corner walked towards him and excitedly patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Third brother, when did you become so powerful? You didn't even tell your brother. It's truly amazing. You should take your brother with you in the future. Liao Bin, stop teasing. You did well in the exam too. You're in the top 500 in the grade. Keep it up, and getting into a regular martial arts university won't be a problem. Yi Chen replied with a smile. Liao Bin slept in the sixth bed, so he was nicknamed Sixth Brother. Usually, Yi Chen only talked to Liao Bin. It wasn't that he was aloof, but rather that the others didn't bother to interact with him or Liao Bin. No matter how good I am, I'm not as good as Brother Chen. He actually got the highest score in the whole school, breaking the school record with over 1,000 points. It's truly terrifying and beyond my reach. Once Lu Zi finished speaking, a tall and thin boy who always crossed his legs, holding a cigarette, leaned against the bedding and said in a strange tone, "It seems that from now on, San-gu will be in charge of our dormitory. What are you all still standing around for? Hurry up and go lick San-ji's boots." The last sentence was directed towards the other roommates beside him. The others immediately laughed and said, "Big brother, what are you saying? Even if San got first place this time, it still can't compare to you. You have consistently ranked around the top 100 in the grade. As long as you perform normally, you will definitely be able to enter the prestigious Wu University." That's right, San's performance this time doesn't mean much. Maybe next time he will reveal his true colors again. Even if he really gets a guaranteed admission, it doesn't necessarily mean he will do well at Wu University. In my opinion, the school leaders also have doubts about San's performance. Haven't you seen that they haven't even confirmed the guaranteed admission spot for him yet? And they haven't shown any intention of moving him to another dormitory. We're still stuck here in this 8-person dormitory. After listening to the two people who were just flattering Yi Chen, their expressions kept changing, and in the end, they returned to the side of the leader, expressing their stance. The leader smiled, provocatively glanced at Yi Chen, and then showed off to the one who spoke last, "What do you know? Changing dormitories is not that easy. You need to maintain a top 100 ranking in 3 consecutive important assessments to move to a 4-person dormitory. If you can maintain a top 30 ranking, then you can live in a 2-person dormitory. And the 4-person and 2-person dormitories are much bigger and more comfortable than our 8-person dormitory." The second in command on the side smiled and said, "Our leader is really capable. He deserves to have slept in a 4-person dormitory." If the leader didn't say it, we wouldn't have known about these tricks. The leader took a puff of smoke, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and said, "Not now, I'm still squeezed in this 8-person dormitory with you small potatoes. Leader, you're underestimating yourself." The 5th person on the side laughed and said, "Even if you're not that great, you're still better than the rest of us in the dormitory. You're the only one who has slept in a 4-person dormitory. The others don't have the ability or qualifications." As he said that, he glanced at Yi Chen. This flattery felt good, and the leader also laughed. "Alright, since everyone is working so hard now, even the 2 ordinary class students in our dormitory have made some progress. As the leader, I have to be a bit more serious. I'll quit smoking after this last cigarette and start practicing martial arts from tomorrow." As he said this, the door of the dormitory was kicked open with a loud bang. Then 4 or 5 students from the same grade walked in, all of them tall and strong, with a fierce look on their faces. The leader of the dormitory saw this situation but didn't panic. After recognizing the people who came in, he leisurely said, "How Z, you're tired of living, daring to cause trouble in my dormitory." As he spoke, his roommates next to him also glared fiercely at the other side, not losing any momentum. They were all martial arts practitioners, and they were all students from the prestigious class. Who was afraid of who? Feeling the pressure from the leader and the others, Hao Zi and the students who came in immediately weakened their momentum. Hao Zi looked at the leader and said in a deep voice, "Wei Gu, this matter has nothing to do with you. I came today to find Yi Chen. Where is that coward who dares to hit women? I'll kill him today. I'm right here. Do you want to fight me?" A voice suddenly came from behind, startling Hao Zi. He quickly turned around and saw Yi Chen standing behind him. He angrily said, "So it was you who hit Chun Yu today?" Yi Chen nodded and said, "That's right. But what does it have to do with you? Who are you to her?" "I am her." Rat was speechless. He and Chun Yu were just ordinary classmates, and Shang Yu didn't even bother to acknowledge him most of the time. But he came to bother Yi Chen just to show off in front of the beauty. He immediately shouted angrily, "Don't worry about my relationship with her. If you dare to hit her, you'll be going against me, Chang Hao. I'll beat you to death today." As he spoke, he raised his hand and was about to slap Yi Chen. But at that moment, an old man with a black face and wearing a tank top walked in from outside the door. He coldly said, "Who said they want to hit Yi Chen?" Upon hearing this voice, everyone in the dormitory, except for Yi Chen, trembled. Even the boss changed his lazy image, sat up from the bed like a carp, and even dropped the cigarette he hadn't finished smoking on the ground in a panic. He said anxiously, "Ellie, Teacher Li, why are you here?" Grandpa Li walked straight to him, bent down to pick up the cigarette butt, and said with a stern face, "Xia Ziyuan, you have some nerve. You dare to smoke in the dormitory. It seems that the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough." Thinking of the previous punishment, Xia Ziyuan's legs trembled uncontrollably. He forced out a smile that was even uglier than crying and said, "Teacher, please spare me this time. It's just that my exam results were bad, and I felt upset." "You know what it means to feel upset?" Grandpa Li smiled mockingly and said, "If you truly feel ashamed and want to change, you wouldn't smoke again. A leopard can't change its spots. Keep squatting." Teacher, there are many people here. Please give me some face and punish me later." Seeing the threatening gaze of Teacher Li, Xia Ziyuan swallowed the rest of his words. He knew that if he procrastinated any longer, this infuriating Teacher Li would definitely embarrass him even more. If it were an ordinary liberal arts school, no one would fear the dormitory supervisor near graduation, and some would even dare to defy them. But this was a martial arts school, where even the dormitory supervisor was a third-grade warrior. Last year, there was a martial arts student who was too arrogant near graduation and was directly beaten to a pulp by Teacher Li, missing the final exam. Later, the student's parents came to the school to make a fuss, but in the end, nothing happened. They transferred to another school to repeat the year. Xia Ziyuan didn't dare to be arrogant in front of him. He walked to the side, raised a stool over his head with both hands, and stood with his feet apart in a horse stance. The surroundings fell deadly silent. Chang Hao, who came to bother Yi Chen, wanted to quietly slip away with his people. But before he could sneak to the door, Teacher Li stopped him and said, "Chang Hao, stop right there." Chang Hao shivered all over and stiffly turned around, saying, "Teacher Li, I didn't smoke." "I know you didn't smoke." Teacher Li glared at him and said, "Why did you come to this dormitory?" I. Chang Hao's face turned red, and after hesitating for a long time, he said, "I have nothing to do. I was just wandering around." "You're just wandering around?" Teacher Li slapped him in the face. Chang Hao was stunned by the blow. As a third-grade warrior, his bones and muscles were fully tempered, and the force was not something an ordinary person could withstand. He quickly covered his head with both hands and said, "Teacher Li, I was wrong." "You know you're wrong, but what did you do wrong?" Teacher Li said while slapping him again. Chang Hao felt like he had been hit by a truck. His whole body was burning with pain. He quickly continued to plead, "Teacher Li, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to bother Yi Chen." Teacher Li sneered, "Based on your audacity, you dare to come and fight the top student in our grade? Are you out of your mind? Yi Chen is the top student in the martial arts department this time. If he really fights back, you and your gang won't be enough for him to beat. I'm not punishing you guys, I'm saving you. Do you understand?" As he spoke, he slapped Chang Hao again, still unsatisfied, and kicked a few others nearby. We understand, thank you, Teacher Li. We all know we were wrong." Several students who came with Chang Hao nodded obediently. After listening to Li Laota's words, they realized what they were doing. How dare they cause trouble for the top student in the martial arts assessment? They must be tired of living. Are their heads harder than the exoskeleton of the demonized Pincer King? After seeing Li Laotu finish beating people, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Teacher Li, forget it. They didn't even touch me. Just punish them a little." You truly are an example for all students in our school. Look at his demeanor, he is extraordinary. Li Laotu's expression changed instantly. He smiled and praised, then slapped his forehead and said, Yi Chen, look at my memory. These few brats have confused me. I almost forgot the main thing. Pack your luggage now, and you'll change dormitories tonight. Ha! Everyone was shocked to hear this. Xia Ziyuan, the leader, holding a stool and standing in a horse stance, asked, Teacher Li, doesn't the school require all students who pass the assessment 3 times to enter the top 100 before changing dormitories? What's the matter? Do you have any objections? Li Laotu raised his eyebrows and made Xia Ziyuan quickly shut up and shake his head. Then Li Laotu said, this was specially approved by the principal. If you have any objections, go find the principal. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Yi Chen was actually able to get special approval from the principal. He must have performed exceptionally well in the assessment this time, even impressing the principal. Someone curiously asked, Teacher Li, which dormitory will Yi Chen be moved to? 601, 601? A single-person dormitory? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze towards Yi Chen changed. They didn't expect that based on just one exam score, the principal would assign him to the number 1 dormitory on the 6th floor. You see, on the entire 6th floor, there are only 5 dormitories. It is said that they can't even be called dormitories anymore. They are more spacious and beautiful than ordinary residential houses, each with a private bathroom and even a private training room. But they had only heard about it because they didn't have the qualifications to go up to the 6th floor. Only the top-tier genius students were eligible to live there, and there were dedicated teachers guarding them to prevent other students from disturbing their lives and cultivation. And the 601 dormitory was the largest on the 6th floor, and it was usually unoccupied. Only those who received special approval from the principal were eligible. The last person to live in 601 was Senior Yan Wenqing, who broke the school's record 3 years ago. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Yi Chen became different. Especially the roommates in the same dormitory, their expressions became even more complicated. When they saw Yi Chen starting to pack his luggage, they all rushed forward to help. Brother San, I'll do it. You get up, I'll help Brother San move. When we were helping just now, you were all watching coldly. Now that you're capable, keep your dirty hands off. Looking at his former group of little brothers who were all eager to help Yi Chen, Xia Ziyuan, who was still standing in a horse stance, felt uncomfortable. But Yi Chen politely declined the help of others and only let Lu Zi help him pack his luggage. Lu Zi was naturally very happy and helped Yi Chen diligently, packing the bedding and everything neatly. After finishing all this, Yi Chen looked at his roommates and then said to Lu Zi, if there's anything in the future, come find me anytime. Okay. Lu Zi nodded heavily. He knew that Yi Chen didn't trust him and was worried that he would be bullied in the dormitory, which was why he said that. At this moment, Li Laotu, who was sitting on the side fanning himself with a fan, spoke up, what's your name? Lu Zi nodded in confusion and said, reporting to Teacher Li, my name is Liao Bin. Old Man Li nodded and said, I have a bit of an impression of you. You seem honest. There's a vacant bed in the 4-person dormitory upstairs. You can move there. It'll be quieter. Ah! Lu Zi immediately became overjoyed. Thank you, Teacher Li. After saying that, he looked at Yi Chen with gratitude in his eyes. He knew that Teacher Li arranged this because of Yi Chen. Yi Chen also smiled and said, thank you, Teacher Li, it's nothing. Old Man Li smiled indifferently. I still have some say in this dormitory. Everyone felt a pang of sourness and regret. If they had treated Yi Chen better earlier, they might have been assigned to a 4-person dormitory. The environment would have been much better than this smelly 8-person dormitory. Yi Chen carried his luggage and walked out of the dormitory. When he passed by Chang Hao, the latter called out to him, Yi Chen, please go back to Cheng Yuyu. She can't be without you. As long as you agree, I, Chang Hao, will be a dog by your side and Cheng Yuyu's side. Please, I'm begging you. These words stunned everyone. They had just brought people to beat Yi Chen for Cheng Yuyu's sake, but now they wanted Yi Chen to go back to Cheng Yuyu. What kind of logic was this? Yi Chen stopped and looked at him. "Brother, what are you trying to achieve by doing this?" Chang Hao said affectionately, "As long as Yu can be happy, I'll be satisfied." After hearing this, everyone almost vomited their overnight meal. "He's crazy." Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and walked away. Old Manly fanned himself with a fan and laughed. "I've seen many fools with this kind of idiotic love. They're full of nonsense and self-pity, thinking they're so pure and selfless in love, but in reality, they're just weak and incapable. Don't bother with these people. After they grow up and graduate, and experience a few years of hardships in society, they'll realize how foolish they were back then." Yi Chen was also curious and asked, "Can these people eventually come to their senses?" "Not necessarily," Old Manly chuckled. "Some idiots are beyond help. No matter how you advise them, it's useless. We can only respect their fate." As they spoke, Yi Chen followed Old Manly to the 6th floor and had a brief conversation with the duty teacher at the staircase. Yi Chen smoothly moved into room 601. He pushed open the door and walked in, only to find that the space inside was even more spacious than he had imagined. It was more spacious than the house he lived in with his parents, like a large flat house. "Wow, this place is really beautiful." Lu Zi, who was helping Yi Chen move his luggage, looked at the luxurious furniture and clean floors in front of him, unable to close his mouth in astonishment. This wasn't a dormitory, it was a presidential suite. He couldn't help but envy Yi Chen. Having strength was indeed good, and the treatment he received was completely different from others. This ignited a flame of determination in Lu Zi's heart. Even if he couldn't reach Yi Chen's level, he would still give it his all and have no regrets. After bidding farewell to Old Manly and Lu Zi, Yi Chen returned to his room. Looking at the clean, spacious, bright flat house, and thinking back to the 8-person dormitory he had slept in before, it felt like he had moved from a dog kennel to heaven. Having strength is indeed good. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to his previous situation and comparing it to now, Yi Chen's desire to improve his strength became even stronger. Although he had already obtained a guaranteed admission to Wuhan University, he still didn't plan on giving up the college entrance examination. If he could become the top scorer in the province, or even the whole country, the benefits he would receive would definitely surpass those of a guaranteed admission student. To achieve a good ranking, relying solely on the system is not enough. You also need to improve your own cultivation. After all, even forging iron requires a strong body. He remembered that there was a qi and blood pill in the system, and now was a good time to take it. With this in mind, Yi Chen walked into the training room located to the east of the room. The lights in this room were sensor activated, so as soon as Yi Chen stepped in, the entire room lit up as bright as day. The size of this training room was much larger than the 8-person dormitory he had lived in before. It was filled with all kinds of equipment, comparable to a small gym. Yi Chen sat directly on the cushion in the center of the room, looked at the blood-red pill in his hand, took a deep breath, and swallowed it directly. He had heard people say that the energy contained in the qi and blood pill was extremely powerful, so swallowing it would cause immense pain. The powerful energy would collide within his organs, causing more pain than giving birth or being kicked in the groin. Many people would faint from the pain when taking the qi and blood pill for the first time. Those with weak constitutions were not recommended to take it at all. Even if they insisted on taking it, they needed a high-level warrior to assist them. Yi Chen was mentally prepared and even placed the alarm within reach. If he couldn't hold on, he would press the alarm, and the duty teacher downstairs would come to his rescue. Of course, it would be best not to press the alarm, otherwise, he would have to explain the origin of the qi and blood pill. But just as Yi Chen was mentally prepared and swallowed the qi and blood pill, the expected intense pain did not occur. Apart from feeling a slight warmth in his body, there was no pain at all. What's going on? Do I need to wait for a while for the medicine to take effect? Yi Chen muttered in his heart, sitting cross-legged quietly without daring to move. Time passed by, and Yi Chen looked at the clock on the wall. It had been over half an hour. But his body still had no reaction. Besides feeling a slight warmth in his body, it not only didn't hurt, but it also felt very comfortable, as if he was doing a great health regimen. Could it be that the system gave me a fake? Yi Chen frowned slightly, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Otherwise, why did he feel different from others when he took the Qi and blood pill? He had heard more than one classmate say that after taking the Qi and blood pill, an astonishing burst of energy would immediately erupt, and intense pain would continuously strike. Could it be that what they said was all fake? After another half an hour, Yi Chen became bored and picked up his phone. He saw a group message from Team 326, which actually showed 99 plus as the notification. When he clicked on it, the message automatically appeared at the top of his unread messages. He spent several minutes reading through all the chat records of these people. It turned out that they had also changed dormitories, and they were now in double rooms. Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen were in one room, while Chen Bing and Chen Shui were in another. The chat records also included many short videos they took after moving to the new dormitory, sharing their joy with everyone. Yi Chen smiled and typed on the phone keyboard, "What are you guys doing? You're all talking like machine guns. Aren't you tired?" This message from Yi Chen was like throwing a stone into a pond. The originally slowed down pace of information updates in the group quickly flooded the screen again. Yao Wen, fuck, the boss is here. Chao Zhuang, brother Chen, we've all changed to new dorms. Chen Bing, brother Yi Chen, I feel so happy. In these 3 years of high school, I've never felt so great before. I even don't want to graduate. Chen Shui, at Yao Wan, it's all thanks to the boss, isn't it? Otherwise, how could we enjoy such good treatment? Chao Zhuang, Dust, did you change your dormitory? Why didn't we see you? Yi Chen saw the message and replied, I also changed, in room 601. Chen Bing, 601? Oh my, that's the best dormitory, and it's a single room. Chen Shui, W, degree O degree, W Yowen, boss, quickly record a video for me to see. Chao Zhuang, Dust, I also want to see, what is this legendary room 601 like? Chen Bing, Yi Chen, quickly send it. Feeling the impatient mood of his teammates, Yi Chen reluctantly took out his phone and started recording, taking a simple tour of the room. After Yi Chen sent the 3-minute video to the group, there was silence for a few minutes before it erupted again. Yao Wen, damn, boss, it takes several minutes just to walk around your room, and you didn't even film at all. It's so big. Chao Zhuang, our newly changed double room suddenly doesn't feel as good. Chen Bing, what should we do? I really want to sleep there for a night, sob, Yi Chen, please let me stay. Chen Shui, oh, degree asterisk, oh. After chatting with his teammates for a while, Yi Chen put down his phone and once again felt the state of his body. Apart from a slight warmth, he didn't feel anything else. I should ask the teacher tomorrow. While thinking, Yi Chen walked into the bathroom, took off his clothes, and started washing his body. After taking a shower, Yi Chen dived into the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when he woke up, Yi Chen felt extremely comfortable sleeping. Although the weather in May was still cool, he found that he had kicked off all the blankets last night and slept naked. But he didn't feel cold, instead, his body was still warm. He got up directly from the bed, almost stumbling when he stood on the ground. Why do I feel lighter? Yi Chen muttered to himself, looking out the window. He found that his vision was much clearer than before. He tried throwing a punch, and it made a whoosh sound as it cut through the air. Could it be because of the Qi and blood pill I took last night? From the various changes in his body, it was clear that the Qi and blood pill he took last night had a significant effect. Overnight, his physical functions had noticeably improved. But why didn't he feel any pain at all? Based on the experience he gained from others before, this was obviously abnormal. It could be related to the pill itself or to his own body. Wait, his body. Could it be that his defense was slightly higher, and the side effects of the pill were considered an attack on himself, so he became immune? In other words, the system's defense bonus not only stayed on the surface of his body but even extended to his internal organs and every cell in his body. If that was the case, it would be insane. In the future, he could just crazily take medicine without considering the side effects. Of course, the premise was that he had enough resources to buy the pills. To verify his thoughts, Yi Chen immediately put on his clothes, went downstairs, walked out of the school gate, and headed towards a nearby herbal medicine store. There were several herbal medicine stores near the school, with various brands, including international and domestic ones, as well as regional brands. Yi Chen didn't bother to choose and walked into a store called Shu Rue Herbal Medicine. A beautiful saleswoman in a black professional suit immediately approached him. "Hello, sir, are you here to buy herbal medicine?" Looking at the sweet smile of the beautiful saleswoman, Yi Chen nodded and said, "I want to buy a qi and blood pill. Can you please recommend one for me?" "Sure, please come with me." The saleswoman led Yi Chen to a nearby counter and pointed to a red pill in a pill box below, saying, "This is a new affordable qi and blood pill recently launched by our company. It is priced at only 29,998 yuan. Do you think this one suits you?" Yi Chen frowned slightly, and the saleswoman immediately spoke again, "Sir, our store is currently having a promotion. If you choose to buy this one, I can give you a 5% discount. Is there anything better than this one?" The saleswoman was taken aback, but immediately smiled and said, "Sir, we also have an enhanced version priced at 49,998 yuan, a luxury version priced at 69,998 yuan, and a flagship version priced at 89,998 yuan. Without waiting for Yi Chen to speak, the saleswoman continued, "Of course, if you are not satisfied with these pills, our store can also customize a qi and blood pill personally refined by a master alchemist. However, this kind of pill needs to be pre-ordered and is slightly more expensive." Yi Chen looked around and found that none of the pills introduced by the saleswoman could compare to the one he had eaten yesterday. Even the flagship version seemed to have a lot of impurities inside, not as clear as the one given by the system. But in order to test his own speculation, he could only buy one to try and see if it was a problem with the pill or his own body. "Then give me the affordable version." "Okay, I'll pack it for you. After the discount, it will be 28,498 yuan. The saleswoman neatly put the pill box into a bag and handed it to Yi Chen. Then Yi Chen took out his savings card with 1 million yuan and handed it over. Beep. After entering the password, Yi Chen successfully made the payment. The smile on the beautiful saleswoman's face became even brighter, and she kindly said, "My name is Cheng Siu." "May I know your name, sir?" "My name is Yi Chen, I'm a student at the high school next door." "Oh, Yi sir, can I add you on Feishin? If you have any questions about the pill in the future, you can contact me anytime." Yi Chen thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay." This saleswoman had good business skills, leaving a good impression on Yi Chen. She was dressed in a black professional suit, a pencil skirt, black stockings, high-heeled sandals, and a beautiful face with a sweet smile. It was indeed difficult to refuse. Besides, he might really have questions in this area in the future, so it's better to be prepared. After adding each other, Yi Chen walked out of the store and returned to his dormitory. Although he had classes today, he had already informed the duty teacher downstairs before leaving that he planned to exercise in his room and would not attend class. The duty teacher readily agreed. The school's class schedule was designed for ordinary students, and top students usually had their own cultivation habits and routines. Excessive interference would be counterproductive to their development. After returning to his room, Yi Chen couldn't wait to enter the training room, sat on the cushion, and directly put the qi and blood pill he had just bought into his mouth. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Yi Chen still didn't feel any abnormality in his body, only a warm flow continuously circulating inside, which was very comfortable. He could now basically confirm that he could take medicine without any harm because of the protection of his defense power. In that case, can't I just take a large amount of qi and blood pills in one go? Thinking of this, Yi Chen even wanted to go to the pill shop immediately and exchange all his more than 900,000 yuan for qi and blood pills. However, this thought only lingered in Yi Chen's mind for a moment before his rationality dispelled it. First, it is still unclear whether my body has limits. If I suddenly consume too many qi and blood pills, it may cause irreversible side effects, which would not be worth it. Second, I just bought the qi and blood pills, so if I buy more now, it will naturally attract attention. Although I can buy them from a different medicine shop, those business people are always observant and alert, and they probably already remember what I look like. It's always good to be cautious. Yi Chen decided to practice in the training room today and digest the energy brought by the 2 qi and blood pills. Ordinary people cannot withstand the immense energy of 1 qi and blood pill, and it takes about a month to fully absorb it. But he has already consumed 2 qi and blood pills. And his body shows no signs of abnormality, still full of vitality. Yi Chen began practicing the basic martial arts taught by his teacher in the training room: stretching, kicking, push-ups, handstands, squats, and horse stances, repeating each movement for half an hour. After completing a set of movements, he would usually be drenched in sweat, but today he only had a slight sweat, as if he had just warmed up. Has my physical fitness improved so much? Even Yi Chen himself was surprised. This means that his qi and blood value has greatly increased. Previously, his qi and blood value fluctuated around 120, but now he doesn't know how much it is. However, the school only has one qi and blood measuring device, which is very precious and is usually not used. The students are only tested once every 6 months. Forget it, I'll find out next time when they test qi and blood. Yi Chen didn't think too much about it and immersed himself in the exercise again. This not only allowed his body to better absorb the energy of the qi and blood pills, but also improved his control over his body, making his movements more agile. Meanwhile, outside Director Yan's office, Hao Jian and Chang Yuyu stood silently with gloomy expressions. Before long, Director Yan finished the morning meeting, holding a cup of tea, swaying as he walked from the corridor. His hair was neatly combed back, shiny and well-groomed, showing his leadership style. He walked to the door, glanced at the two of them, and smiled. "Why aren't you coming in to wait for me?" Hao Jian and Chang Yuyu remained silent. Director Yan was puzzled. "What's wrong with you two? Cat got your tongue? Come in and report to me about yesterday." After speaking, he pushed the door open and comfortably sat on the chair with a backrest. But after waiting for a while, Hao Jian and Chang Yuyu didn't speak. Director Yan couldn't help but frown and said in a deep voice, "What's wrong with you two? Didn't you follow the plan I mentioned yesterday?" "We did," Chang Yuyu weakly replied. "That's good. I'm sure Yi Chen has agreed to return to the team by now. It's always difficult for a hero to resist the beauty, especially since he's just a poor boy. You must have easily manipulated him," Director Yan said with a satisfied smile as he picked up his teacup. However, Chang Yuyu interrupted, "He rejected me." Director Yan sprayed the tea he had just drunk, looking at Chang Yuyu in disbelief. "What did you say? Say it again." Yi Chen rejected returning to the team, Chang Yuyu timidly replied, not even daring to wipe off the water stains on her body. "Not only did he reject me, but he also slapped me in front of everyone and called me a bitch." Sob, sob. "Director Yan, please help me." Seeing Chang Yuyu crying with tears streaming down her face, with a red handprint still visible, Director Yan's expression became even darker as he asked, "Why didn't you tell me about this yesterday?" Chang Yuyu cried, "I came to find you at first, but you weren't in the office. Besides, this matter quickly spread throughout the school, and my classmates were pointing fingers at me. I couldn't face anyone, so I've been hiding in the dormitory crying. It's unbelievable. How dare you fight in public at school? I will report this to the principal and have you disciplined. Your student status will be revoked, and you will not be allowed to take the entrance exam for the martial arts university." Director Yan paced back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back. He heard Hao Jian say next to him, "Director, last night I used a little trick and instigated pure love warrior Chang Hao to go trouble Yi Chen. But in the end, he was beaten back by the dormitory supervisor, Old Li." "What did you say?" Yan Shengyi was furious upon hearing this. He slapped Hao Jian in the face and scolded, "Are you full and bored? Playing these little tricks every day, thinking you're so clever? If it's discovered that you were behind this, be prepared to face disciplinary action from the school." "Then, what should we do now, uncle?" Hao Jian panicked. If he really faced disciplinary action, his future would be ruined. "How many times have I told you to address me by my title at school?" Director Yan scolded, frustrated. "You get anxious at the slightest problem. You haven't inherited a bit of the elegance of our Yin family." He sighed and said, "Since that's the case, we can't report this to the principal." It won't do any good if it becomes a big deal. Chun Yu asked cautiously, Director Yen, why can't we report it? Hao Jian did it very secretly, so it shouldn't be discovered by anyone else. Yan Qingyi sneered and said, do you think the principal is a fool? Can anything that happens in the school escape his notice? Not to mention the principal, even that old scoundrel Wang Changji is not easy to deal with. If an investigation were to be conducted, can Hao Jian escape the connection? Perhaps under pressure, even if Chang Hao wasn't instructed by you, he could say that you instigated him. Then both of you might drag me down. During this period, he absolutely couldn't allow himself to have any stains, otherwise it would affect his promotion to vice principal. Hao Jian and Chun Yu looked at each other in astonishment. They were just high school students and couldn't have imagined all these twists and turns. Forget it, consider this a win for that little bastard Yi Chen. Let's not mention it again in the future. Hearing Director Yen say this, Chun Yu couldn't accept it and anxiously said, Director Yen, did I take that slap for nothing? Hao Jian also asked anxiously, Director, how am I supposed to compete for the top score in the provincial exam? Look at the two of you, always so impatient. Director Yen calmly picked up his teacup, took another sip, and said, You two go back for now, I have my own way. Oh. Hao Jian and Chun Yu glanced at each other and reluctantly got up to leave. Watching their departing figures, Director Yen narrowed his eyes and muttered, Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, there's a way to heaven you won't take, yet you insist on barging into hell. This time, I'll show you how powerful I am and let you know how many eyes the Lord of the Horse has. The next day, Yi Chen slept until dawn, then stretched lazily and stood up. He felt that his physical abilities had improved even more compared to yesterday. His senses were sharper, and his body was more agile. The warm flow within his body continued to circulate, making him feel comfortable and tingly. Yi Chen didn't freshen up, but went to the training room for a warm-up for over half an hour before taking a shower. Then he changed into new clothes and energetically walked downstairs. When the dormitory supervisor, Old Li, saw him, he looked him up and down, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He smiled and said, Not bad, kid. You look completely different after just 2 days. Yi Chen smiled and said, I used the prize money to buy a qi and blood pill. The effect is pretty good. More than pretty good, it's quite impressive, Old Li complained. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were taking the qi and blood pill? It contains tremendous energy, and it can be dangerous for ordinary people the first time they take it. Thank you, Teacher Li, for your concern. When I took the pill, I had an alarm nearby. If I felt something was wrong, I would ask for help immediately. I was lucky to handle it myself, so I didn't trouble you. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Old Man Li praised, You're quite impressive, a material for martial arts training. But next time, don't be so reckless. Remember to inform me in advance, okay? Okay, Teacher Li, I will definitely do that next time. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yi Chen went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Although it was already past the time for students to have breakfast, the cafeteria aunt seemed to recognize him and didn't give him a hard time. She helped him get 4 meat buns, a bowl of porridge, and a tea egg from the staff meal. During Yi Chen's meal, 2 late-rising classmates also wanted to buy breakfast but were scolded by the cafeteria aunt and left in embarrassment. According to his usual appetite, Yi Chen would have been full after eating all this, but today, for some reason, he felt like he had just started. Auntie, can you please give me another serving? Yi Chen held an empty plate and obediently asked the middle-aged woman. Sure, young people should eat more so they have energy. The cafeteria aunt smiled and gave him 4 more meat buns, a full bowl of porridge, and 2 tea eggs. Thank you, Auntie. Yi Chen took the plate and once again ate voraciously, finishing everything. After finishing his meal, Yi Chen burped in satisfaction and walked towards the cafeteria door. Just as he was about to walk out of the door, he ran into Yan Qingyi, who was just about to come in to eat. Hello, Director Yen. Yi Chen greeted him symbolically and prepared to pass by. After all, Director Yen was a person with high standards. He usually didn't pay attention to ordinary students like them and didn't bother to talk to them. Even when ordinary students greeted him, he acted as if he hadn't heard anything. In 3 years at school, Director Yan hadn't even glanced at him. However, at this moment, Yan Qingyi directly stopped Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, wait a moment." "Director Yan, did you call me?" Yi Chen looked at him in confusion. Yi Chen, I just happened to want to talk to you, the new top scorer. I haven't had any contact with you in the past 3 years. It's my fault as the head teacher. How about you wait for me at that table over there? I'll finish my meal and come over to chat while eating. Although his words seemed like an inquiry, they contained an undeniable tone. Yi Chen frowned slightly and sensed something unusual from the seemingly humble attitude of the other party. There is a saying that goes, "No good deed goes unpunished." So he became cautious, but nodded on the surface and said, "Okay, Director Yan, I'll wait for you over there." When Yan Qingyi came back with his meal, took a bite of the meat bun, and drank some hot porridge, he slowly peeled the eggshell with his hand and said, "Yi Chen, how's your recent cultivation going? Have you encountered any bottlenecks or areas you don't understand? Speak up, and the teacher will help you clarify." Yi Chen sneered in his heart. When he was doing nothing, you didn't care about him. Now, you're pretending to care. It's really disgusting. So he spoke up, "Thank you for your concern, Director Yan. Since I had my enlightenment, I understand everything. There's nothing I don't understand now." With these words, he not only expressed his indifferent attitude but also found an excuse for his sudden increase in strength. Very good, then I can rest assured. Yan Shengyi saw that Yi Chen was not cooperating and no longer beating around the bush. He immediately said, "Yi Chen, when you were in Chang Yu's 012 squad, I thought you were talented and not an ordinary person. At that time, I had the intention of promoting you to the advanced class, but it was delayed due to some things. I plan to formally report this matter to the principal recently and add a bonus of 100,000 yuan. What do you think?" Seeing that Yi Chen's expression didn't change, he continued, "You should know how many students and parents have come to me, wanting to enter the advanced class. I haven't agreed to any of them. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Yi Chen calmly replied, "Director Yan, to be honest, I don't really care. After all, there is less than a month left until the entrance exam for the Martial Science University. What's the point of transferring to the advanced class right before graduation? You're mistaken." Yan Xingyi smiled and stared straight at Yi Chen. "Once you enter the advanced class, you will become my disciple. This will greatly benefit you in the future, whether you go into society or join the anti-demon army. Young people shouldn't only focus on the present, they should have a long-term perspective." But before he could finish speaking, a large hand suddenly patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Yi Chen turned around and saw that Principal Wang was standing behind him. "Teacher Wang," Yi Chen said in surprise. Principal Wang looked at him displeased and said, "It's time for class. Why are you still lingering in the cafeteria? Unacceptable. Go back and practice." Oh, Yi Chen naturally understood that Principal Wang was helping him out. Besides, Principal Wang was his homeroom teacher, so he obediently got up and left. After Yi Chen left, Principal Wang sat in Yi Chen's previous seat and lightly placed his tray on the table. The iron table actually sank more than half an inch. He calmly stared at Yan Xingyi and said, "In the future, stay away from my students. Changji, I feel like you've been biased against me all these years. I'm just concerned about the students' cultivation. Don't think too much." Before Yan Xingyi could finish, Principal Wang interrupted, "Bullshit. Do you think you can hide anything from me with your tricks? Look at you, always using foul language. You don't have the demeanor of an educational director at all." "Humph, that's still better than you pretending to be someone you're not in front of others, but actually being full of bad intentions. Let me tell you the truth, you won't be able to make Haoren step on Yi Chen to advance." "Changji, who is Yi Chen to you? Why are you protecting him like this?" "He is my student, and I am his teacher. It's as simple as that. Don't tell me you want to be the vice principal?" Yan Xingyi coldly smiled. "If Yi Chen can really rank in the top 3 in the entrance exam for the Martial Science University, then you might have a chance to compete with me for that position." "Nonsense, who wouldn't want to be the vice principal?" Principal Wang rolled his eyes and continued, but a gentleman loves money in a proper way. If I want to compete, I will do it openly and honestly, not like you, doing sneaky things. Yan Xingyi chuckled. As the saying goes, the victor is king. As long as you achieve success and fame, who would care about your past experiences? Stop talking nonsense. Wang Changji knocked on the table. Anyway, I don't care how you fight, but don't target Yi Chen. He is a talented student with unlimited potential in the future. Yan Xingyi sneered. Even if he has talent, what use is it if he can't be used by me? After listening, Wang Changji fell silent for a while before saying, Yan Xingyi. Yan Xingyi smiled and replied, I'm here. You're not a teacher. Then what am I? You're a demon, a heartless demon. Thank you for the compliment. Looking at Yan Xingyi's indifferent face, Director Wang beckoned with his finger and waited for him to approach before saying, Do you know why Xiaofang chose me back then? Why? When it came to this topic, Director Yan finally showed a hint of panic on his face. It's because you have no humanity. Watching Yan Xingyi's increasingly ugly expression, Director Wang continued with a smile. A few days ago, Xiaofang was still cuddling in my arms and said that even if she had to start over 10,000 times, she would still choose me because she felt that you were cunning, selfish, and being with you was not safe. She might be sold by you one day. Although Yan Xingyi's face showed no expression, his trembling hand indicated that his heart was not calm. Did Xiaofang really say that? Of course. Director Wang nodded firmly and continued, Xiaofang also said that you act differently in front of others and behind their backs. You appear friendly and have good manners, but you always like to do sneaky things. She even saw you pouring your own sewage in front of the neighbor's door. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly realized, hey? Why do I feel like your character is a bit like a neon person? Could it be that you are the bastard born from your mother's affair back then? Ha ha ha. In Director Wang's laughter, Yan Xingyi suddenly stood up, his face turning red as he pointed at the former. Director Wang leisurely ate his breakfast, with a content expression, and said, What, do you want to fight? You can't beat me. We'll see. Yan Xingyi left a harsh remark, not caring about the remaining food and plate, and stormed off. After Yan Xingyi left, Director Wang clasped his hands together and muttered, I'm sorry, wife. I shouldn't have used your name to lie and anger old Yan. I'll go back and kneel on the washboard. Yi Chen returned to his dormitory and went straight into the training room. He was stimulated by Yan Xingyi's words just now. Regardless of which world or era, the law of the jungle prevailed. If he wanted to avoid being threatened and manipulated, he could only continuously strengthen himself and improve his strength. Since he couldn't enter the demon cave now and couldn't use the Qiankuan strike to level up, he could only focus on improving his cultivation and vitality. After practicing in the training room for a while, Yi Chen stopped and felt that his progress in strengthening his abilities was still too slow. He couldn't help but think of the elixirs again. Since he had no problem eating 2 qi and blood pills, it shouldn't be a big problem to eat a few more. However, the body would develop resistance to the medicine, and the effect would decrease if the same elixir was consumed too frequently. Perhaps, I can try a higher grade elixir. This idea appeared in Yi Chen's mind, making him eager to try it out. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to take elixirs across realms. As a quasi-martial artist like him, he could only consume low-grade qi and blood pills. If he were to take a high-grade elixir without authorization, the immense energy of the elixir would rupture his organs and meridians, leaving him disabled at best and dead at worst. However, he had a high defense power, and it had been proven that this defense power was also effective against the impact of elixir energy. So why not try taking one? With this in mind, he picked up his phone, opened Feixin, and found a picture of Chang Xiyu in professional attire. He clicked on it and sent a message to Chang Xiyu, Are you there? Soon, news came from the other side. Chang Xiyu, Mr. Yi, may I ask what you need to consult with me? Yi Chen, I wanted to ask if you have any higher grade elixirs for sale here? Chang Xiyu, are you referring to elixirs of higher quality than qi and blood pills? Yi Chen, yes. After sending the message, it took a moment for a reply to come back. Chang Xiyu, yes, we do have them. However, the sale of high-grade elixirs is restricted, and only star-rated shops are qualified to sell them. Moreover, only true martial artists are eligible to purchase them. Yi Chen was well aware of this rule, otherwise he wouldn't have approached her. Yi Chen, I want to buy a top-grade elixir called Blood Boosting Pill. Can you arrange that for me? Chung Siu, Mr. Yi, if I may be so bold as to remind you, you should be an aspiring martial artist. With your current cultivation level, taking such an elixir is extremely dangerous and offers no benefits to your training. Yi Chen, don't worry, I understand this common knowledge. Chung Siu, alright, Mr. Yi, let me use my connections to arrange it for you. I will get back to you shortly. Yi Chen, okay, thank you. Putting down his phone, Yi Chen once again immersed himself in training. After about half an hour, he heard the notification sound of his phone. He picked it up and opened the message again. Cheng Siu, Mr. Yi, I have arranged for a top-grade blood-boosting pill for you. It is of excellent quality, but I cannot offer you a discount on the price. Yi Chen, how much? Cheng Siu, 398,000 yuan. Yi Chen was secretly amazed. This top-grade elixir was not something an ordinary person could afford. The price was equivalent to a set of houses. However, he kept himself calm and didn't show too much. Yi Chen, alright, I want it today. Cheng Siu, sure, Mr. Yi. After work, I will personally deliver the elixir to the entrance of your school. We will exchange money and goods at the same time. Seeing the message, Yi Chen clenched his fist secretly. Success or failure would depend on tonight. In the evening, around 7 o'clock, while Yi Chen anxiously waited, he finally received a message from Cheng Siu. She said she was already downstairs and asked Yi Chen to come down and collect the medicine. Without hesitation, Yi Chen dressed neatly and went straight downstairs. Not far from the school gate, a black Benz sedan was parked by the roadside with hazard lights on. The front right window rolled down, revealing Cheng Siu's delicate face. However, she was wearing large sunglasses that covered most of her face. She waved at Yi Chen, and he walked closer. He didn't rush to get in the car but first observed the surroundings, then glanced at the empty back seat. After that, he opened the door and got in. Chung Siu smiled and said, Mr. Yi, you are so cautious. Do you even need to be on guard against a small woman like me? Yi Chen also smiled and said, you are the same. Let go of that anti-wolf spray in your left hand. Cheng Siu was taken aback. She didn't expect the other party to observe so carefully and even notice her small actions. She couldn't help but awkwardly smile and say, sorry, Mr. Li. After all, I am a woman carrying such valuable elixirs. I have to be cautious. I understand. Yi Chen nodded and said, can we proceed with the transaction now? After a sincere conversation, Chung Siu let her guard down and handed a package to Yi Chen, which was placed on the side. Before that, Chung Siu locked the car doors. Yi Chen knew that this was a small precaution Cheng Siu took to prevent him from escaping with the goods. But what use did it have for him, an aspiring martial artist? If he were really a bad person, her actions would only put herself in danger. However, noticing her cautious reaction, it also indirectly proved that Chung Siu had no ulterior motives and genuinely came to trade with him. Yi Chen opened the package and took out the jade bottle inside. When he opened the bottle stopper, he immediately smelled a strong medicinal fragrance, much stronger than the qi and blood pill. Truly a top-grade pill, Yi Chen exclaimed. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied? Cash or card? Card. Yi Chen took out the card again and paid 398,000 yuan on the POS machine handed to him by Chung Siu. He couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. In just 2 days, he had already spent half of his million yuan prize money. But in order to improve his strength, this money had to be spent. After successfully completing the transaction, Cheng Siu seemed very happy and immediately invited, Mr. Yi, have you had dinner? I know a good stir-fry restaurant nearby. Let me treat you? Hearing this, Yi Chen subconsciously glanced at Cheng Siu's plump thighs, which were even more tempting under the black stockings. Another time, he said. At such an important moment, he didn't have time to think about romantic matters. After Cheng Siu locked the car door, Yi Chen got out of the car directly. Mr. Yi, if you need anything, feel free to contact me, Cheng Siyu said. After hearing Cheng Siyu's words, Yi Chen waved his hand and returned to the dormitory, attracting surprised looks from several classmates at the school gate. In no time, rumors about Yi Chen and the luxury car beauty spread throughout the campus. Yi Chen naturally had no idea about this, and he didn't care. Once he returned to the dormitory, he went back to the training room. This time, he made sure to have the alarm on his phone by his side before opening the jade bottle again and pouring out the blood-boosting pill. Looking at the blood-red pill in front of him and smelling the strong medicinal fragrance, Yi Chen felt his blood flow faster. He was certain that if he had taken this pill before obtaining the system, he would have bled to death. The powerful medicinal effect was too terrifying for a martial artist of his level to bear. But now, Yi Chen didn't hesitate much. He tilted his head back and swallowed the blood-boosting pill directly. After swallowing it, he couldn't help but feel nervous, and even a drop of sweat appeared on his palm. If something really went wrong, his life would be in danger today. Even if he pressed the alarm for help, it would be useless even if the duty teacher arrived in time. Every minute and second felt like an eternity for Yi Chen. Fortunately, the pain didn't appear. He just felt a bit hot all over, his breathing was even more rapid than before, and a heat rose in his lower abdomen, hard as iron. Yi Chen stood up, took off his shirt, and set the treadmill to a speed of 16, starting to run non-stop. After a few minutes, he felt unsatisfied and increased the speed to 20, continuing to sprint. Then, he increased the speed to 24 foot, 28, 32. The super high-speed friction even made the treadmill emit a piercing hum. He ran continuously for over 2 hours before getting off the treadmill. Then, he went to the punching bag, assumed a fighting stance, and threw rapid punches at the bag. Bang! The continuous and intense impact sounds echoed in the training room, even causing the entire room to tremble slightly. Even the duty teacher sitting below noticed something unusual and couldn't help but look up at the upper floor. However, he didn't go to disturb Yi Chen, just nodded slightly and said, "Truly a genius teenager who broke the school record. His strength is indeed extraordinary. It seems that our Jiang Chen will finally have a top-class student." Yi Chen continued to throw punches for over 3 hours until late at night before gradually stopping. He was panting heavily and realized that his skin was now flushed, emitting heat as if he had just been steamed like a crab. After this vent, he finally felt a slight reduction in the heat inside his body, but the heat flow in his body was several times stronger than before, emitting a powerful force. He now confirmed that his body could indeed take cross-border elixirs. Although the elixirs would not cause any damage to his body, they would make him restless and eager to release his power. Looking at his more defined muscle lines and the powerful pulsation of his blood, Yi Chen was very confident that his blood and chi had made a huge leap. If he wanted to, he could take the Gathering Spirit Pill now and advance to the first rank, becoming a true warrior. But of course, Yi Chen would not choose to do so. Because the martial science entrance exam required one to be a quasi-warrior in order to participate. In addition, the foundation of a warrior was quite important. Just like a tree wanting to grow taller, its roots must go deeper. If one wanted to go further on the path of cultivation, they must accumulate stronger blood and chi during the quasi-warrior period. The more blood and chi were enhanced, the stronger the foundation would be. The next day, Yi Chen continued to train crazily in his dormitory, digesting his excess power. Because tomorrow was the weekend and he could leave school and go home, Yi Chen trained especially hard today. Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and found that the caller was unexpectedly Principal Chen Mingwu. After their last meeting, they exchanged contact information, but Yi Chen didn't expect him to actually call. When the call connected, Chen Mingwu didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "Yi Chen, tomorrow morning, the principal of Chuncheng Martial University will come to our school specifically to interview you. Get ready and perform well tomorrow." "Old Chen, why did you urgently call me? You should know that the principal of my prestigious martial university is very busy. It's close to the martial science entrance exam, and we need to start working on those top students in advance. The competition between our prestigious martial universities is fierce, and you know that, right?" Around 10 o'clock the next morning, a black SUV stopped on the playground. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with a dignified face and wearing a Zhongshan suit, had not yet gotten out of the car when he began to complain to Chen Mingwu, who was there to greet him. Chen Mingwu walked up with a smile, warmly grabbed the other's hand, and said, "Old Hu, I know it's difficult for you, so I only called you to give you an advantage and find a good seedling." The Marshall University principal known as Old Hu withdrew his hand with great disdain and scanned the campus with dissatisfaction. He said, "If it weren't for our old comradeship, I wouldn't even bother with you. You should know that in the entire Northeast Province, Chuncheng Marshall University is also one of the top 2 prestigious Marshall universities. In the entire Great Xia, it can also rank in the top 20. Let alone your little Songjiang No. 1 middle school, even in the entire Jiangcheng, you can't produce a genius who can obtain a guaranteed admission to my Chuncheng Marshall University. I see that you, old Chen, are getting more and more confused. If you want to gain achievements, you can't do it like this. You're wasting resources for our Marshall University. Hu Wanli, who the hell do you think you're looking down on?" Chen Mingwu's face instantly darkened after hearing this, and he angrily scolded, "What's wrong with our Songjiang No. 1 middle school? What's wrong with our Jiangcheng? Can't we produce a top-tier student in 100 years? If it weren't for our old comradeship, I wouldn't have called you. Do you think anyone cares about your school's pathetic guaranteed admission quota? After the Marshall Science entrance exam is over, there will be plenty of top schools in Great Xia lining up to recruit students. The Marshall University of the capital, the Marshall University of Qingbei, the Marshall University of Modu, the Southwest Marshall University, which one of them is not more prestigious and resource-rich than your pathetic Chuncheng Marshall University? Can you compete with them then? You dog's eyes look down on people. It serves you right that you can't snatch any good seedlings from Chuncheng Wuda. Last year, you didn't even make it to the top 16 in the national Wuda competition, and next year you'll be stopped at the top 32. The year after that, you probably won't even make it to the selection match. You, as the principal, just wait to be humiliated. Even if you want my students now, I won't give them to you. Get lost, go back where you came from." These sharp words made Chuncheng Wuda's principal, Hu Wanli, darken his face, unable to refute what the other party said because it was all true. Just as the atmosphere became tense and neither of them spoke, Teacher He, who had come to greet Chen Mingwu, stepped in to defuse the situation and said, "Both principals are truly old comrades. As soon as they meet, they start joking and scolding each other. Principal Hu, since you've come from afar, let's go to the reception room and take a rest. Yi Chen will come over later, whether it works out or not, at least you can meet him and not let the child wait in vain." Humph. Hu Wanli snorted coldly and led 2 accompanying mentors towards the teaching building. Chen Mingwu was also pulled by Teacher He and followed him. Inside the teaching building, Hu Wanli looked at Teacher He and said, "Xiao He, I don't think we need to go to the reception room. Let's go directly to the training room with the qi and blood measurement device. When that student arrives, let him measure his qi and blood values first." Teacher He first glanced at Chen Mingwu before nodding and saying, "All right, then please Principal Hu and the 2 mentors follow me this way." The group arrived at the training room, and Hu Wanli immediately looked at an old, large device not far away, shaking his head helplessly. "Lao Chen, why is your school still using outdated machines from over a decade ago? We eliminated this model 7 or 8 years ago. You should hurry up and replace it with a new one." Chen Mingwu snorted coldly, "Our small school in this small city can't compare to your Wuda, which is in the top 20 nationwide. If you want, you can donate a few new ones to our school, and I'll replace them immediately." Hu Wanli didn't respond to his words but turned to Teacher He and said, "Do you have the information of that student? Give us a copy to look at." "Yes, I have it ready for you." Teacher He distributed the information to Principal Hu and the 2 mentors. After taking a glance, Hu Wanli furrowed his brows. Why is the qi and blood value so low? The last measurement was only 121 cards, which is even worse than our ordinary high school students in Chuncheng. A female mentor with gold-rimmed glasses behind him said, "The assessment results of the last small competition were indeed good, even comparable to the top talents in Chuncheng. However, these results have a lot of room for improvement, and besides, this student's previous grades were terrible, to the point where they couldn't even get into a regular Wuda." Another male teacher with slightly curly hair also said, we are all martial artists, and we all know that the level of qi in blood can determine the potential of a prospective martial artist. If the qi in blood value of this student is lower than 160 cards during the test, I don't think there's a need to continue evaluating them. Huanli looked at Chen Mingwu and said in a deep voice, Lao Chen, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, but even the top students in our Chuncheon High School's elite class can only increase their qi in blood by 40 cards within 6 months. It's unlikely that this student you recommended will meet the standard. Chen Mingwu angrily said, Lao Hu, why is it so difficult for you to do me this favor? Have I ever asked you for anything in all these years? This is the best student in the history of our Songjiang No. 1 middle school. Principal Hu stood upright, with a solemn expression, like an impartial judge. He said to the former, Old Chen, there are laws in the country and rules in the family. Although we are old comrades, we cannot indulge in favoritism and take shortcuts. This is disrespectful and unfair to other students. Our resources at Wu University are limited, and we should fully utilize them on talented and promising students. Only then can our reputation at Wu University in Spring City be enhanced, attracting more talents and continuously growing. If all the students we admit at Wu University are like the ones you recommended, can Wu University in Spring City still exist? How can we guard against the ambitions of Neon Nation? Chen Mingwu nodded and sighed, I understand now. Hu, you never really cared about our school's students. Huanli said with deep meaning, Old Chen, you also need to understand my difficulties. I cannot let Wu University in Spring City decline under my leadership. The fact that I can come here today is already the greatest favor I can give you, as I am busy with countless tasks every day and don't have time to waste here. I have to rush back in the afternoon. You can't blame me, all right? Between their conversation, there was a knock on the door. Come in. They saw a handsome and fair-skinned young man push the door open. He walked steadily, with a straight posture, and looked confidently at everyone with calm eyes. Student Yi Chen, reporting for duty. You are Yi Chen? Hu Wanli raised an eyebrow and looked the young man up and down. He felt that this young man in front of him looked much more spirited than in the profile picture. Even facing him, a 7th grade warrior, he showed no fear. The two mentors beside him exchanged glances, nodding secretly, but also feeling regretful. If Yi Chen were stronger, they would consider accepting him. Unfortunately, data cannot deceive people, and even though the young man in front of them seemed decent, it couldn't change the fact that he lacked potential. The middle-aged female mentor spoke, Hello, Yi Chen. I am Su Jing, a mentor at Wu University in Spring City. Let's not waste time. Please measure your current blood and energy value with the instrument. Yi Chen nodded. In fact, he had already heard some of the conversation between the two sides outside the door, and he knew that Wu University in Spring City did not want him. Naturally, he wouldn't force himself. However, he was curious about how much his blood and energy value had increased, so he didn't refuse. Yi Chen walked directly to the measuring instrument, placed his feet in the fixed position below, and gripped the handle on the side. With a roar from the machine, followed by violent shaking and a large amount of smoke rising, the red light at the top of the instrument started flashing, emitting a beep 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 alarm sound. However, the screen displaying the measurement results of the blood and energy value did not show any numbers, but a row of letters, full. Everyone was stunned. Su Jing coughed twice, fanned away the surrounding smoke and dust with her hand, and frowned, Why is this device malfunctioning at this time? The other male mentor laughed, Old antique, it's natural for it to break. Teacher, he immediately took out the instructions for the blood and energy measurement device, carefully read it for a while, and then said to everyone, according to the instructions, when these letters appear, it means either the device has a malfunction or the measurement value exceeds the maximum range. Hu Wanli asked, What is the maximum measurement value for this old-fashioned device? 200 cards, teacher, he answered. The male mentor next to him said, Then it must be broken. Find someone to repair it quickly, and we can retest it after it's fixed. Is there a possibility? Teacher, he didn't finish his sentence, and the female mentor interrupted, There are hardly any students this year in Disya who have exceeded 200 cards. I think it's better not to indulge in wishful thinking. Hu Wanli nodded, agreeing with her opinion. Generally speaking, A student who can reach a blood and energy value of 180 is already a rare existence, a good seedling for key cultivation. Those who exceed 190 are the focus of fierce competition at top universities. Those who exceed 200 are competitors for the national top scorer. Even top universities like Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Fudan University will actively reach out and promise many benefits, providing resource advantages. As one of the largest cities in the northeastern province, the Spring City has not produced a genius with a blood and energy value exceeding 200 this year. How could such a resource-poor small city like Zhangcheng produce such a monster? Seeing that several university leaders said so, teacher he compromised, I will immediately find someone to come and repair it. She hurriedly took out her phone and dialed the repair number according to the instructions in the manual. She hoped it was the second situation, but reason told her it was impossible. It is unheard of to increase blood and energy by 80 points in half a year. After some communication, teacher he said to everyone, I called the manufacturer, and they said they need to send someone from the Spring City to repair it. They can only arrive here in the afternoon at the earliest. Hu Wanli looked at Chen Mingwu and said, Old Chen, this is fate. I think we should end the interview here. Chen Mingwu did not speak, but teacher he quickly said, Principal Hu, why don't I take you to see the last practical assessment video of Yichen? I think you will have a deeper understanding of this student. Hu Wanli waved his hand and smiled faintly, Teacher he, I don't think it's necessary, and besides, watching the video would take at least 1 or 2 hours. We don't have that much time. Su Jing, a female mentor on the side, also said, what we mainly need to see is the potential of a student. Blood and energy value is the most convenient and direct measurement standard. The practical assessment videos from high school have little reference value unless they are top-level students. We will conduct a detailed assessment. Teacher he wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Chen Mingwu. All right, Shohei, since Principal Hu and the 2 senior mentors are not interested in our students, there is no need to force it. I believe that gold will shine sooner or later. You have the spirit of an old comrade. Hu Wanli laughed. There are so many top universities in the province, and it is not necessary to only choose our Spring City University. We should give other universities a chance. Chen Mingwu nodded and calmly looked at him. You're right. At this time, Yi Chen, who had been silent, asked, Principal, teachers, can I go home now? He naturally understood that the Spring City University did not intend to offer him a place, so there was no need to stay any longer. It would be better to go home early and have lunch cooked by his mother. Yes, you can go. Thank you for your hard work, classmate. Su Jing nodded politely, but never looked at him directly. Hu Wanli encouraged, don't be discouraged, young student. One failure does not represent anything. Even if you cannot get a place at our Spring City University, there are other second-tier universities to choose from. Of course, if you really want to come to our Spring City University, we look forward to your outstanding performance in the martial arts examination and entering our Spring City University with your strength. I will indeed participate in the examination, Yi Chen said, but my goal is not Spring City University, but one of the top 3 ranked universities in the country. Hu Wanli was taken aback, then smiled, I wish you success in achieving your goal. Although he said so, he didn't take Yi Chen's words to heart. The 2 university mentors exchanged smiles, thinking that the young man in front of them was just boasting after being frustrated. After Yi Chen left, Hu Wanli looked at his watch and then looked at Chen Mingwu. Old Chen, it's already noon. Aren't you going to treat this old comrade to lunch? Of course, let's eat. Chen Mingwu nodded, and then led everyone to have a meal. A few minutes later, Hu Wanli stood at the entrance of the school cafeteria, stunned, and said, Lao Chen, I came all the way here, and you arranged for me to eat this? It's good enough to have this to eat. Chen Mingwu said while serving food, you just said it yourself, money and resources should be spent where they matter most. Our school is already poor, so we need to save a little more in order to produce more excellent students for Wuhan University nationwide. All right. Hu Wanli laughed in frustration, then turned to the 2 mentors beside him and said, since they don't want to entertain us, let's just go back now. It's better than staying here and being a nuisance. Lao Chen, I'm leaving now, and don't call me anymore if there's nothing important. I'm really busy every day and don't have time to come to your lousy school. After saying his last words to Chen Mingwu, he snorted and left with the two mentors. After 1 p.m., Chen Mingwu was operating the computer in his office, screening other key Wuhan University schools in the province, trying to find a good future for Yi Chen. Just then, Teacher He rushed in, sweating profusely. Principal. Principal. Xiao He, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Did the demon's lair revolt, or did the Neon Nation ninjas invade? Chen Mingwu said calmly while moving the mouse. As a warrior, the most important thing is to have a calm and composed heart, so that we can go further on the path of martial arts. Teacher He didn't have time to listen to his bragging and interrupted directly. Principal, the expert who was repairing the qi and blood measurement device just arrived. Oh, is the equipment not reparable? Chen Mingwu typed on the keyboard while saying calmly, if it can't be repaired, then it can't be repaired. We'll have to scrap it and apply for a new one from the Education Bureau. I don't want those damn dogs to look down on us. No. Teacher He said seriously, the repair expert said that our equipment is not broken. What did you say? Chen Mingwu suddenly stood up, and the powerful aura that erupted from his fluctuating emotions even caused the mahogany table in front of him to completely break, and the monitor flew several meters and crashed into the wall, shattering into pieces. Fortunately, Teacher He was prepared and dodged, avoiding any harm. Principal, it seems like your state of mind is not well cultivated. How can you enter the 7th rank like this? Ignoring Teacher He's sarcastic remark, Chen Mingwu trembled and said, Shouty, what did you just say? Say it again. Teacher He also stopped joking and said seriously, Principal, after the repair expert's repeated confirmation, our school's qi and blood measurement device is not damaged and can still function normally. I just found a martial arts student who hasn't left the school and tested it, and everything is normal. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingwu's large palm trembled slightly, and bloodshot eyes appeared in his gaze. He knew exactly what this result meant. It meant that Yi Chen's qi and blood had already reached over 200 calories. The equipment wasn't broken at all, it just exceeded the measurement limit. Their school had finally produced a dragon. Seeing Chen Mingwu's excited state, Teacher He reminded, Principal, President Hu and the others should still be on their way back. Should we give them a call and let them know? Give them a call for what? Chen Mingwu stood with his hands behind his back, his posture straight, and a proud expression on his face. What is he? Is he worthy of teaching my students? Alright, then I'll leave first. Just as Teacher He was about to leave, Chen Mingwu smiled cunningly and looked at Teacher He. Shoei, go make a call to President Hu and the others. After all, such a big thing happened, it wouldn't be good if we didn't tell them. Otherwise, people might think that I, Chen Mingwu, am a narrow-minded person. Teacher He understood instantly and covered his mouth, laughing. Alright, Principal, I'll go do that. Chen Mingwu said again, also, write a resume and submit it to me. You will be the selected candidate for this year's outstanding teacher. Ah. Thank you for nurturing me, Principal. Don't thank me, I have to thank you too. Thank you for helping the school discover a true dragon. A few minutes later. A black SUV on the highway approaching the Spring City suddenly drifted, making a 180-degree turn, narrowly avoiding a rear-end collision. Amidst the piercing honking around, the SUV rushed left and right like it was on fire, sparking and lightning, heading back the way it came. The story has two parts. Although Yi Chen's home was not close to the school, it would take more than 10 stops by bus to get there. Yi Chen chose not to take the bus. Under the admiring gazes of several female students at the school gate, Yi Chen jogged all the way back to his residential area. He felt like he was jogging, but pedestrians on the road felt like Yi Chen was sprinting at full speed. Throughout the journey, Yi Chen felt like he had just warmed up, still full of energy. The warm current inside his body continued to grow, constantly circulating, but it was not as hot as before. Back in the residential area, due to the increase in pedestrian traffic, Yi Chen switched from running to walking, leisurely heading towards his own unit. He hummed a little tune, already forgetting about the evaluation just now. At this point, he didn't really care about a guaranteed admission spot. His current goal was to participate in the entrance exam for the martial arts university and enter his ideal institution with his own abilities. He also wanted to know, with his current strength, how he would rank among all the candidates in the country. When he was about to reach home, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from the corner ahead. Looking up, it turned out to be his own mother chatting with the neighboring plump ant. Standing next to the plump ant was a chubby boy 2 years younger than Yi Chen, who was none other than the plump ant's son, Pang Fei. The reason she was called the plump ant was naturally because of her overweight figure. And the plump ant loved to show off. Whenever something good happened in her family, she would boast to her neighbors, especially about her precious son. At this moment, she happened to catch Yi Chen's mother, who had just returned from the market, and kept nagging. "Sister Yi, you bought such a big carp? Ah, isn't Yi Chen coming back today? He's about to take the big exam, so I want to nourish him." "That's good, by the way, your son Yi Chen is also studying martial arts. How much chi and blood does he have now? Last time he said it was over 120. The plump ant immediately boasted, "Our son Pang Fei, he just started high school this year. In the latest test, his chi and blood value has reached 115 cards. It's possible that by next year, his chi and blood will reach 120 cards, and there's hope to reach 130 cards before graduation." Even his homeroom teacher praises his talent, saying that there's a chance he'll be transferred to the honors class next year. Ye's mother smiled awkwardly and flattered, "That's really good, better than my son Yi Chen." At this time, the chubby boy Pang Fei suddenly shouted, "Mom, I want to eat fish too." "Okay, Mom will go to the market later and buy a bigger one than Auntie Yes." The plump ant was very proud. After showing off, she was about to leave with her son, but she saw Yi Chen coming back. "Oh, Yi Chen is back. We were just talking about you with your mother." As soon as the plump ant saw Yi Chen, her eyes lit up, as if she had found a new object to show off. She quickly approached, "How's Yi Chen's recent cultivation? Has his chi and blood value increased? Your little brother Pang Fei is already close to 120 cards. If you don't work hard, he might surpass you." Looking at the proud mother and son, Yi Chen said, "Then I have to let my little brother work harder. I just tested my chi and blood value recently, and it has already exceeded 160 cards." "What did you say?" The smile on Aunt Pang's face suddenly stopped, and she couldn't believe it. "How much? 160 calories?" Although she herself is not a warrior, she still has a good understanding of chi and blood values, otherwise how could she show off to others? 160 calories for a high school student is considered top-notch even in the advanced class. In comparison, her son's grades are nothing. "Mom, I want to eat grilled fish." "Grill what? I think you look like a grilled fish. All you know is eating every day. Look at how fat you become, and you still have the nerve to eat with such low chi and blood?" Watching Aunt Pang drag Pang Fei home by the ear, Yi Chen finally looked at his own mother and said, "Mom, I'm back. Hurry home, your dad is cooking. Once the fish is done, we'll eat." "Okay." Yi Chen smiled and took the fish and vegetables from his mother's hand and walked towards home. Behind him, Lin Saixia, Ye's mother, said dissatisfiedly, "You say you don't study well every day, and now you're lying without blushing or skipping a beat." "When did I lie?" Yi Chen asked in confusion. "Saying that your chi and blood value has already exceeded 160, isn't that a lie? I'm your mother, don't I know what kind of person you are?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "If I say my chi and blood value is over 200 now, would you say I have hysteria? You brat, now you've learned to be cheeky." Lin Saixia lightly pushed her son's head with her finger. "I'll tell your dad later and see if he'll beat you or not." After speaking, the mother and son looked at each other in silence and laughed. As soon as he entered the house, Yi Chen smelled the strong aroma of food. It was this smell that made him linger and forget about leaving. This was the smell of home. "Old Ji, our son is back. How did you do with the sweet and sour pork?" In the kitchen, Yi Chen's father, Yi Kai-chun, said in a deep voice, "It's almost ready." "Did you buy the fish? It's freshly killed, right?" Freshly killed fish tastes good. Ye's mother brought the fish into the kitchen, while Yi Chen himself skillfully settled into the sofa, watching the melodramatic love drama on TV and waiting for dinner. After about half an hour, Ye's father came out of the kitchen with a pot of steaming braised carp. "Son, come and eat." Hearing his father's call, Yi Chen returned from his relaxed state to human form and sat down at the dining table. His mother had already prepared a bowl of rice and placed it in front of Yi Chen along with chopsticks. "Try your dad's cooking. He specially cooked braised carp for you, and your favorite sweet and sour pork." Yi Chen picked up a piece of fish and chewed it slowly. "How does it taste?" Yi Chen nodded and said, "It's delicious." Hearing this, his father's nervous expression relaxed, and his mother urged with a smile, "If it's delicious, eat more." Yi Chen gobbled up a bowl of rice and then filled another bowl. Seeing this, Ye's father couldn't help but ask, "Is it because of my cooking skills or has Yi Chen's qi and blood improved? Why is his appetite so big today?" Although they are not warriors, they still have some basic knowledge about warriors. The higher the qi and blood value, the faster the body's metabolism, and naturally the more one can eat. When this topic was mentioned, Lin Saixia said, "Old Yi, your son needs to be disciplined." When he came back today, he happened to meet Pang Fei and his mother. In order to show off, he said his qi and blood value is 160 calories. "You should talk to him." Yi Kaicheng frowned and said, "Yi Chen, how did I teach you? You should be honest and not use your quick wit for useless things. Don't do this again next time, got it?" "Okay." Yi Chen was busy eating and didn't have time to say much. He just listened to his parents nagging, letting it go in one ear and out the other, but he couldn't resist having another piece of meat. Because the qi and blood surged again, and after warming up again before coming back, I am unusually hungry today. While listening to my parents nagging, I got up again to get some food. But this action scared Lin Saixia, and she quickly said, "Xiao Chen, why are you eating? If you can't finish it, don't force yourself. There's no need to pretend that your qi and blood have increased." Yi Kaicheng also said, "I don't expect you to go to Wuhan University or become a warrior. It's fine to graduate and find a stable job in a factory. It's not necessary for you to become outstanding. It's enough for you to have a worry-free and peaceful life. Look at me and your mother, we have lived a quiet and ordinary life, isn't it good?" "I understand, Mom and Dad." While Yi Chen was getting food, he finally had the chance to speak. "I'm not forcing myself, I'm really hungry, and I'm not lying, my qi and blood have really increased." As soon as these words came out, Yi Kaicheng and his wife looked at each other in surprise. Their son had only increased his qi and blood by a dozen points in the past 3 years, so how did it suddenly surge by 40 points in just a week? "Son, you might as well say that your qi and blood value is already over 200, your mother will be even happier to hear that." Faced with his mother's teasing, Yi Chen calmly said, "It seems like my qi and blood value is really over 200, but I'm afraid of scaring you, so I said it was only over 160. He didn't plan to hide this matter from his parents, after all, they would find out sooner or later. The more you say, the less reliable it sounds." Just as Yi Kaicheng was about to educate Yi Chen again, the door suddenly knocked. "Who is it?" Yi Kaicheng frowned and asked. They were a family of 3 living here, and because they were not wealthy, they didn't have many relatives visiting, so they were puzzled by the sudden knocking on the door, thinking that someone had knocked on the wrong door. "Excuse me, is this Yi Chen's home?" A crisp female voice came from outside the door. Yi Kaicheng and his wife couldn't help but look at Yi Chen, their eyes seemed to be asking, "Did you find a girlfriend outside?" Yi Chen was also puzzled, reluctantly put down his chopsticks and went to open the door. But he found a young woman in her 20s standing outside the door, wearing a women's shirt on her upper body, and a black knee-length tight skirt on the bottom. With her shoulder-length short hair, she looked particularly capable, especially when she smiled and revealed 2 dimples, adding a touch of charm. When the woman saw a young man opening the door, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but ask, "Are you Yi Chen? Who are you?" "Oh, my name is Li Ran, I'm a comprehensive news reporter from Jiangcheng TV station. I heard that you were the first place in this year's Songjiang No. 1 middle school martial arts competition, and you broke the school's record by more than 1,000 points. Today, I specially came to interview you for a special feature. Do you have time now?" No wonder Yi Chen felt familiar with the other party. It turned out that he had seen her on TV news before. She was quite famous as a host. But he didn't answer. Instead he asked, "How did you know that I live here?" Li Ran maintained a smile and showed two cute dimples. "Oh, we inquired about your address from your school before coming here. Because time is tight and we want to release it tomorrow, we took the liberty to visit. Please forgive us." At this point, Yi Chen's phone rang, and when he picked it up, it turned out to be a call from Principal Chen Mingwu. Yi Chen answered the call, and he could hear Chen Mingwu's rough voice through the earpiece. "You little brat, I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. Your qi and blood value unexpectedly broke through 200 without a sound. You really are a genius." Yi Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed that the principal was in a good mood now, frequently swearing, not at all like a principal. I heard the voice on the phone continue. "I really don't know how the hell you cultivated yourself. If that old bastard who only finds out later, he'll probably rush back with his ass on fire." Yi Chen remained silent for a moment and said, "Principal, I don't want to be recommended to Chun Chang Wuda. I want to participate in the martial arts examination and enter the ideal Wuda with my own strength." Ambitious. Chen Mingwu laughed heartily. "These are the disciples I, Chen Mingwu, have brought up. They should have such vision and courage." After a pause, Chen Mingwu continued, "Don't worry, I will handle it for you with Lao Hu. You just focus on preparing for the exam. You can arrange your time freely. All the resources of the school are at your disposal. If you encounter any problems, you can call me directly. But you damn well have to perform well. When it comes to the martial arts examination, come back with a ranking for me. I don't dare to expect a national ranking, but I think you can compete for the top 3 in the province. Let those brats from the big cities see that our small city is not weak." Yi Chen smiled and said, "I will do my best." Good, that's it. Oh, by the way, a few days ago, I submitted your information and deeds to the TV station. The people from the TV station just called me back and said they want to interview you. I've already given them your address. They will be here soon, so cooperate well. Principal, I finally came home for a day. Can't it be postponed until tomorrow? Why the hell are you talking so much? This is an opportunity one got through connections. It's hard to find even if you hold a lantern. Don't be so hesitant. With the publicity from the TV station, your reputation as a rising genius will spread. Then you will be a celebrity in our Jiangchang. It will be beneficial for your future development." Yi Chen helplessly said, "I understand, Principal. They have already arrived." You kid, don't be ungrateful." Click. Yi Chen hung up the phone. Li Ran, who was next to him, had already guessed that it was a call from the school. She smiled and said, "Yi Chen, they're here." "Then come in." "Thank you." Li Ran waved her hand behind her, and a burly man carrying a camera walked over, followed by another person holding a long microphone. They entered Yi Chen's house. Suddenly, 3 more people appeared, and the small living room became somewhat crowded. Yi Chen's parents had been stunned listening to the whole process, and now they slowly came back to their senses. While giving the guests seats, they hurriedly served tea and poured water, busy attending to them. It was only now that they gradually believed that their son had really made it, and even the people from the TV station came to interview him. "Uncle, Aunt, you don't have to be busy. Just relax a bit. It's really sorry to disturb your meal." Li Ran's gentle voice, coupled with her dimples, was charming to people of all ages. "It's okay, no rush, come and sit. Have you had your meal? If not, have some first." Yi Kaitang and Lin Saixia warmly entertained them. The people they usually saw on TV suddenly appeared in their own home, like seeing a celebrity. "Uncle, Aunt, you really don't have to be polite." Li Ran said kindly, "After we finish interviewing Yi Chen, we also want to interview the 2 of you, to ask about your parenting experience and share with everyone how you were able to cultivate such an outstanding child." Lin Saixia smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh, we can't possibly go on TV." On the contrary, Yi Kaitang seemed eager to try, showing the demeanor of the head of the family, and said with forced calmness, "That can be done. You can interview Xiaochen first, and we'll talk about it later. Although Comrade Yi doesn't know what achievements his son has made to have the television station come to their home for an interview, he has already prepared a draft in his mind and carefully listened to the conversation between Yi Chen and Li Ran, finding some directions to fill in his own speech later. The commotion at Yi Chen's home quickly caught the attention of the neighbors. Especially the van parked at the door with the words Jiangcheng Television Station attracted the attention of the neighbors. Today is Sunday, and many people are resting at home. They all came out of their homes and gathered at the entrance of Yi Chen's building to watch the excitement. Why did the people from the television station come to our community? I heard they went to the Yi family to interview their son, Yi Chen. Interviewing Yi Chen? Ha, I knew this kid would succeed sooner or later. I was right. Second uncle, don't tease. Yesterday you said he would never become a warrior in his lifetime. The commotion outside also caught the attention of Aunt Pang's family. At this time, Pang Fei was enjoying a delicious grilled fish, and Aunt Pang sneered beside him, "You, Yi Chen, dare to play tricks on your Aunt Pang. If it weren't for a little knowledge of martial arts, I would have been fooled by you. You want to increase your strength by 40 cards in a few months. Do you think you're a genius?" Saying that, she happily touched her son's chubby face and said, "I almost believed that little bastard's nonsense, and my eldest son missed out on eating grilled fish. Eat more, let your blood and energy surpass your brother Yi sooner." Pang Fei also happily ate, but the commotion outside caught his attention, and he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Mom, why is it so lively at Yi Chen's house?" Aunt Pang was taken aback, then said to Pang Fei, "You eat first, Mom will go out and take a look." When Aunt Pang came out, she happened to see the people from the television station finishing their interview at Yi Chen's house. Many men saw Li Ran and exclaimed, their eyes brightening. This beautiful host and reporter is the goddess in the hearts of many men in Jiangcheng. At this time, Li Ran was talking to Yi Chen, occasionally laughing and showing her signature dimples, making many people around envy. Some people wanted to rush over to get close to the goddess, but when they saw the two fierce bodyguards behind her, they immediately hesitated. Li Ran, as a pillar of Jiangcheng Television Station, has a status and identity that ordinary people like them can't compare to. But at this moment, she appeared extremely friendly when facing Yi Chen, even with a hint of humility. This made the neighbors even more curious about what achievements Yi Chen had made. After Li Ran and the others left in the van, the neighbors quickly surrounded Yi's family, bombarding them with questions. "Old Yi, why did the television station come to your house?" Yi Kaicheng straightened his chest, cleared his throat, and said, "Oh, they came to interview our son, Yi Chen." Interviewing Yi Chen? What did little Chen do? Yi Kaicheng pretended to be calm and said, "Nothing much, he just got first place in the whole school and broke the school's record." Oh my god. The Yi family's ancestors must be proud. Yi Chen, when you become successful in the future, don't forget about your Aunt Wang. I used to carry you when you were a child. Aunt Pang listened for a while in the crowd and silently went home. Pang Fei, who was eating grilled fish, curiously asked, "Mom, why did your face change so much when you went out?" Looking at her son, who was now covered in oil from the fish, Aunt Pang's anger rose, and she walked up angrily and slapped him a few times, still eating. "Look at how fat you've become. How dare you eat when your blood and energy are so low?" Amidst the enthusiastic conversation of the neighbors, the Yi family finally returned home. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom, I'm still hungry, I want to eat." Upon hearing this, Lin Saixia immediately said, "The food must have gotten cold, let me reheat it for you." "It's okay, it's still warm." Yi Chen sat down and continued to eat hungrily. "Then let me reheat the fish for you." With that, Lin Saixia walked into the kitchen with the leftover half of the fish. Meanwhile, Yi Kaicheng stood in the living room, pacing back and forth with excitement on his face that he couldn't hide. "Great, I didn't expect my son to really have potential. Our family is going to have a martial artist." Yi Chen finished another bowl, got up to serve rice, and teased, "Dad, I don't necessarily have to go to a martial arts university. Didn't you just say it's fine to be an ordinary person?" "Nonsense." Yi Kaicheng glared at his son and said, "Your mother and I are not capable, so naturally we can only be ordinary people. I said that earlier because I thought you had low talent and just wanted to comfort you. If there's an opportunity, who wouldn't want to stand out? Since you have the chance now, you should seize it, and we will fully support you. After speaking, Yi Kaiching fell silent for a moment and continued, if you really don't want to become a martial artist, your mother and I won't force you. You're grown up now, choose your own path. Yi Chen smiled and said, I was just joking with you earlier, of course I want to go to a martial arts university and become a martial artist. It's my dream. He had already felt the benefits of improving his strength and naturally had no reason to give up. Lin Saixia came out of the kitchen with the reheated fish and worriedly said, Xiaochen, although becoming a martial artist can bring you success, it also comes with greater risks than being an ordinary person. When you insisted on applying to the martial arts academy, Mom thought you wouldn't get into Wu University, so I didn't think much of it. Now that you really have the opportunity to go to Wu University, Mom is actually a bit worried. While picking up food, Yi Chen comforted her, Mom, don't worry, your son is very strong now. I can't say for sure about other things, but I can definitely protect my own life. Lin Saixia said, I only have one son like you, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters. By the way, Mom, I won a 1 million scholarship in this exam, but I've already spent some of it. Give me your bank account number later, and I'll transfer 300,000 to you to improve our family's living conditions. How much? 1 million? Oh my goodness. Lin Saixia's eyes widened in astonishment and she exclaimed, my son is really successful now. The money you earned from this exam is enough for your dad and me to live on for several years without eating or drinking. Yi Chen smiled and said, I will definitely earn more in the future and strive to buy you a bigger house and live in a high-end neighborhood. As long as you have that intention. Yi Kaiching took a puff of smoke and said, you should keep the money. Cultivating as a martial artist is expensive, and we can't provide you with more assistance, at least we shouldn't become a burden to you. Yi Chen was about to speak when the door of the house was knocked again. Who is it now? Lin Saixia opened the door and found a short man in a beige windbreaker standing outside. He wore a black fedora hat on his head, with a brim that was 4 or 5 centimeters long, covering most of his face. Lin Saixia was taken aback, as she didn't recognize this person from her memory, and asked, who are you looking for? The man lifted his head, revealing his face. With high cheekbones and a somewhat ugly appearance, he had a brush-like mustache below his nose. A glimmer of intelligence shone in his triangular eyes behind his round-framed glasses. Seeing Lin Saixia, he respectfully clasped his hands in front of him and bowed, saying, hello, auntie. I am here to see Yi Chen-san. Yi what? Lin Saixia was puzzled, but the short man in the windbreaker had already flashed into the house. He bowed again and said, I apologize for the intrusion. I think this must be Yi Chen-san. The last sentence was spoken while looking at Yi Chen, who was sitting at the dining table. Yi Chen frowned and put down his chopsticks. For some reason, he felt a strange aura from this person in front of him. Based on the person's appearance, attire, and the very incorrect pronunciation of Dixia language, Yi Chen could guess the person's identity. Who are you and why did you come to find me? Yi Chen remained on guard, but did not show it on the surface. Yi Chen, may I have a word with you? The person gestured with his eyes for Yi Chen to speak in the inner room, and Yi Chen got up and walked towards his small house. After the two entered the house, the person took off his hat, bowed to Yi Chen again, and said, I am Yamamoto Junichiro. I have long admired the name of Yi Chen, and I have come to pay my respects today. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, and the person's identity was indeed as he had guessed, a person from the Neon country. This was obviously a case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yi Chen didn't waste words and asked directly, Mr. Yamamoto, why don't you put away your hypocritical manners from the Neon country and tell me the purpose of your visit today? Yi Chen, you are indeed quick-witted and straightforward. Yamamoto Junichiro sneered and said, I have come to ask Yi Chen to pledge allegiance to our great Neon Emperor. Yi Chen smiled and said, do you think that's possible? Yamamoto replied, I also think that Yi Chen won't agree so quickly, so I can wait slowly, to persuade your heart. Yi Chen nodded and said, alright, I want to rest today. Let's talk another day. With that, Yi Chen made a gesture to see the guest off. However, Yamamoto Junichiro did not move and sneered, "Yi-chen, do you think I'm a fool? I can leave, but you have to come with me. What if I say no?" Yi-chen, CC Wuja is indeed a hero. Yamamoto looked coldly at Yi-chen and laughed, "I am a third-grade ninja, and you are just a quasi-warrior. Your parents, including the people in this neighborhood, are all ordinary people. Your parents are outside the door now. You don't want your parents to be harmed, do you?" Yi-chen remained silent for a moment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Yamamoto and nodded, "All right, I'll go with you." "Yi-chen, you are indeed CC Wuja. I admire you." With that, Yamamoto gestured for Yi-chen to go first. However, Yi-chen turned around and took out a spare compound bow from the cabinet and put on a quiver. Then he looked at Yamamoto and said, "Mr. Yamamoto, as a long-range archer, it is reasonable for me to carry a bow and arrows, right?" "Of course." Yamamoto Junichiro sneered, "Just be careful not to hurt yourself. If you attempt to use this bow and arrow to kill me, I advise you to give up. The physical body of a third-grade warrior is very strong. Even if I stand still, your arrows won't be able to pierce my skin." At Matsue High School, a figure swiftly flew through the air and landed in the direction of the teaching building. This scene attracted many people to stop and watch, even causing traffic congestion. After all, flying in the air is something only a 7th-grade warrior can do. The Lord of Jiangcheng is only at the peak of the 6th grade, so it can be said that there is no high-ranking strong person in the entire Jiangcheng. Everyone speculated who this important person could be and why they were in such a hurry. Generally speaking, even high-ranking warriors, for the sake of their reputation and to avoid causing a sensation, would choose to take public transportation in the city. It is rare to see someone flying in the air like this, unless there is a war or a very urgent matter. And this strong person flying in the air is none other than Hu Wanli, the principal of Chunchang Martial Arts University, who rushed back in a hurry. Since receiving a call from teacher He, informing him that the previous test was not due to machine failure, but because Yi-chen's blood and energy value had exceeded 200, surpassing the upper limit of the old measuring device, principal Hu could no longer sit still. He urged the driver to drive faster multiple times on the way, almost causing an accident. Principal Hu let out a long roar and leaped out of the sunroof, performing an aerial flight. It seemed as if 1 second later, Yi-chen would be snatched away by another school. If the situation is true, Yi-chen is the biggest dark horse among this year's students, and even in the whole country, he is a prominent figure. Once this news leaks out, all the top martial arts universities in the country will send people to persuade Yi-chen to choose their school. Even top martial arts universities like Beijing Martial Arts University and Shanghai Martial Arts University will probably not be able to sit still and will definitely join the battle for Yi-chen. At that time, his Spring City Martial Arts University will no longer have any advantages, and he may not even have the qualifications to compete with those top martial arts universities. With this in mind, Hu Wanli became extremely anxious, feeling like the duck that flew away from his mouth, wishing he could slap himself. He didn't even take the stairs, but scanned with his divine sense and flew directly into Chen Mingwu's office through the window. At this moment, Chen Mingwu, who was sitting on the sofa leisurely drinking tea, seemed to have anticipated this and raised his eyelids slightly when he saw the figure flying in through the window. "I say, old Hu, why did you come back like your ass was on fire?" Chen Mingwu changed to a more comfortable sitting posture and continued, "I know you, the principal of a prestigious martial arts university, are very busy. It's almost time for the martial arts college entrance examination, and you need to start working on those top students in advance. I know that the competition for students between prestigious martial arts universities like yours is fierce. Our small high school in this small Jiangcheng can't accommodate a big shot like you." Hu Wanli knew that Chen Mingwu was deliberately annoying him with his previous words, but he had no choice. He still squeezed out a brilliant smile and warmly said, "Old Chen, we are old comrades in arms, just like brothers. It's not easy to come here. How can I just leave? Who said we're like brothers?" Chen Mingwu glanced at him and sneered, "Don't try to get close to me. I don't have a brother as snobbish as you." Hu Wanli made a gesture of apology and smiled, "Old Chen, you're being a bit heartless. Even if bones are broken, the tendons are still connected. How can we say that our relationship as old comrades in arms is broken? Chen Mingwu waved his hand impatiently and said, "You should go and do whatever you need to do. Don't talk nonsense with me. Can't you see that I'm busy finding other martial arts universities for Yi Chen to choose from? If Spring City Martial Arts University doesn't want him, I don't believe that there aren't other martial arts universities that do. Your Spring City Martial Arts University is not even in the top 20, eh? I'll find one that's even higher ranked than your Spring City Martial Arts University. Let's see if they want him." Hu Wanli grabbed Chen Mingwu's hand and pleaded, "Old Chen, for the sake of our many years as old comrades in arms, please don't find other martial arts universities for Yi Chen. Leave it to Spring City Martial Arts University." "That won't do." Chen Mingwu said seriously, "Old Hu, you should know that there are laws and regulations in this country, and each family has its own rules. Although we are old comrades in arms, we can't bend the rules and take shortcuts. It's not fair to other martial arts universities. There are only so many talented individuals, and those with blood and energy values exceeding 200 are even rarer. We can't trust such a valuable talent to a useless principal like you. Isn't that like putting a flower in a pile of cow dung? There are so many martial arts universities in the country, and it's not necessary to only offer a scholarship to your Spring City Martial Arts University. We should give other martial arts universities a chance too." Hu Wanli was completely enraged, his aura exploded, and the entire room instantly became chaotic. He stood up and shouted angrily, "Old Chen, you old bastard, tell me where Yi Chen is right now." "Oh?" Chen Mingwu sneered, "If being soft doesn't work, are you planning to resort to force? Without my permission, do you dare to touch Yi Chen and see if you think you're afraid just because you're a 7th grade master?" Hu Wanli stood still for a while, and his momentum suddenly weakened. He angrily said, "If you don't tell me where Yi Chen is, I will live here from today onwards, and you will have to feed me." Chen Mingwu chuckled and said, "The food in our small cafeteria is nothing compared to the delicacies at your Wuda University. I'm afraid you won't be able to adapt to it." Hu Wanli was so angry that he trembled, but he couldn't do anything to Chen Mingwu. Although the other party had a lower grade than him, Chen Mingwu was known as Chen Sanfeng, and if they were to fight, even without using all his strength, he probably wouldn't gain any advantage. Thinking of this, Hu Wanli pleaded again, "Old Chen, it's my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. It's my fault for underestimating people. You are a big-hearted person, so please forgive me this time. I came back specifically, and you must let me see Yi Chen again. Don't worry, I promise to fully support him. Let him choose his mentor at the school, at least 5 million scholarships every year, and the Kangong Pavilion has no limits, even." He gritted his teeth and said again, "Even if the miracle is opened in the future, I will give priority to Yi Chen for that spot." Chen Mingwu's face changed when he heard this and looked at Hu Wanli, saying, "Are you telling the truth?" "I wouldn't lie to you." Chen Mingwu nodded and said, "All right, I'll trust you one more time." He naturally knew that making any vows would be useless, it mainly depended on the other party's attitude. If the other party really kept their promise and handed over the spot in the miracle to Yi Chen, then it wouldn't be too much of a loss for Yi Chen to go to Wuda University in Chun City. Thinking of this, Chen Mingwu said again, "I can let you see Yi Chen, but if he doesn't want to, you can't force him." "Naturally." Hu Wanli proudly said, "I am also the principal of a prestigious university. My status is comparable to that of a deputy provincial governor. I would never do anything like causing trouble or forcibly taking things." As the two of them walked downstairs, they happened to meet Su Jing and 2 other mentors who had arrived in a dusty black SUV. Without saying a word, Hu Wanli pulled Chen Mingwu into the car. Under Chen Mingwu's guidance, they drove to Yi Chen's house. When they arrived at Yi Chen's doorstep, Hu Wanli asked the others to wait in the car while he followed Chen Mingwu out of the car and entered Yi Chen's building. At the entrance of the building, he even stopped to tidy up his clothes. He was in his 50s or 60s, a 7th grade expert, but at this moment, he was nervous as if he was marrying off his son. "Old Chen, is my collar crooked?" "It's not crooked." "Old Chen, is my hairstyle messy?" "It's not messy." "Old Chen, are you done yet?" Chen Mingwu glared at him, scaring Hu Wanli into silence, even holding his breath. Immediately, Chen Mingwu knocked on the door of Yi Chen's house. The one who opened the door was Yi Chen's mother, Lin Saixia. Chen Mingwu kindly said, "Hello, I am Chen Mingwu, the principal of Songjiang No. 1 Middle School, and this is Hu Wanli, the principal of Wuda University in Chun City. We are here for a home visit." When Lin Saixia heard that they were the principals of her son's school, she warmly invited them in. Yi Kaichang also quickly offered cigarettes, but he was politely declined by Chen Mingwu. Although Hu Wanli didn't smoke either, he respectfully accepted it. Today, the couple's eyes were opened. Not only did they meet the popular TV star, but they also met two principals. These were all influential figures that they used to look up to. Now they were chatting with them very enthusiastically. Especially the principal of Wuda University, Hu Wanli, who appeared extremely friendly and even treated Yi Kaichang like a brother, without any airs of a 7th grade expert. After chatting for a while, Hu Wanli couldn't sit still anymore and looked at Yi Kaichang. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Yi buddy, where is your son, Yi Chen?" Yi Kaichang smiled and said, "Oh, that kid was just called out by someone. Xiaochen said he was his friend, so we didn't ask much. I'll give him a call and ask him to come back." "Huh? He didn't answer the phone, maybe he's busy and didn't hear it." Hu Wanli and Chen Mingwu exchanged a glance, both sensing a hint of alertness in each other's eyes. "Have you guys met this friend of Yi Chen?" Chen Mingwu asked casually. "Never met him," Lin Saixia shook her head. "This person's accent doesn't sound like a local, but I can't pinpoint where exactly it's from." Yi Kaichang served them tea and added, when Xiaochen went out with him, he also took the spare longbow from home, saying they made an appointment to train outside. After hearing this, Chen Mingwu became even more suspicious. It was the weekend, and Yi Chen was not at home resting but insisted on going out to train for no apparent reason, especially when the school didn't have such an arrangement. Thinking of this, Chen Mingwu put down his teacup and stood up, saying, "Since Yi Chen is not at home, we won't disturb you for now. We'll come back to visit in a few days." Seeing their firm attitude, Yi Kaichang and his wife didn't try to persuade them and escorted the two out of the gate. Once Chen Mingwu and Hu Wanli got back in the car, their demeanor instantly changed. "I feel that Yi Chen is in danger," Chen Mingwu said straightforwardly. "I've heard about some incidents where talented students were coerced and abducted, many of whom are still missing. Even if they were found, it was only a lifeless body. We must find Yi Chen and the mysterious person who took him away immediately." Hu Wanli burst with a strong fighting spirit, causing fine cracks to appear on the car window. "Leave it to me. Whether that guy is from a cult, a traitor, or a foreign hostile force, as long as he dares to harm a hair on Yi Chen's head, I will make him regret coming into this world." Chen Mingwu asked, "Do you have a way to quickly locate Yi Chen?" "Nonsense. Do you think my 7th grade position is just for show?" Hu Wanli angrily replied. "I deliberately approached the room where Yi Chen stayed earlier and memorized his aura. Now, all I need to do is release my spiritual power and track down the location of that trace of aura." After speaking, he flew up into the air. His spiritual power spread in all directions. Soon, he traced that familiar aura near the outskirts and noticed that it was still moving at high speed towards the outskirts of Jiangchang. Hu Wanli soared towards that direction. At the same time, an old, silver-white car was speeding on the highway connecting the outskirts of the city. Yi Chen sat in the passenger seat and shouted, "Stop the car, I need to pee." But Shimoto Junichiro, who was driving, seemed to have no intention of stopping. He sneered, "Yi Chen-san, just hold it for a while. When we arrive at the meeting point with the organization, you can relieve yourself." "But I can't hold it anymore." "Then just do it in the car." "I don't mind the smell." Seeing that the other party was unyielding, Yi Chen changed the topic and asked, "Where are you planning to take me?" Shimoto replied, "You'll find out when we get there. The organization's people will find a way to transport you out of the country and back to Neon. There, you will receive comprehensive training and become an excellent ninja." Yi Chen sneered, "Aren't you afraid that after I learn everything, I'll rebel against you and kill all of you?" Shimoto chuckled dismissively, "Yi Chen-san, you're joking. We naturally have ways to make you completely obedient to the organization. By then, even if we ask you to kill your own parents, you will do it without hesitation. You will become a complete killing machine. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi-chan directly smashed the passenger window and rolled out. What? Yamamoto Junichiro was shocked. Although the car looked old, it was carefully modified and even a first-class warrior couldn't break it with brute force. Now it couldn't even trap Yi-chan, a quasi-warrior. Yi-chan, you are indeed a genius, but do you think you can escape from my grasp? Yamamoto sneered, not panicking, but abandoning the car and chasing after Yi-chan. It was already dusk, and the light gradually dimmed. Feeling Yamamoto chasing relentlessly behind him, Yi-chan took out his longbow, drew the bowstring, twisted his waist, and shot at Yamamoto. However, the arrow was easily caught between Yamamoto's fingers. Yamamoto sneered, Yi-chan, I advise you to give up futile resistance immediately, otherwise you will suffer even more. Yi-chan didn't listen and shot another arrow. Yamamoto repeated his previous move and caught it again. Yi-chan, with your strength, it's a daydream to try to kill me. After speaking, he kicked Yi-chan in the back with great force, sending him flying several meters and smashing into a nearby wall, burying him in the broken soil. The commotion attracted the attention of several passers-by, who panicked and fled. Hee, now you know the difference between us. If you don't drink the toast, you'll drink the penalty. Yamamoto Junichiro coldly walked forward, intending to cross the collapsed wall and drag the heavily injured Yi-chan out. According to his calculations, his kick just now should have made Yi-chan lose all resistance and even faint. His whereabouts had been exposed, and soon the people from the Great Xia State Security Office would arrive, so he had to immediately take Yi-chan and leave. Then, as he crossed the wall and coldly planned to pull Yi-chan out of the pile of soil, he found a sharp arrow aimed at his throat, and his gaze met Yi-chan's sharp eyes. Sayonara. When the finger pulling the bowstring was released, blood instantly spurted out. Yamamoto Junichiro covered his neck with both hands, trying to stop the continuous flow of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Yi-chan. How did you? Want to know why I'm unharmed and why I can shoot you with one arrow? Yamamoto nodded heavily. I won't tell you. Yi-chan patted the dust off his body and smiled brightly, how could I let you die without knowing? When he was in the car, Yi-chan had already analyzed the gap between them and knew that he only had one chance to take action, so he deliberately set a trap. The first two arrows were deliberately shot with the strength comparable to a quasi-warrior to make Yamamoto Junichiro careless, and then he seized the opportunity to aim at his vital points at close range and severely injure him. Yamamoto Junichiro was angry and resentful, trembling all over. He wanted to curse, but found that his vocal cords were ruptured and he couldn't make a sound. Now he realized that this young man in front of him was so ruthless and had a cunning beyond his age. It seemed that the organization had collected too little information about this young man, which led to the failure of this kidnapping. He glared at Yi-chan fiercely, as if wanting to imprint his appearance in his mind. The enhanced vitality of a third-class warrior prevented him from dying immediately. He controlled the muscles in his neck to hold the arrow and slow down the speed of blood loss. Then, using his blood-stained palm, he continuously formed seals and slapped the ground. The smoke dispersed, revealing a huge black ninja dog summoned by Yamamoto. He immediately leaned down on the dog's back and hugged its neck. The ninja dog seemed to sense the danger its owner was in at the moment. Its forepaws flew, carrying Yamamoto Junichiro as it dashed away, its speed no less than that of a car. However, just when Yamamoto Junichiro thought he had escaped, he suddenly realized that the ninja dog beneath him had stopped moving, as if it had been immobilized. The ninja dog trembled all over, its beastly eyes filled with indescribable fear, as if it had seen the Grim Reaper. Yamamoto Junichiro struggled to lift his head and discovered an old man in military uniform, with a cold and stern expression, standing in front of him. He couldn't see the man's cultivation level, but judging from the reaction of the ninja dog beneath him, the man must be a powerful figure from Xia. In Yamamoto's lifeless expression, he was directly grabbed by the back of his neck, as if he were a little chick, and lifted up. The ninja dog below howled in sorrow and turned into smoke again, disappearing. Yi-chan, are you okay? Hu Wanli held Yamamoto Junichiro and leaped to Yi-chan's side, asking with concern. I'm fine, Principal Hu, why are you here? Seeing that Yi Chen's breath was stable and he appeared calm, Hu Wanli breathed a sigh of relief, just as sirens blared in the distance and 3 jeeps roared towards them. Immediately after, more than 10 martial artists wearing National Security Bureau uniforms rushed out of the cars and surrounded Hu Wanli and Yi Chen. Seeing this, Hu Wanli frowned and said, I am Hu Wanli, the principal of Chunchang Martial Arts University. I want to talk to your leader. The people from the National Security Bureau looked at each other. The lowest rank of the university's principal was a high-level expert, a deputy provincial-level figure, not someone they, as ordinary soldiers, could provoke. After a moment, a middle-aged man with a burly figure and a scar on his face stepped forward. He saluted Hu Wanli and said in a deep voice, I am Yuan, the captain of the Jiangqing branch of the National Security Bureau. Please show your credentials, sir. Humph, what credentials? I didn't bring any. Hu Wanli snorted coldly and suspended his body in mid-air. This completely shocked everyone. Only experts of the 7th rank or above could float in mid-air. Although he didn't have any credentials, it was enough to prove his identity. If he were an enemy, they would already be dead. Hello, Principal Hu. The 3rd Brigade of the Jiangcheng branch of the National Security Bureau salutes you. Led by Yuan, more than 10 martial artists from the National Security Bureau saluted Hu Wanli in unison. Hu Wanli raised Yamamoto in his hand and said, Captain Yu, this person is a neon spy ninja who attempted to kidnap our genius Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen cleverly escaped, and in the midst of his fight with the spy, I received the news and rushed over to subdue this person. At this point, he glanced at Yi Chen with his eyes, stopping the latter from speaking. Then, Hu Wanli looked at Yuan again and asked, any more questions? Yuan said, we also received reports from the public that there was a battle here, so we came to investigate immediately. Since we have the endorsement of Principal Hu, we can close the case smoothly. As he spoke, he curiously glanced at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with astonishment. To be able to fight a 3rd-rank neon ninja without getting injured, he truly was a talented individual. Then I'll hand this spy over to you. However, I don't think you'll be able to extract any valuable information from him. Once a neon ninja is caught, they will bite down on the highly toxic capsule hidden under their tongue coating. This person won't live much longer. With that, he threw Yamamoto Junichiro to Yuan. Yuan handed Yamamoto over to his subordinates, saluted Hu Wanli once again, and then left with his men. After everyone had left, Yi Chen asked, Principal Hu, why did you say that you killed the spy just now, when it was clearly me? Hu Wanli waved his hand and looked at Yi Chen seriously, saying, I was protecting you. After a pause, he added, as you saw, external hostile forces from Disya have already set their sights on you. If at this time, you were to publicly reveal your ability to kill 3rd-ranked experts, it would be like telling your enemies that you are a huge potential threat. They would definitely try to take action against you again, perhaps sending even more powerful spies to attack you. Your situation would become even more dangerous. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen continued, if I catch a spy, there should be a reward, right? In that case, I won't receive my original reward. What exactly is going on in that little brain of yours? Hu Wanli became a bit frustrated, then helplessly said, I will make it up to you with the reward, but what? But you have to join our Chun City Martial University. That's not possible. Yi Chen's attitude was resolute. Why not? Hu Wanli became frustrated again. As the principal of Martial University, a 7th-ranked expert, when had he ever suffered such frustration? But he still patiently said, Yi Chen, even if you catch a spy, you will only receive a reward of at most 500,000. As long as you join Chun City Martial University, I will personally add another 5 million to reward you. Little did he know, Yi Chen shook his head again. That mentor named Su Jing already informed me that I don't meet the requirements for Chun City Martial University's recommendation. I have already given up my spot and decided to participate in the entrance exam. I will let my strength speak for itself. Didn't you encourage me like this before? After listening, Hu Wanli couldn't help but want to slap himself. It was all his fault for speaking too much before. Yi Chen, that was Su Jing's personal mistake, it has nothing to do with Chun City Martial University. Don't worry, I will fire her later. In addition, as long as you agree to join Chun City Martial University, I will personally add another 5 million, giving you a total of 10 million. That's 10 million, Yi Chun. Hu Wanli tried to persuade him earnestly, like an old fox who had been practicing for thousands of years. Think about it, with this money, even after entering Martial University, your starting point will be much higher compared to other students. Moreover, I will arrange for you to have the top mentors to teach you, and you can freely choose from the techniques and martial arts in the Hidden Skills Pavilion. In addition, I will provide you with the top training room and the highest level dormitory. You should know that all of these require credits, but they will all be open to you for free. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen responded with a counter question: Does Chun City Martial University have a demon abyss? This incident had ignited his desire to improve his strength even more. During high school, the control over the demon abyss was quite strict. Except for some important exams, it was difficult for him to enter the demon abyss again. This greatly limited his growth. As long as there were a continuous stream of demons, he could use the Qiankuan strike to continuously increase his strength. As long as he had enough time and space, every arrow he shot in the future would be incredibly terrifying in terms of damage. Even facing a neon shadow level ninja, he could kill them with a single arrow. Hu Wanli was stunned by his question, not understanding why Yi Chen would care about this. But he still answered, guarding the demon abyss is the primary responsibility of Martial University. It is said that one school guards one abyss. Chun City Martial University naturally has a demon abyss, and it is one of the largest in the northeastern province. Yi Chen instantly became interested and couldn't help but ask, can I freely enter and exit the demon abyss? I'm afraid that's not possible. Hu Wanli shook his head slightly. That demon abyss is a high-risk one, too dangerous. Even I have to be extra careful when entering it. Moreover, there are even more powerful beings hidden deep within the demon abyss. Our goal is mainly to guard it. Currently, the Great Xia dynasty is facing internal and external troubles, and it's not the time to fully engage in a war with the demon abyss. Yi Chen nodded silently. Seeing that he wasn't very interested, Hu Wanli couldn't help but ask, what do you want to do by entering the demon abyss? To temper myself. I believe that only through actual combat can I truly improve my strength, Yi Chen replied. You have this determination, which is excellent. Some geniuses are very cautious about their lives. They work hard in their daily cultivation but are afraid of actual combat, ultimately ending up with a mediocre outcome. Hu Wanli sighed and then said, if you really want to engage in actual combat, you can go to the secret realm opened up by the senior experts at Chunchang Martial University. There are many demons there, but the danger is relatively controllable. There is even a chance to obtain opportunities. Isn't that much better than the demon cave? Really? Yi Chen immediately became excited. Hu Wanli shook his head with a bitter smile. I really don't understand why you, at such a young age, are so eager for battle. When you truly grow up, there will be countless battlefields waiting for you. Our Xia is currently facing internal and external troubles. External forces are eyeing us, and sooner or later, we will have a battle with countries like America and Neon. That will be the time for you to make achievements and protect Xia. Yi Chen said, I am a person who seeks revenge for the slightest grievance. Today's matter, I will repay it 100 or even 1,000 times over in Neon's territory. Hearing this, Hu Wanli felt a chill down his spine. He could sense that the young man in front of him was not joking. However, he still reminded, don't underestimate the Neon ninjas. They are elusive and difficult to deal with. Especially those shadow-level ninjas, the ninjutsu they use is extremely terrifying. The Flame Shadow even possesses a terrifying fire ninjutsu called Amaterasu, which is known as the Eternal Flame. If you encounter it on the battlefield in the future, you must be extremely careful. Oh? Is that so? Yi Chen said with great interest, then it depends on whether his Amaterasu can be faster than my arrows. Hu Wanli shook his head slightly and said with a bitter smile, why am I telling you all this? This information is still premature for you. It's not too late to learn more when you reach a higher level. Immediately, he asked confidently, little guy, how about it? Have you decided to join Chunchang Martial University? No, Yi Chen decisively shook his head. I have decided to participate in the grand examination. Are you not tempted by such generous conditions? Hu Wanli couldn't believe it. Yi Chen replied, I believe other martial universities can offer the same conditions you have proposed. Why should I choose Chunchang Martial University instead of a better one? This sentence left Hu Wanli dumbfounded. He never expected to be played by a child. He thought that Yi Chen would gradually fall into his trap, but he didn't expect that Yi Chen only saw him as a tool to gather information. He was about to continue persuading when a black SUV came speeding from a distance and abruptly stopped by the roadside. The car door opened, and Chen Mingwu rushed out. He grabbed Yi Chen's hands and looked him up and down, asking, Are you injured? Yi Chen shook his head. He's fine, but my heart is hurt. Hu Wanli numbly said from the side. Chen Mingwu completely ignored the other's words and led Yi Chen towards the SUV. Hu Wanli sighed and followed suit, getting into the car as well. On the way back, Yi Chen recounted everything that had happened earlier in detail. So, you're saying that you had already severely injured that neon spy ninja before old Hu arrived? Chen Mingwu asked, slightly surprised. Yi Chen nodded slightly. He felt it necessary to clarify this matter with Chen Mingwu, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain later. He wanted to claim credit for this achievement. You, yourself, took down a third grade? Chen Mingwu also couldn't believe it. Yi Chen nodded again but emphasized, of course, there was an element of surprise attack. If it was a head-on collision, I probably wouldn't have been able to kill him. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingwu immediately told the driver to stop the car. Then he said to Su Jing and the other mentor, You two, get off. Su Jing was startled and looked at Hu Wanli. The latter nodded and said, You two should get off. I'll drive the car. You can take a taxi back. After a pause, he emphasized seriously, Remember to keep what you heard just now strictly confidential. If it leaks out, you know the consequences. The two mentors exchanged glances and nodded. Especially the female mentor, Su Jing. Before getting off the car, she looked at Yi Chen with a complicated expression. She didn't expect that after teaching for many years and interviewing countless geniuses, she would misjudge Yi Chen. After the two left, there were only Chen Mingwu, Hu Wanli, and Yi Chen in the carriage. Chen Mingwu asked seriously, Yi Chen, do you want to join the dragon group? Before Yi Chen could speak, Hu Wanli, who was driving, said seriously, Old Chen, are you confused? Yi Chen is still young and not even a true warrior. How could he join the dragon group? Chen Mingwu said, I know the dragon group's screening process is extremely strict. Before this, the youngest member of the dragon group was over 30 years old and had a 4th grade cultivation level. But I believe that the organization will make an exception for Yi Chen. What is the dragon group? Yi Chen asked curiously. Chen Mingwu said, the dragon group is the most mysterious organization in Disya. On the surface, our Disya is divided into 5 provinces and 6 departments, but in reality, there is also an organization called the Dragon Group in the dark. The Dragon Group's status is transcendent and not subject to the jurisdiction of any of the above institutions. You can imagine how powerful it is. Yi Chen became interested and asked, so what are the responsibilities and tasks of this Dragon Group? Chen Mingwu said, the Dragon Group handles things that cannot be dealt with openly. Yi Chen was stunned and immediately felt that the Dragon Group was quite impressive. Only strong individuals could handle such tricky matters. Then he asked, Principal Chen, are you a member of the Dragon Group? Yes and no, Chen Mingwu smiled self-deprecatingly and said, I can only be considered a peripheral member of the Dragon Group, responsible for providing information, recommending talents, and logistical support for core members. Even him. Chen Mingwu pointed to Hu Wanli in front and said, Don't be fooled by the fact that old Hu is a 7th grade warrior. He is also a peripheral member like me. Yi Chen was surprised and said, so even a 7th grade powerhouse cannot become a core member? Chen Mingwu smiled and said, those who have the opportunity to become core members of the Dragon Group are the elites among the elites. It's not just about cultivation level, they must also have at least one ability that surpasses ordinary people and can handle complex and changing mission environments. But I don't seem to have that kind of ability, do I? Why not? Chen Mingwu glared at him and said, "Your abnormal defensive power is an ability that surpasses ordinary people." Principal, but I'm just a backline shooter. My dream. Stop. Seeing that Yi Chen was about to start rambling, Chen Mingwu quickly stopped him and said, "Regardless, I have already submitted your materials. The results of the review will come out in a few days." Yi Chen asked again, "What are the benefits of joining the Dragon Group? Why do you sound like a businessman, always wanting benefits and everything?" Chen Mingwu glared at Yi Chen again. Yi Chen naturally replied, "There's no other way. It's because my family is not well off. If I don't think about gaining benefits, how can I improve my strength? To tell you the truth, joining the Dragon Group is the biggest benefit." Chen Mingwu said coldly, "If you really become a core member of the Dragon Group, you will earn a lot of merit points for each completed mission. You should know that merit points are more valuable than any currency. In the black market, one merit point can even be sold for 1 million. And it's not even available on the market. Merit points can be traded? Of course." Chen Mingwu said, "Everyone works hard to complete missions not only for themselves but also for their parents and loved ones. If merit points cannot be traded, it will definitely dampen everyone's enthusiasm." Yi Chen asked again, "So what can these merit points do?" "As long as you have enough merit points, there is nothing you can't think of, and nothing you can't achieve without merit points." Chen Mingwu said seriously, "No matter what you want to obtain or what you want to accomplish, as long as you can contribute enough merit points, you can definitely achieve it within the Dragon Group. Even if you want the liver of a dragon or the marrow of a phoenix, you can trade for it. Furthermore, if you become a core member of the Dragon Group, you can ignore secular rules. You can even commit murder in public, and the Ministry of Justice has no authority to punish you." After listening, Yi Chen's mind became more active. Privileges were secondary to him, he was interested in merit points. In the future, he would definitely need a large amount of high-level elixirs to assist in cultivation. It would be difficult to satisfy his needs through normal channels, only the Dragon Group could do it. With this in mind, Yi Chen asked, "Principal, if I join the Dragon Group, does that mean I can no longer attend Wu University?" "That is not a conflict," Chen Mingwu said, "the Dragon Group is just an identity. Even in normal times, you have to deliberately conceal your identity. When there are no missions, you are just like an ordinary person. This is also to protect your safety. After all, hostile forces have a deep hatred for our Dragon Group members and have disrupted many of their actions and plans." Yi Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Having this additional identity would naturally bring many benefits. Although he would also bear more risks, it wasn't a big problem for him, a shooter with full defense. After returning to school, Chen Mingwu and Yi Chen got off the car. Hu Wanli also got off the car and followed them. Chen Mingwu asked, "Old Hu, why did you get off too? Shouldn't you be in a hurry to return to Wu University in Spring City?" Hu Wanli pretended not to hear him and looked at Yi Chen, saying, "Yi Chen, come back to Spring City with me. I will definitely fulfill all the conditions you proposed before." Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Thank you, President Hu, for your kind offer, but I still want to participate in the entrance examination." Hu Wanli became anxious. If Yi Chen participated in the entrance examination, he would reveal his talents, and all the universities in the country would swarm towards him like ants smelling honey. At that time, his advantage in Spring City Wu University would be gone. "Yi Chen, my little prodigy, don't hesitate anymore. I swear, Spring City Wu University will definitely be your best choice." However, no matter how he persuaded, Yi Chen refused to change his mind. At this time, Chen Mingwu, who had been on the phone, said, "The National Security Bureau just called and said that Yi Chen assisted in the capture of a spy and wants to commend him as an outstanding youth of Jiangcheng." Hu Wanli said, "That's great news. It seems that it won't be long before Yi Chen becomes a well-known figure in Jiangcheng." Chen Mingwu sighed and said, "As his talents continue to be revealed, although he can gain more opportunities, he will also encounter greater crises. I heard from the National Security Bureau that there have been at least 10 cases of talented students disappearing all over the country recently, and only Yi Chen has escaped. The whereabouts of the others are still unknown. Hu Wanli looked at Yi Chen and sighed. Now I feel more and more that this kid is incredibly strong. Yi Chen asked Chen Mingwu, is there a cash reward for being an outstanding youth? You little brat, you've fallen into the money pit. Why didn't I realize earlier that you're so obsessed with money? Chen Mingwu laughed and scolded, then said, yes, there is a reward, but it shouldn't be much, probably around 100,000 yuan. Yi Chen nodded. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Of course, this also had to do with Hu Wanli concealing his achievements. If he had previously claimed to have killed the spy, the reward amount would have at least increased tenfold. He urgently needed money to buy elixirs. There was no other way. A top-grade elixir cost several 100,000 yuan, and without money, he couldn't improve his qi and blood. The evil organization in Neon Country had already set their sights on him, so he had to enhance his combat power for self-preservation. Moreover, his current goal is to participate in the National Martial Arts Examination and become the top scorer. Only by becoming the top scorer in the National Martial Arts Examination can he obtain more benefits. To become the top scorer, he must maximize his vitality. In short, he needs money, a lot of money. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Chen immediately contacted Chang Siyu again, explaining his intention to purchase another top-grade pill. Mr. Yi, didn't you just buy one a few days ago? Why do you want to buy again so soon? Why, do I need a reason? I apologize for being presumptuous, but as per our usual practice, can I deliver it to you after work tonight? Sure, but this time I want to buy two. Two? Chang Siyu was clearly taken aback. Yes, as your big customer, can you give me a discount? Mr. Yi, as you know, I took a big risk to obtain this supply, and the cost of the pill itself is already high, the profit margin is very thin. Just tell me if you can give me a discount, give me the lowest price. If I feel it's not suitable, then I can only find someone else. Mr. Yi, why are you so heartless? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chang Siyu was obviously anxious. Spending millions in just a few days, he was clearly a big customer. If he really left, it would be truly painful for her. Seeing Yi Chen's silence, she continued to reply, Mr. Yi, I can offer you a price of 350,000 for one pill, which is nearly 50,000 cheaper than last time. 2 pills for 700,000, what do you think? Yi Chen smirked. Chang Siyu clearly didn't have much sales experience. The way she said it, there must be room for negotiation. Yi Chen directly replied, 500,000 for 2 pills. Mr. Yi, you might as well just take my life, who bargains like you? This doesn't even cover the cost. Then 600,000, no more, if not, I can only go to another store. There was silence on the other end of the messaging app. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry, patiently waiting for the other party's reply. Sure enough, Chang Siyu's profile picture on the messaging app jumped again. Alright, Mr. Yi, you win. 2 top-grade blood-increasing pills for 600,000, I can deliver them tonight. Yi Chen continued typing, okay, but I can only give you 500,000 first, tell me a bank account number for the remaining 100,000, I will transfer it to you as soon as possible. Chang Siyu fell silent again. But this time it didn't take long for her to reply, alright, I'll advance the remaining amount for you. Mr. Yi is a martial artist, with a promising future, naturally, he won't default on this 100,000 debt to a little girl like me. Seeing the reply, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to owe money, but now he only had a little over 500,000 on him. He even advanced the Outstanding Youth Award money. Buying one by one was troublesome and wouldn't reduce the price by much. Practicing martial arts really was a money drain. But Yi Chen also knew that high investment brings high returns. As long as he takes these 2 top-grade pills, his vitality will soar again. In the evening, under Chang Siyu's resentful gaze, Yi Chen took the pills. In fact, she even paid some money for these 2 pills. She was also gambling that Yi Chen would become famous in the future. In this way, her current investment would receive hundreds or even thousands of times the return. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Chen directly swallowed one of the blood-increasing pills. With the previous experience, he didn't feel any burden this time. He knew that this pill was quite potent, so after taking it, he didn't meditate quietly, but started jogging on the treadmill. 3 days later, Yi Chen swallowed the second pill. He clearly felt that his vitality had increased significantly. He just didn't know to what extent. Moreover, he also knew that as a quasi-martial artist, there might be a limit to increasing vitality. But at least for now, it seems that his blood and energy can still continue to improve, but the degree of improvement is far less obvious than at the beginning. Another day passed. In the morning of this day, Yi Chen received a call from Chen Mingwu. He was asked to immediately go to the blood and energy testing practice room. Without asking much, Yi Chen got dressed and went downstairs. He also wanted to see how far his blood and energy had reached. When Yi Chen arrived at the testing room, he saw 3 people standing inside. "Principal, you called for me." Yi Chen walked forward and found that Hu Qianli was also there, so he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Oh, Principal Hu, aren't you going back to Chun City?" Chen Mingwu teased, "That's right, ever since that day, this guy has been lingering here and not leaving. Our small remote place can't accommodate such a big Buddha like you." Hu Wanli looked up at the sky, looking undecided. Then, Yi Chen looked towards the other side. There was a stranger standing there. Yi Chen tried to carefully identify him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the person's face clearly. He couldn't even recognize what clothes he was wearing. It felt like the person's whole body was pixelated to Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt amazed. At this time, Chen Mingwu spoke up and introduced, "Yi Chen, this is one of the core members of the Dragon Group, codenamed Miss Dragon. The brief introduction made Yi Chen understand the other person's identity. At the same time, he became even more curious about the mysterious organization, Dragon Group. It seemed that there were indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. While Yi Chen was contemplating, Chen Mingwu said again, "Yi Chen, this time, you should test your blood and energy on the measuring device again. This time, we have replaced it with a new type of blood and energy measuring device, with a maximum measurement limit of 300. This was sponsored by Principal Hu on behalf of Chun City Wuda. Alright, then I'll go up." Looking at the brand new measuring device in front of him, Yi Chen also had expectations in his heart, wanting to see how much his current blood and energy level was. Of course, he wasn't the only one. Principal Hu was even more eager. He also wanted to see if Yi Chen's blood and energy could reach over 200. If it was just over 200, he had a high chance of persuading Yi Chen. If Yi Chen's blood and energy reached 202, then it would truly be a competition against the entire national Wuda, and he would almost have no chance of winning, so he might as well go back early. At this moment, the silent Miss Dragon also spoke up. "Principal Chen, it seems that this little guy's talent is quite mediocre. I haven't noticed anything exceptional from him." Just as Chen Mingwu was about to speak, Hu Wanli interjected, "Brother Miss Dragon, I advise you not to make a premature judgment. A quasi-warrior who can single-handedly kill a third-grade ninja, how bad can his talent be?" "Oh?" Miss Dragon suddenly became interested, "Then I'll have to wait and see." Chen Mingwu also looked at Yi Chen, who had stepped onto the device, feeling anxious. Regardless of Yi Chen's previous performance, there had to be an accurate measurement result to be more convincing. Yi Chen stood firmly on the device, familiar with the process, and the machine immediately emitted a loud roar. Then, the red light on top of the machine kept flashing and emitted a piercing alarm sound. Everyone's gaze turned to the numerical window, and 4 letters appeared again, full. Fuck. This time, even Hu Wanli couldn't help but curse. What the hell is going on again? This is the new device I just bought. Chen Mingwu was also stunned when he saw this result, but then he became ecstatic. This kind of high-precision device undergoes many testing procedures before leaving the factory, so it couldn't possibly be faulty. So now there was only one result. Yi Chen's blood and energy value had exceeded the measurement limit of this new device. The blood and energy value surpassed 300. It's too incredible. Yi Chen stepped down from the device and turned his head to look at the letters on the screen. Immediately dissatisfied, he said, "Principal, can't you buy a device with a higher upper limit for measurement?" Chen Mingwu and Hu Wanli were both stunned. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? This type of device is more than enough to measure freshmen in college. Are you crazy?" Even the nearby Wulong became excited and said, "Principal Chen, I will go back and report to the organization immediately, requesting the organization to approve the procedure for Yi Chen to join the Dragon Group as soon as possible. Your recommendation of talent should earn you at least 10 merit points." After speaking, Wulong's body seemed to turn into a cloud of smoke and dispersed directly. After he left, Huanli excitedly grabbed Chen Mingwu's hand and pleaded with tears, "Old Chen, for the sake of our many years as comrades, you must help me persuade Yi Chen to come to Chuncheng Wuda." Originally, he was thinking of giving up if Yi Chen's qi and blood were too high. But seeing such an incredible result, he couldn't help himself. Throughout the history of Daxia, or even the whole world, he had never heard of a high school student with a qi and blood value exceeding 300. They say that the one who is closer to the water's edge gets the moon first. If he is still snatched away like this, he will truly regret it for a lifetime. Chen Mingwu withdrew his hand with disdain and said, "Can your broken Wuda accommodate Yi Chen, the true dragon? What are you thinking? I will train him as my successor." Huanli said firmly, "After I retire, he will be the principal of Chuncheng Wuda." "Ha, these words are useless to me, you should tell him yourself," Chen Mingwu replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. He felt so comfortable making this old guy lose face. The pent-up frustration he had been holding in his chest for the past few days was finally released. "Yi Chen, don't go." "Hey, don't go, I have something to tell you." Yi Chen completely ignored the other party's intentions and said to Chen Mingwu, "Principal, I will continue to go back and cultivate." Then he left without looking back. There is still a lot of medicinal power in his body, and he needs to absorb all of it as soon as possible. By then, his qi and blood value will definitely increase. He wants to see how high his qi and blood value can be raised. In the outside world at this time, with the broadcast of Yi Chen's interview in the news released by the National Security Department naming Yi Chen as the outstanding youth of the city, Yi Chen's reputation continued to rise. Everyone was curious about this sudden dark horse. A large number of self-media and internet celebrities gathered at the school gate, live streaming, wanting to see Yi Chen's style in person. Some internet celebrities even wanted to climb over the fence, enter the campus, and try to find Yi Chen to get first-hand information. The result was that they were beaten up by the dormitory manager, Oldly, and a few security guards, and thrown out of the school. It was only then that everyone realized that this was a martial arts high school, not comparable to a liberal arts high school. If you dare to cause trouble, they will really beat you up. Yi Chen naturally didn't know about these things. These days, he has been immersed in cultivation. His body seems to have endless strength. At the same time, his appetite has increased greatly, shocking the cafeteria ant. Perhaps it was Principal Chen Mingwu's special arrangement, but now Yi Chen's meals are prepared separately. Each meal is accompanied by good meat and vegetables, unlimited, and free. With food supplementation, medicinal supplementation, and Yi Chen's digestion training, he feels that his qi and blood value has reached its peak. This feeling is very strange. But Yi Chen can clearly feel that his qi and blood has reached its limit. If he wants to continue to improve, he can only advance to the next level. And at this time, there is only 1 week left until the National Martial Arts examination. On this day, Yi Chen received another call from Chen Mingwu. "Yi Chen, the incident of your abduction has been thoroughly investigated by the National Security Bureau. It was carried out by the secret organization of the Neon Flame Clan." "Secret organization?" "Yes, similar to our Dragon Group in Daxia." After a pause, Chen Mingwu continued, "This matter has been reported to the Dragon Group, and they have already sent people to eliminate the remaining members. Your parents are also under the special protection of the National Security Department, so you can rest assured." "Okay, I understand," Yi Chen replied calmly. However, there was a burning anger in his heart. He knew that if he didn't completely uproot the evil forces of the Neon Flame Clan, he would never have peace in the future. Since that's the case, he couldn't blame himself for being ruthless. from now on, anyone he meets, he will kill. He wants to make these scum tremble with fear and see him as nothing more than a dog. Suddenly, Yi Chen thought of another question and asked, Principal Chen, how did the neon spies know my home address? We are also investigating this, Chen Mingwu sighed. Based on the current situation, there are two possibilities. The first is the television station, and the second is the school. Are you saying that the Neon secret organization has infiltrators in the television station or the school? It's very likely. Yi Chen fell silent. Upon careful consideration, it was only through these two channels that the other party could know his basic information. Although he didn't want to admit it, that was the reality. Some people, once given enough benefits, have no bottom line. They would even betray their own parents, let alone their compatriots. It was very likely that some of his personal information had already been used by certain individuals to exchange for benefits from the Neon Flame Clan. Chen Mingwu said, the previous incident is beyond our control, but as for your recent test results, only I, Huanli, and the Dragon Group's Wulong know about it. These few people are reliable, so you can rest assured. Yi Chen nodded, understanding what the other party meant. However, these pieces of information could be hidden for a while, but not forever. Moreover, he had no intention of deliberately concealing them. He even wanted to use himself as bait to catch more big fish and wipe them out completely. And now, his biggest weakness was his parents. While he revealed his sharp edge, he must protect his parents. This required him to achieve even greater accomplishments, so that the Dragon Group and the country could see his greater value, and then his words would naturally carry more weight. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen put on his clothes and prepared to go downstairs for a meal. When he reached the stairs, he found that the teacher on duty was no longer there. Instead, it was Hu Wanli, the principal of Chuncheong Wushu University. Yi Chen smiled and asked, Principal Hu, what are you doing here? Hu Wanli looked at Yi Chen with resentment, like a woman in a deep boudoir, and said, as long as you don't agree to me, I will keep sitting here waiting. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and prepared to pass by him. At this moment, Hu Wanli handed a small booklet to Yi Chen. The Martial Arts University prohibits the participation of warriors below the first rank, but it does not prohibit the practice of first-rank martial arts. Your blood and energy value has already exceeded 300, so you should be able to practice real martial arts. Consider this martial art as a small gift from me. After speaking, he turned and left. Yi Chen looked down at the manual, which had 3 words written on it, Bursting Arrow. As far as Yi Chen knew, a first-rank martial art was worth at least tens of thousands, and it was also priceless. He didn't expect Principal Hu to be so generous, directly giving him a manual. The printing and trading of martial arts manuals were strictly prohibited, and it was a serious crime. If caught, the minimum sentence would be 10 years. Only the Martial Arts University, the military, and a few martial arts schools had copies. So, for ordinary people who wanted to practice martial arts, there were only these 3 options. Those with talent could go to the Martial Arts University, and those who could endure hardship could join the military. If they had neither, and still wanted to practice martial arts, they could only go to a martial arts school and become an apprentice. Ding! The martial art Bursting Arrow has been detected. Would you like to learn it immediately? In Yi Chen's mind, the long-lost system prompt suddenly sounded. Learn, Yi Chen instinctively said. Immediately, this secret manual turned into a golden light and merged into his body. He instantly felt that he had mastered the basic usage of the exploding arrow. It was simply infusing power into the arrow shaft and causing an explosion upon impact with the target. The power depended on the amount of infused strength. In the system panel, Yi Chen also saw the introduction of the exploding arrow. Exploding arrow LV1 shoots an arrow that can explode, causing damage equal to skill level *strength *120%, with the explosion range proportional to the power. After reading the introduction, Yi Chen confirmed that this was an AoE damage skill, which happened to make up for his shortcomings. When Yi Chen looked up again, he found that Hu Wanli's figure had completely disappeared, not knowing where he had gone. Yi Chen shook his head wryly. As they say, you owe a favor when you benefit from someone. Learning this martial skill could be considered repaying a favor to Principal Hu. This favor can only be repaid when there is an opportunity in the future. Yi Chen went to the cafeteria, just sat down after getting his food, but found a figure sitting opposite him like a ghost. Yan Qingyi, Director Yan. Yi Chen frowned slightly, but still greeted him, "Hello, Director Yan." Yan Qingyi smiled and nodded, pointing to the mountain-like food in front of Yi Chen, and couldn't help but ask, "You took so much, can you finish it?" "I won't waste it," Yi Chen replied indifferently, and began to eat. Being able to eat is a good thing, it means your vitality has increased. Yan Qingyi smiled again and said, "Today, the teacher came to find you. It's about the previous topic, wanting you to return to Squad 012. Yi Chen said, "Thank you for your concern, but I don't want to switch teams." "However," Yan Qingyi said, "I think you should switch teams. Your current teammates are too weak. Go to Squad 012 and form a dual archer lineup with Hao Jian. You will definitely achieve good results in the big exam." Yi Chen shook his head slightly, no longer speaking, and just focused on eating. A hint of sharpness flashed in Yan Qingyi's eyes. His tone became cold. "Yi Chen, to tell you the truth, whether you want to switch or not, you have to switch." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at the other person. "What if I insist on not switching?" Yan Qingyi's face once again showed a smile that seemed a bit sinister. "Yi Chen, even if you don't care about yourself, you should think about your parents, right? Your father is an employee of a downstream raw material supply company for a pharmaceutical manufacturer, and your mother is a clerk at the Municipal Affairs Center. You are still young and don't know the dangers and cruelty of society. Maybe one day, both of them will be laid off and even having enough to eat will become a problem." Yi Chen didn't expect the other party to have such great influence, being able to reach the pharmaceutical manufacturer and government departments. But he still calmly said, "I can support my parents in the future, they don't need to work anymore." Upon hearing this, Yan Qingyi's smile became even colder as he said, "If one day, your father accidentally ingests poisonous grass at the company, and your mother gets hit by a truck on her way home from work, you should be able to understand, right?" Hearing this, Yi Chen's pupils contracted, and then he looked at Yan Qingyi again. He felt that the person sitting in front of him was not a teacher, but a demon. From this moment on, he had developed a murderous intent. However, he didn't show any signs and instead showed fear on his face. "Director Yan, what you're doing is illegal." Yan Qingyi seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world and laughed. "Illegal? What law did I break? I was just giving an example, and besides," he sneered, "even if I did break the law, what can you do to me? The law restricts ordinary people. What does it have to do with me, a fifth-ranked warrior? You were just an ordinary person before. You probably haven't heard of the two major local powers in Jiangcheng, the Yan family and the Hao family. But now, you are qualified to know." Yi Chen nodded and said, "So, I have already offended your interests?" Yan Qingyi patted Yi Chen's cheek and smiled kindly, "Very clever, I'm starting to like you more and more, my student. There are only two options in front of you, either kneel down and become a dog for both families, or make your whole family disappear." Yi Chen nodded in panic and said, "Okay, Director Yan, I understand." "That's right." Yan Qingyi nodded in satisfaction and said, "Report to Team 012 the day after tomorrow, you will replace Zhao Gang's position." "What about Zhao Gang?" Yi Chen asked. "The final exam is coming soon, normally we can't change team members anymore. Unexpected things happen." Yan Qingyi sighed. "Zhao Gang's leg broke quickly, he won't be able to participate in this year's college entrance examination, he can only regretfully drop out. According to emergency measures, in this situation, a new team member can be added as long as the new member agrees." Yi Chen asked, "What about my current team?" Yan Qingyi sneered, "I can't control that anymore, if you have the means, use them, if you don't, die. Survival of the fittest is a natural law and part of the martial examination." Yi Chen's face turned pale, and he said with a cold tone, "Okay, I understand." Yan Qingyi stood up in satisfaction, put his hands behind his back, and walked slowly towards Yi Chen, patting his shoulder. "Yi Chen, don't disappoint me in the exam. I look forward to your outstanding performance, so that my nephew, Hao Jian, can secure the top spot in the province." After speaking, he smiled and left. Behind him, Yi Chen sat calmly in his chair, holding chopsticks in his hand, with a barely noticeable smirk on his lips. Director Yen, rest assured, I will definitely perform well. My performance will definitely make you unforgettable. 2 days later. Today is the day before the exam, the team's final rehearsal. In 2 days, it will be the annual National Martial Arts Examination. When Yi-chen arrived at the playground, there was a crowd of people, and most of them had already lined up according to their team sequence. Yi-chen instinctively walked towards Team 326. Then he realized that he should go to Team 012 now. Yesterday, Yen Xingyi had already informed him that everything was taken care of and he should report directly to Team 012 tomorrow. When he arrived at the gathering point of Team 012, he found that the 4 people were already waiting there. Shang Yuyu, Hao Jian, Li Nan, Lu Che. 4 familiar faces. But they gave Yi-chen a sense of unfamiliarity and disgust. At this moment, the 4 of them also saw Yi-chen. Shang Yuyu's eyes were full of resentment, still remembering the slap Yi-chen gave her in public. Li Nan and Lu Che had complicated expressions. When Yi-chen left the team before, they had mocked him, and now they were teammates again, not knowing how to face Yi-chen. On the other hand, Hao Jian remained calm and had a happy expression on his face. He warmly greeted, "Welcome, our old friend and new teammate." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly clapped his hands. Li Nan and Lu Che also followed suit, but their faces were filled with unease. Hao Jian stepped forward and hugged Yi-chen's shoulder, saying enthusiastically, "Yi-chen, smile. Returning to being teammates with you and getting away from those trash teammates, isn't it a happy thing?" Yi-chen looked at him, smiled calmly, and said, "Hao Jian, you seem very happy, don't you?" Hao Jian was taken aback, then provocatively asked, "Shouldn't I be happy? With you as my powerful assistant, my position as the top scorer in the province is almost guaranteed." Then, he looked at Li Nan and Lu Che and asked, "Do you agree?" Li Nan and Lu Che quickly agreed, saying, "Yes, what Hauge said is right. We will fully support Hauge and help him become the top scorer in the province." Hauge nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's right. After we succeed, each of you will receive a bonus of 50,000 yuan, while Yi-chen will receive 100,000 yuan. How about that? Isn't Hauge generous?" Li Nan and Lu Che exchanged a bitter smile but still nodded frequently. Every year, those full-time repeaters who assist in the exams can earn a minimum of 500,000 yuan if they help their boss rank in the top 1,000 in the province. But helping Hauge compete for the top scorer in the province only earns them so little. It's like sucking their blood. But even so, they dare not speak up in anger. Director Yen has already talked to them, and if they don't agree, the consequences may be worse than what happened to Zhao Gang. It's not just a matter of breaking a leg. Yi-chen remained silent and said, "Hauge, I don't think we need to practice together anymore. Let's meet on the morning of the exam the day after tomorrow." Hauge laughed and said, "I think so too. With our strong team and the 2 of us as top shooters, the big exam will be a piece of cake, won't it?" Yi-chen nodded and was about to turn around and leave. But as soon as he turned around, he saw 4 familiar figures standing not far away, looking at him with complicated expressions. It was Chao Zhuang, Yao Wen, and the Chen sisters. Yao Wen awkwardly smiled and said, "Boss, why didn't you inform us in advance if you were leaving? It would have been better to let the brothers be prepared." Chao Zhuang glared at him and said, "Yi-chen has his reasons. Don't make it difficult for him." Qin Bing, who usually chattered like a lark, was unusually quiet. Even when her sister Qin Shui pulled her, she deliberately avoided looking at Yi-chen, pouting her small mouth, her beautiful eyes misty, wetting her long eyelashes. Before Yi-chen could speak, a proud voice came from behind him, "If Hauge wants a teammate, he should have informed you in advance. Who do you think you are?" Chao Zhuang, upon seeing this person, said in a deep voice, "Hauge, you shouldn't go too far." Hauge laughed arrogantly, opened his hands, and said, "So what if I go too far? Come and hit me. Fuck you." Yao Wen, who was standing by, was about to rush over but was directly stopped by Chao Zhuang. "Wenzi, calm down. Don't you want to take the big exam?" He knew that if Yao Wen acted now, Director Yen would definitely make a big deal out of it and cancel their qualification for the big exam. Yawen angrily said, he took away our boss before the big exam. How can we take the exam without one person? But we can't act. Chao Zhuang firmly stopped Yawen. Hauge had too much power behind him, something that they, as ordinary people, couldn't resist. If they made a move today, Director Yan and Hauge could come up with 1,000 ways to torture them. At this moment, Chan Yuyu walked up again, looking provocatively at Chen Bing. She hadn't forgotten how Chen Bing had humiliated her when the exam ended. Chen Bing, it's funny how things turn out. Now your brother Yi Chen belongs to me again. You never know who the real winner is until the very end. You were too happy too soon. After saying that, she glanced contemptuously at Chen Bing, who was full of sadness and anger, and left with Hauge and the others in a victorious manner. Yi Chen was the last one left. He whispered to the 4 disappointed people, practice well these 2 days and wait for my message. After saying this, without looking at the surprised expressions of the 4, he left straight away. As they watched Yi Chen's departing figure, the hearts of the 4 were filled with waves of shock. What does boss mean by that? Yawen couldn't hide his excitement and looked at the other 3, asking, is it him, the boss? Shoo. Chao Zhuang gestured with his eyes for him to keep quiet, as there were many people around. The other 3 immediately fell silent, but their expressions couldn't hide their joy. They knew that Yi Chen must have a hidden motive, but they couldn't guess what big move he was planning. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had quietly passed. Today was the official day of the martial arts examination. It was also the day that would determine the fate of the candidates. The 3 years of effort and hard work, success and failure, would all be revealed at this moment. The 4 members of Team 326 arrived at the playground early. Almost every passing student would glance at them, with expressions of confusion, disdain, mockery, and schadenfreude. The news of Yi Chen being transferred had spread among the students. The 4 who used to have a strong backing now struggled to even form a proper team. How could they participate in the examination? The hearts of the 4 team members were filled with anxiety. Faced with occasional ridicule and mockery from their surroundings, the pressure they felt was unimaginable. Just when they were feeling uneasy, a familiar voice sounded behind them. Sorry, I'm late. Shan Gu. Boss. Brother Yi Chen. Chao Zhuang and the other 2 exclaimed in surprise. Even Chen Shui, who was usually shy and introverted, had a visibly excited chest. Yi Chen walked in front of everyone with a smile. He first flicked Chen Bing's upturned nose with his hand and asked, didn't you say you wouldn't talk to me? Chen Bing shook her body in protest, then shyly hid in her sister's embrace. Yawen quickly asked, Boss, why did you come back? Weren't you transferred to Team 012? Yi Chen replied, I have control over my own legs. I can go wherever I want. Chao Zhuang worriedly said, Yi Chen, I know you can't let go of us, but by doing this, you have completely offended Hao Jian and Director Yan. We can't compete against them. Yawen also nodded heavily and said with moist eyes, Boss, as long as you have this intention, we are satisfied. It proves that I, Yawen, didn't misjudge you and didn't call you boss in vain. But, boss, you should still leave. You have finally turned the tables, there's no need to confront them at this time. Chen Bing crawled out of her sister's embrace and threw herself into Yi Chen's arms, tightly hugging his waist and burying her little head in his chest. Brother Yi Chen, please leave. It was our mistake to blame you. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and said, You guys are really foolish. I chose to compromise and join them not because I'm afraid of them, but because I'm using their own tactics against them. Ha! Chao Zhuang and the others were dumbfounded. Yi Chen ignored their expressions and continued, They dared to threaten me and my family, so naturally, I have to retaliate against them. Chao Zhuang worriedly said, But Yi Chen, if you do this, Director Yan will definitely hate you. He and the forces behind him will never let you go. Yi Chen smiled and said, Even if they are willing to let me go, I have no intention of letting them off easily. I want everyone to know that anyone who offends me, Yi Chen, will die. Yi Chen's smile was gentle, but it sent shivers down Chao Zhuang and the others' spines. They suddenly realized that the once innocent youth had gradually matured, revealing his cunning and methods. Chen Bing raised her head and said seriously, "Brother Yi Chen, do you need my help?" "I can." Before she could finish, Yi Chen shook his head. He could sense that the Chen sisters' background seemed to be not as ordinary as it appeared. But he didn't intend to let them get involved. "Don't say anything, don't ask anything. Just focus on the exam, I'll take care of everything." With Yi Chen's confident tone, everyone temporarily put their worries aside. Chen Bing and her sister exchanged a glance and didn't say anything more. The two sisters understand each other's thoughts. Let's take it step by step. If Yan Xingyi and Hao Jiandan dare to harm brother Yi Chen, even if it goes against the ancestral teachings, they will make them pay the price. Just at this moment, Hao Jian and Shang Yuyu came over in a hurry. This action attracted the attention of the surrounding classmates. "Yi Chen, how dare you play with me?" Hao Jian stared at Yi Chen fiercely, wishing he could eat him. Just now, he had already heard from teacher He that Yi Chen had returned to team 326 again. In other words, they were now missing one person. Hao Jian and Shang Yuyu were dumbfounded at the time. The final exam was right in front of them, and the bus to the exam was about to arrive. At this moment, where could they find a substitute? "I'm playing with you. What do you want? Do you want to fight me?" Yi Chen approached the other party, provocatively staring at Hao Jian. He was deliberately provoking Hao Jian so that he could legitimately prevent him from participating in the exam. However, Hao Jian was obviously not a fool and did not lose his mind at the critical moment. He immediately called his uncle Yan Xingyi and explained the current situation to him. Soon, Yan Xingyi rushed over, his gaze towards Yi Chen filled with resentment and threats. Faced with the pressure of a fifth-grade warrior, Yi Chen remained calm and composed. "Director Yan, I'm sorry. Although you have repeatedly pressured me, I have thought it over and still feel that Team 326 is more suitable for me, so I don't plan to switch teams." "Yi Chen, you are seeking death." Director Yan gritted his teeth in hatred. "Oh, really?" Yi Chen looked calmly at the other party. "I'm standing right here. If you have the guts, kill me. I would like to see how powerful a fifth-grade warrior is." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Director Yan calmed down. The most important thing now was to persuade Yi Chen to join Team 012 and participate in the exam. They could think about other things after the exam. Since Yi Chen didn't respond to hard tactics, they could only try soft tactics first. Thinking of this, Yan Xingyi's expression relaxed, and he kindly said, "Yi Chen, as long as you follow Team 012 to participate in the exam, I, Yan Xingyi, as well as the Yan and Hao families, will not treat you unfairly. After the exam, I will personally give you 5 million in cash. What do you think?" Yi Chen shook his head slightly. "I'm not interested in money." This statement was not a boast. The more he cultivated, the more he realized that money was not the most important thing. The resources needed for cultivation were important. The higher the level of resources, the rarer they were, and they couldn't be obtained with money. Only by becoming stronger and fighting for resources could one follow the path of martial arts. Upon hearing this, Yan Xingyi clenched his teeth and said, "But according to the exam roster, you belong to Team 012. I personally changed it 2 days ago, and now it can't be changed anymore. If you insist on following Team 326, as the Director of Education, I can only cancel your qualification for the exam." As soon as he finished speaking, a deliberately loud voice came from the side, who said that his exam roster was changed to Team 012. Everyone turned to look, and it was Director Wang who walked over shaking his head. "Director Wang." Yan Xingyi stared at him, "So it was you supporting him behind the scenes." Director Wang casually walked over and stood in front of him, saying, "What's wrong? Can't do anything about it? I've said it before, don't have any ideas about my students. You ignored my words. How? Did you manage to do it?" "To tell you the truth, after you changed the roster, I changed it back. Yi Chen still belongs to Team 326. Saying this, he suddenly remembered something and added, "Oh? Did I mention that from now on, you have to call me Dad when you see me? Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you. Hurry up and call me Dad and let me hear it." Yan Xingyi was so angry that he trembled. Wang Changji, don't think that I, Yin Xingyi, am afraid of you. Just as he said this, Wang Changji raised his hand. Smack! Yin Xingyi staggered from the slap, a red and swollen palm print appearing on his left cheek. This sudden action stunned the surrounding students. This incident also caused Yin Xingyi to lose all face. With bloodshot eyes and a sinister expression, he took off his crooked glasses and put them in his pocket, removing all pretense. He scanned the faces of everyone present, but said nothing, turning and heading towards the school gate. Uncle! Uncle! Hao Jian watched Yin Xingyi's figure and anxiously shouted. Why are you shouting? Wang Changji reprimanded, what good can you learn from him? The consequences are all your own doing, get ready to repeat next year. Cheng Yuyu, Li Nan, and Lu Che were also extremely anxious, all looking at Hao Jian. Hao Gu, what do we do now? After thinking for a moment, Hao Jian knew that Yin Xingyi would not sit idly by and there would be further actions. The Yan and Hao families were not to be trifled with. He said to the three of them, stay calm, the real show is just beginning. Soon, buses arrived one after another, picking up all the graduating students and heading towards the examination hall. The examination hall was located in the city center. It was a special secret realm opened by the strong of Dixia, specifically for the martial arts college entrance examination. Despite its appearance, this secret realm was the size of a matchbox. In reality, it contained a hidden world. It could even accommodate all the examinees in the city at the same time. And it would generate monsters of varying strength based on the examinees' choices. The final ranking was determined by the total score of the team's kills. The martial arts college entrance examination in the province and even the whole country had the same specifications, so it was easy to calculate the rankings after the exam. At this moment, the surroundings of the examination hall were already packed with people. Every year, tens of thousands of people would come to watch the martial arts college entrance examination. Among them were students' parents and those who simply came to join in the excitement. After all, among these young people, there would definitely be someone who would rise up and become a pillar of Dixia. Some people just liked to predict, to showcase their exceptional insight. When Yichen got off the bus, the onlookers immediately became restless. Look, isn't that Yichen? The dark horse of Songjiang No. 1 High School, the outstanding young man who assisted the National Security Bureau in capturing the neon spy, I saw him on TV a few days ago. Wow, this time we're seeing the real person. This year our Jiangcheng should be able to produce a provincial top scorer, right? Immediately, someone refuted, forget it, our small city's children don't have the foundation of those geniuses from big cities. Wu Xing from Binchang, Gan Hongwei from Chuncheon, their qi and blood have already exceeded 200, and there's even Nye Lei from Yangchang, who is said to have exceeded 220 in qi and blood, and is even a strong competitor for the national top scorer. We don't stand a chance. The people around pricked up their ears to listen to this knowledgeable brother rambling on, showing admiration in their eyes, feeling that the other person knew a lot. On the stands, the four principals of Jiangcheng Martial Arts High School gathered together. At this time every year, they would be gearing up and competing with each other. They all wanted their school's exam results to surpass the other three. Lao Chen, I heard that your school has produced an extraordinary person this year. I heard too, it's that Yi Chen, they say he's a dark horse. I wonder if he can perform well in this exam. Chen Minggu sneered, the disciples I have trained, how could they be weak? This year, our provincial top scorer will be him, just you wait and see. The principal of the Municipal Experimental Martial Arts High School, Su Jiangwo, who had been silent all along, spoke up, I must say, Lao Chen, don't speak too confidently. Every year, you claim that your school can produce the top scorer in the province, but every year, your school ranks last among the four of us. If you end up at the bottom again this year, I'm afraid your position as principal won't be secure. Chen Minggu glanced at him sideways and sneered, Lao Su, are you afraid that I'll steal your thunder? I bet you won't dare. What are we betting on? Let's bet 5 million. Do you dare? Su Jiangwo chuckled, I thought it was a big wager, turns out it's just about money. I'm in, but I must declare in advance, no reneging. I spit on a nail, just take care of yourself. With that, Chen Mingwu looked at the other two beside him and said, "You two will be witnesses." Su Jiangwo shook his head slightly and said, "Money means nothing to us sixth-grade martial artists, it's just enough to buy some mundane things." At the same time, Yi Chen had already lined up with his classmates, preparing to enter the secret realm one by one. The secret realm was entered in the form of teams, and each team would be assigned to different examination rooms, similar to dungeons in some games. The kill points of each team would also be uploaded by the secret realm itself after the assessment, stimulating energy. Yi Chen and the others had heard these rules countless times from their teachers and were already familiar with them. However, just as the major examination was about to begin, a convoy of luxury cars flowed into the examination venue. The license plate of the leading car displayed 00001. Those who understood immediately realized that it was the Lord Mayor's special car. The special car stopped, and a middle-aged man with a strong air of authority, Zhang Yuan, got out of the car. Beside him, Secretary Yu Fu walked forward and said to the main invigilator who was preparing to guide the students into the venue, "The major examination is suspended. The Lord Mayor has received reports from the public that there is collusion and cheating in this major examination, so he has come to inspect." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole venue fell silent. The fact that the Lord Mayor was alarmed by this matter obviously meant trouble, and everyone speculated about who was colluding and cheating. Immediately, Secretary Yu directly shouted, "Who is Wang Changji, the head teacher of Songjiang No. 1 Middle School?" Wang Changji, upon hearing this, stepped forward from the crowd and said, "That's me. Take him down." Without saying a word, Secretary Yu gave the order, and the Special Operations Team of the National Security Bureau immediately surrounded Wang Changji. Just as the tension between the two sides was about to escalate, a low drink sounded from a distance, "Hold on." Everyone looked and saw that it was Chen Mingwu, the principal of Songjiang No. 1 Middle School. "Who gave you the audacity to arrest someone under my name, Chen Mingwu?" he said. Just as he finished speaking, Lord Mayor Zhang Yuan spoke with authority, "I did." "What about it?" Chen Mingwu narrowed his eyes, knowing that this was intentional targeting. However, the other party was his superior after all, so he temporarily suppressed his anger and asked, "May I ask, Lord Mayor, what crime has Wang Changji committed that you need to apprehend him now?" Someone reported that Wang Changji abused his power and changed the team data without authorization before the major examination. "Shouldn't we arrest him for that?" After listening, Chen Mingwu sneered, "I thought it was something serious. I asked Wang Changji to modify the data. If you want to arrest someone, you should come after me." "It was you?" Lord Mayor Zhang Yuan was taken aback and instinctively looked at a car behind him. "That's right, it was me," Chen Mingwu said coldly. "As the head of a school, I should have the right to modify team information, shouldn't I?" Secretary Yu, who was standing beside him, spoke up, "According to the provincial regulations, team information cannot be modified in the 3 days before the major examination." "Principal Chen, you should know that, right?" "Of course, I know," Chen Mingwu said sternly. "But I modified the information because a head teacher in our school was colluding and cheating, using his power and influence to forcibly coerce a student to transfer teams. I was just restoring the data to prevent the other party from succeeding. This corrupt person is not Wang Changji, but Yan Chengyi." He looked towards the black car behind Zhang Yuan's car and cursed, "When it comes to this, you still won't come down and see me? You despicable person who takes advantage of others." Yan Chengyi reluctantly got out of the car and stood beside Zhang Yuan. He argued, "They're lying. It was clearly Chen Mingwu and Wang Changji who were suppressing me. They have complete control over the school and want to eliminate me, so they're distorting the truth and smearing me. I ask the Lord of the city to be fair." Upon hearing this, Lord Zhang Yuan looked at Chen Mingwu and said, "Since that's the case, I will have to take you back for further investigation." Chen Mingwu laughed loudly and said, "I killed 7 people in and out of the demon abyss among 100,000 troops. I'm not afraid of you." Zhang Yuan coldly replied, "Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering." Chen Mingwu laughed and said, "You dare? I want to see which dog dares to touch me." Zhang Yuan sneered, "Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the seventh grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a sixth grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, You dare. I want to see which dog dares to touch me. Zhang Yuan sneered, Shen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed and said, "You dare? I want to see which dog dares to touch me." Zhang Yuan sneered, "Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering." Chen Mingwu laughed and said, "You dare? I want to see which dog dares to touch me." Zhang Yuan sneered, "Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering." Chen Mingwu laughed and said, "You dare? I want to see which dog dares to touch me." Zhang Yuan sneered, "Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering." Chen Mingwu laughed and said, "You dare? I want to see which dog dares to touch me." Zhang Yuan sneered, "Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade, while I am already halfway into the 7th grade. You are no match for me. Be smart and surrender to avoid suffering." Chen Mingwu laughed and said, "You dare? I want to see which dog dares to touch me." Zhang Yuan sneered, "Chen Mingwu, I advise you to think for yourself. You are a 6th grade." While thinking of this, Yan Qingyi first said to the city lord Zhang Yuandao, "Sir, our family master said that after the matter is completed, we, the Yan family, will bear the burden of the elixirs needed for your cultivation before reaching the 7th rank. In addition," he lowered his voice and whispered in his ear, "Captain Matsushita of the Neon Shadow Division asked me to bring you a message. As long as you assist the Neon Shadow Division ninjas in capturing all the geniuses present today, the Neon Shadow Division will provide you with a 7th rank barrier breaking pill to help you reach the 7th rank." Barrier breaking pill? Zhang Yuan's body trembled at the mention of this pill. Currently, he was stuck at a bottleneck, and with the assistance of a 7th rank barrier breaking pill, he would surely be able to break through smoothly. At that time, he would also step into a higher realm and become one of the top figures in Disya. Thinking of this, he looked at Yan Qingyi and nodded slightly. Yan Qingyi was overjoyed and whistled, and dozens of black-clad warriors poured out from around 10 cars. Their faces were covered with black cloths, and they held samurai swords in their hands. Under the sunlight, they reflected a dazzling cold light. Neon ninjas. Everyone was shocked, and the crowd began to panic. No one had expected that a group of neon ninjas had infiltrated the city center on this important day of the examination. The 3 principals who were originally standing on the platform also stood beside Chen Mingwu at this time, fully alert and ready to take action at any moment. Chen Mingwu narrowed his eyes and looked at the city lord. "Zhang Yuan, you have a lot of guts to collude with the Neon Shadow Division. This is a capital offense." Zhang Yuan sneered, "After killing all of you today, no one will know about this." Among the black-clad ninjas, the leading ninja laughed arrogantly, pulled down his face cloth, revealing an ugly face. "It is said that those who recognize the current situation are heroes. If any of you sincerely join our great Neon Empire, I will welcome you at any time. But if you hesitate for a moment, the blades of me and my ninjas will not spare you." Chen Mingwu laughed loudly at his words. He said loudly, "There are many dogs in Disya who eat inside and out, but there are more people with integrity, principles, and dignity. How can you compare to a group of pirates who pledge allegiance everywhere? Well said, kill all the neon dogs and show the might of Disya. Kill all the neon dogs and show the might of Disya." The word spread like wildfire, and tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, shaking the heavens. "Baga!" Captain Matsushita was furious and raised the blade in his hand, ordering, "Kill them all, leave no one alive." Hu Wanli stepped forward, and the aura of a 7th rank expert instantly unfolded. He said coldly, "Just a few 6th rank ninjas, plus dozens of 4th and 5th rank lackeys, and you think you can cause trouble on the land of Disya? You're overestimating yourselves." Captain Matsushita smirked. Mockingly, he said, "Do you think we neon ninjas are as foolish as you Disya pigs? Without a certain chance of victory, I will never act easily." After speaking, under his lead, he and the other two ninjas behind him each took a red pill. Hu Wanli couldn't help but be surprised. Evil Ghost Soldier Rations Pill. What is an Evil Ghost Soldier Rations Pill? Chen Mingwu hurriedly asked. It is a substance extracted by these perverted neon guys from corpses, mixed with a lot of poisonous drugs, and refined with nuclear waste. After taking it, it can greatly stimulate one's own potential and achieve the effect of surpassing one's realm in a short period of time. Captain Matsushita smirked. Sinisterly, it seems that you are quite familiar with our Neon's high-tech martial arts products. After taking this pill, there will be strong side effects. Lightly, it will cripple you, and heavily, it will kill you directly. Is it really worth it? Hee, as long as we can kidnap those Desya geniuses behind you and bring them back to our country, the sacrifice of the three of us will be worth it. The whole country of Neon will recognize us as great heroes. To occupy someone else's nest and harm neighboring countries is something you Neon people are proud of. You are truly beyond redemption. Captain Matsushita sneered, the victor is king, the loser is a bandit. We have 3 7th rankers on our side. If you don't want to die, surrender immediately. I'm afraid the ancestors of Desya will haunt me. In that case, then die. Captain Matsushita shouted angrily, and his body was enveloped in a steam of blood. The samurai sword emitted a blood-red blade, slashing fiercely towards Hu Wanli's head. At the same time, the two ninjas on his left and right, who had consumed the evil ghost soldier's pill, also attacked Hu Wanli from both sides. Hu Wanli showed a serious expression for the first time. As his spiritual power surged, a virtual long sword slowly rose above his head. He grasped it with his hand, pulled out the sword of nothingness, and clashed heavily with the 3 ghost knives. While they were fighting, the other ninjas, Zhang Yuan, Yan Xingyi, and others also launched attacks in an instant, engaging in fierce battles with the warriors of Desya. The neon ninjas had the numerical advantage and swung their swords towards the surrounding civilians. The civilians scattered and fled. None of you can escape today. Captain Matsushita sneered, forming hand seals, and a black evil aura surged out from his body. If one looked closely, countless resentful spirits were trapped within it. Dark night envelopes the sky. Accompanied by a low roar, the sky within a radius of hundreds of meters around the square, which was originally sunny, instantly darkened. There were even sounds of ghostly cries in the wind. No matter how the crowd tried to escape, they couldn't break free from the confinement of this area. Some of the more timid ones were already scared and crying. They had come to watch the excitement, but they didn't expect to put their lives on the line now. I told you, none of you can escape today. Captain Matsushita's face was ferocious as he shouted, kill them all, these Desya pigs. Tonight, I will drink their blood. Hiya! The ninjas became even more brutal upon hearing this, and their bloodthirsty genes were completely triggered. Yan Xingyi became even more arrogant when he saw this, and he looked at Yi Chen and said sternly, little brat, this is the consequence of offending me. However, just as Captain Matsushita and Yan Xingyi were feeling pleased with themselves, patches of dense fog appeared in the previously dark sky. The fog became thicker and thicker, making it impossible for anyone to see their own fingers. Within this fog, there seemed to be a figure completely unaffected, approaching Matsushita like a wandering dragon. With a light touch, it immediately moved away. Captain Matsushita's head was directly severed, and blood sprayed several meters from his neck, floating in the wind and staining many people's faces. Pooh! Pooh! 2 more muffled sounds, and 2 more blood columns shot up into the sky. At the same time, the mist slowly dissipated, and the darkness ceased. Everyone could clearly see that Captain Matsushita, who had besieged Hu Wanli, as well as the 2 subordinates who had consumed the soldier's pill, had all turned into headless corpses. The heavy sound of the bodies hitting the ground made everyone in the audience tremble. Especially the bloodthirsty ninjas, who were now filled with despair. The noisy square suddenly fell silent. In the middle of the square, a figure stood in mid-air, its form unclear. A voice echoed through the mist, Dragon Group on a mission, everyone else step aside. Dragon Group? It's actually someone from Dragon Group. The remaining neon ninjas looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear. The reputation of the dragon group in Disya was well known. Just like mice and cats, they were their natural enemies. Faced with the dragon group, they couldn't even muster the slightest resistance. They said that the neon ninjas were not afraid of death, but when faced with an opponent they couldn't contend with, their bones instantly turned soft. Clatter! The neon ninjas knelt down, raising their samurai swords above their heads. At this moment, a figure madly fled towards the outskirts. Lord Zhang, is it a bit too late to escape now? Wulong sneered and a burst of mist shot out from his fingertips. In midair, it transformed into the shape of a dragon, tightly binding Zheng Yuan. Let me go! Let me go! I am the Lord of Dasha City, you have no right to bind me. The Wulong's voice turned even colder at these words. Say one more word and I will kill you immediately. Zheng Yuan immediately fell silent. Sweat dripped from his forehead. He knew that Wulong meant what he said. Not to mention a small city lord like him, even a provincial lord, the dragon group could act first and report later. Just then, a large number of city defense forces came from afar, surrounding the area. The people panicked again, not knowing what this meant. Wulong stood in midair with closed eyes, as if he didn't care about these people at all. Deputy City Lord Lu Jian of Jiangcheng pays respects to Lord Wulong. Among the city defense forces, a well-dressed middle-aged man saluted Wulong in midair. Lu Jian, you came at the right time. Ignoring Chen Mingwu's words, Lu Jian continued to explain to Wulong, upon hearing about the abnormal situation at the examination site, I immediately gathered the city defense forces outside the city to come to the rescue. Thanks to Lord Wulong's assistance, the students and people of Jiangcheng have not suffered much casualties. Wulong asked directly, Lu Jian, what do you plan to do now? Lu Jian replied, the city lord colluded with foreign enemies, accepted bribes, and the evidence is conclusive. He will be immediately arrested and sent to the provincial capital for trial. The Yan and Hao families are nests of snakes and rats, posing as pharmaceutical merchants on the surface but actually being part of a criminal organization. They control the medicine market, manipulate the scores of martial arts examination candidates, and recruit idle martial artists from society. Their crimes are heinous. I have already sent troops to capture the main members of both families. Oh, there's still one missing here. Lu Jian looked at Yan Xingyi, whose face turned pale, and called out to the surrounding city defense forces, take him down. Several city defense experts immediately pressed Yan Xingyi to the ground and tied him up. Yan Xingyi stared fixedly at a young figure standing not far away. The young man also looked at him with an indescribable indifference in his eyes. Yi Chun. Yan Xingyi muttered, as if he had lost his soul, being pressed onto a truck. He had been in control for many years, but never expected that one day he would fall into the hands of a young man. This fall had even implicated his entire family. Uncle! Uncle! Hao Jian cried out and rushed over, attempting to grab Yan Xingyi. But he was kicked away by the city defense forces without mercy, causing him to curl up on the ground in pain. At this moment, Cheng Yuyu, Li Nan, and Lu Che, the three of them, didn't come forward to help him. In their eyes, there was even a hint of gloating. After the city defense forces took away Yan Xingyi and a large number of neon ninja, the people began to discuss in a panic. Wulong also descended from midair and came to Yi Chen's side. From now on, you are also a member of my dragon group. Congratulations. Yi Chen smiled faintly and shook his head, there's nothing to congratulate, it's just an additional task and responsibility on my shoulders. But you are indeed a good material, step by step, luring the snake out of its hole, and finally capturing them all. You really did it. Wulong praised, giving a thumbs up. Yi Chen shrugged, I just took advantage of the situation. Without your help and the help of Principal Chen and the others, my plan wouldn't have succeeded. You are young and not arrogant or rash. You are worthy of being someone I, Wulong, have taken a liking to. Saying that, his tone changed and he asked, what do you think of Deputy City Lord Lu Jian? Not much, just a fence-sitter. Yi Chen shook his head slightly, he supports whoever wins. Insightful. Wulong looked at Yi Chen with even more admiration in his eyes. Immediately, he patted Yi Chen's shoulder and pointed to the examination hall, saying, "The national examination is about to begin. This is your main event today. Perform well and don't embarrass our dragon team." "There's no need to say that. I've already secured the top spot in the country. Don't be so full of yourself. Although your chi and blood are indeed powerful, there are also geniuses born in the central, southwest, and southeast provinces this year's examination. It is said that they have all cultivated a first-grade martial skill. It can be said that this year is the most competitive year in the past 10 years, with the highest gold content and the fiercest competition for the top spot. Whoever can stand out will have great benefits for their future development." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "If you can really win the top spot in the country, I can help you apply for a quota as a core elite member of the Dragon team. By then, you will have your own exclusive code, just like me. Your authority within the Dragon team will be greatly enhanced, and you will even have the qualifications to participate in internal auctions for some rare resources, such as the barrier-breaking pill that Zhang Yuan has been longing for. You only need to accumulate merit points to obtain it." "Sounds good." Yi Chen turned around and waved his hand as he walked towards his teammates, saying, "Watch me next." The Mist Dragon nodded and said, "All right, I'll be watching." Yi Chen walked past Cheng Yuyu, Li Nan, and Lu Che. Yi Chen had no attachment to his old teammates and didn't even look at them. Li Nan and Lu Che felt ashamed and lowered their heads in silence. They were already in a different world from Yi Chen. It was just the opposite of what they had imagined. Yi Chen was the dragon, and they were insects. Cheng Yuyu's heart was filled with mixed feelings, and her bright eyes dimmed. There was once a sincere love in front of her, but she didn't cherish it. She regretted it only after losing it. If she were given another chance, she would hold on to Yi Chen tightly and never let him leave her. When she saw Yi Chen walking towards the Chen sisters, Cheng Yuyu's heart shattered. She had wasted a great opportunity. She wanted to approach him again, but the memory of the loud slap on her face made her feel the burning pain once again. "Brother Yi Chen!" Chen Bing sweetly called out, her starry eyes focused entirely on Yi Chen, completely ignoring Cheng Yuyu's desolation. Yi Chen touched Chen Bing's hair and then looked at Chen Shui, who immediately blushed and lowered her head. Then he looked at Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen. "Brother Chen." "Big brother." Faced with the hopeful gazes of everyone, Yi Chen smiled and said, "After 3 years of hard work, we have been waiting for this moment. Let's go! Let's go!" Chao Zhuang and the others were also filled with enthusiasm. Yes, they had fought and struggled for 3 years. They were aiming to stand out at this moment. This was related to the fate of every martial arts student. Led by Yi Chen, Team 326 headed towards the teleportation point to the examination's secret realm. Everyone who saw Yi Chen coming almost subconsciously made way for him, allowing him to pass unimpeded. Those who could chat privately with the core elite members of the Dragon team were naturally not to be trifled with. At this moment, one of the invigilators spoke up loudly, "The examination's secret realm will be divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, difficult, elite, and champion. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the monsters, and the more points you can earn. Please choose according to the strength of your team. Everyone must assess their own abilities and choose accordingly. Every year, many teams fail because they choose topics that are too difficult. As martial artists, it is important to have a full understanding of our own abilities. This is also part of the martial arts examination. Warriors without self-awareness have a high probability of dying on the battlefield, so they have little value in cultivation." Upon hearing this, the surrounding examinees fell silent. But soon after, they began to discuss among themselves. Chao Zhuang, Yao Wen, and others couldn't help but look at Yi Chen. "Boss, what do we choose?" "Champion," Yi Chen replied decisively. Chao Zhuang and the other 3 nodded heavily without any hesitation. Okay. It didn't take long before it was Yi Chen and their turn to prepare to enter the exam's secret realm. The chief examiner's expression visibly softened when he saw Yi Chen. "Kids, what difficulty level do you choose?" Champion, Chao Zhuang, as the team captain, spoke first. The chief examiner was taken aback. Instead of directly allowing them to pass like the other teammates, he looked at Yi Chen and said, "I think it's too difficult for your team to choose the champion level. According to the information, only your backline shooter has reached the champion level, and I have to be frank, the other positions in your team would face immense pressure even in the normal difficulty secret realm." Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen exchanged glances, both showing embarrassment. However, Yi Chen replied, "Thank you for the reminder, but we still insist on choosing the champion difficulty. The monsters in the champion difficulty are extremely strong and densely packed. You alone won't be able to clear them. Your front line won't be able to withstand the attacks of those monsters. Without the protection of the front line, even if your output is high, you won't be able to survive and can only leave in frustration." Faced with the chief examiner's earnest advice, Yi Chen insisted, "I understand all of that, but I still choose this difficulty." "All right." The chief examiner shook his head helplessly. Only through personal experience would young people learn some lessons. During the battle, if you feel unable to resist, you must quickly think leave in your mind. This way, you will be transported out of the secret realm. The exam will only end when the last person among you is transported out or dies. Death. Everyone gasped. The chief examiner nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, the secret realm is a real world. If you are killed by monsters in the secret realm, it is true death. Your body will be transported out of the secret realm." He sighed and continued, "Every year, there are children who overestimate themselves or act impulsively and die in the exam. It's not too bad for the normal and difficult difficulties, but the death rate is extremely high in the elite and champion difficulties, especially the champion secret realm. Sigh, those who die are the future elites of Disxia." Yi Chen looked at Chao Zhuang and the others and asked, "Are you afraid?" "Not afraid." The four of them answered in unison. Even Chen Shui shouted resolutely. Yi Chen smiled, looked at the chief examiner again, and it was self-explanatory. The chief examiner shook his head helplessly and pointed to the largest teleportation gate behind him, with a huge golden crown embedded on the doorframe. "Remember what I said. If you feel overwhelmed, you must immediately teleport out. Don't sacrifice your lives in vain." "Thank you, teacher." Yi Chen and the others bowed to the chief examiner and then headed towards the champion secret realm, which only they could enter. This action also attracted the attention of everyone around them. Even the examinees who were about to enter the dungeons couldn't help but glance at them. The entrances to the normal and difficult difficulty dungeons were crowded with long queues. There were also quite a few people in the elite difficulty dungeons. After all, young people were always passionate and full of fantasies and aspirations. Only the champion secret realm had only one team, Team 326. "Let's go!" Yi Chen shouted lightly and stepped into the secret realm first. Chao Zhuang, Yao Wen, Chen Shui, and Chen Bing followed him one after another. These kids really dare to choose the champion dungeon. Aren't they just seeking death? Old Chen, why didn't you advise them earlier? Hee, it seems like I've already won this bet. After dealing with the unexpected event, the principals returned to the high platform and watched the movements of the students. "You guys don't understand anything. This is called having great skills and courage." Chen Mingwu glared at the three of them, "Just wait and see how my disciples show their might." This statement was not recognized, but it made the other three high. School principals burst into laughter. Hu Wanli and Wulong stood by, but they didn't speak. Instead they looked intently at the entrance to the champion's secret realm. If Yi Chen really brings such a lineup and can win the provincial champion, as long as he is willing to join our Chun City Martial University, I will definitely go against public opinion and hand over the miracle spot to Yi Chen. Hearing the confident words of the former, Wulong chuckled and shook his head. "It's not easy, you should know that there is only one spot in the entire Northeast province. The Wu family in Bincheng, the Gon family in Chun City, the Nie family in Yangcheng, as well as various academies, including the elite of the Demon Army, they are all watching. After all, this is an unprecedented opportunity." While there was a lot of discussion outside, Yi Chen had already led his team into the secret realm. Once inside the secret realm, they found themselves in a desert. Above their heads, there was even a huge sun, and the scorching sunlight reflected off the clean sand, making their eyes hurt. "What kind of environment is this?" Chao Shuang complained, his strong body already starting to sweat. It probably wouldn't be long before they started fighting and he was already sweating profusely. Yao Wen and the Chen sisters were not much better, as this was their first time fighting in such a harsh environment. They had just entered and the champion's secret realm had already given them a warning. Yi Chen remained calm, and he was indeed unaffected by the environment. He immediately spoke, "Listen to me, everyone." When Yi Chen spoke, everyone immediately looked over. If the monster attacks later are too fierce, you must not force yourselves. When it's time to retreat, you must retreat decisively. Boss, how can we do that? What will you do if we retreat? Yes, Brother Chen, you want to win the provincial champion. Even if I have to risk half my life today, I will do my best to help you fulfill your wish. Chen Bing clenched her small fist and gritted her teeth. As long as Brother Yi Chen doesn't retreat, I won't retreat either. Chen Shui nodded seriously at these words. Yi Chen shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "This is an order, everyone must obey." Brother Yi Chen. Under Yi Chen's sharp gaze, Chen Bing shrank her head and dared not speak further. After a moment of silence, Chao Zhuang spoke again, "Brother Chen, I know you're doing this for our own good, but this test is about teamwork. In the future, on the battlefield, it will be basically the same lineup. Even if the backline output is powerful, without the protection of the frontline, there won't be an output environment. Not only will we be unable to kill enemies, but we might. Trust me." Yi Chen looked at his teammates and said seriously, "I'm not showing off. If I feel danger, I will definitely teleport out, so rest assured. When I ask you to leave later, you must retreat decisively, otherwise don't blame me, Yi Chen, for turning hostile." Chao Zhuang and the others exchanged glances and fell silent. They couldn't feel at ease leaving Yi Chen alone in this difficult environment. Although they knew Yi Chen's defense was stronger than the average backliner, it didn't mean he was invincible. "Brother Yi Chen, when you ask everyone to retreat later, please leave me as the last one. I am a water mage and can cast a water shield on myself. Moreover, I am a support, so monsters won't prioritize attacking me. I can help you with buffs and relieve fatigue." Yi Chen looked towards the voice and was surprised to see that it was Chen Shui, who was usually quiet and shy, speaking up. He knew that this little girl was usually reserved and had a strong will. Once she made a decision, it was difficult to change her mind. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Chen Shui's analysis made sense. And there is also Chen Shui's state blessing, which can actually help teammates recover their physical strength. This is a very rare talent, no wonder he didn't get tired no matter how many times he shot last time. Seeing this, Chen Shui smiled shyly at Yi Chen, with a different charm. Just at this moment, a deafening voice suddenly came from above the secret realm. "Champion Secret Realm Assessment now officially begins, a total of 3 hours." With the sound falling, the entire desert began to tremble slightly, as if there was an earthquake. Chao Zhuang and the others quickly adjusted their balance and barely stood firm. Then, one after another, demonized pincers insects continuously drilled out from the desert, approaching Yi Chen and the others from all directions. Damn, demonized pincers insects from the beginning? There must be hundreds of them, damn it! Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen cursed and immediately prepared to face the enemy. Yi Chen held the wutia bao in his hand, and with a wave of his hand, a miraculous arrow appeared out of thin air. If you look closely, the arrow seems to have come out of a simple white ring he was carrying in his hand. That is a storage ring. It has about 1 cubic meter of space inside. This storage ring was given to him by Hu Wanli before the exam. At first, he didn't plan to take it, but when he thought about having this storage ring, which is equivalent to a large capacity quiver, Yi Chen gladly accepted it. However, this favor owed more and more. Of course, Yi Chen didn't have time to think about these things at the moment. He focused all his attention and shot an arrow towards the nearest demonized pincers insect. In an instant, a series of demonized pincers insects flew out backwards. A lot of green liquid flowed out, losing their vitality. Then, a stream of energy-formed water poured down on Yi Chen's head. It was Chen Shui's water therapy. Chen Bing also timely put the wind spirit blessing on Yi Chen. With the support of the Qin sisters, Yi Chen's shooting speed was extremely fast. Arrow after arrow piercing through the hearts. Before long, hundreds of demonized pincers insects were eliminated by Yi Chen. During this period, Yi Chen did not forget to use the Qiankuan strike to stack his strength. As long as it cooled down, he would use it. Ha ha ha, the champion's secret realm is nothing. Yao Wen stood in front of Yi Chen with a great sword, full of confidence. Under Yi Chen's powerful output, the demons couldn't even get close to them within 10 meters. However, as expected, unexpected things happened. The vast desert began to shake more violently. In an instant, there were thousands of demonized pincers insects crawling out from underground. Among them, there were even 3 demonized pincers insect kings, with sharp mandibles like 2 big knives, emitting a chilling light. Wenzi, shut your crow mouth from now on. Chao Zhuang immediately took a defensive stance, ready to resist the monster's attacks. Yi Chen calmly took out an arrow and aimed at the nearest demonized pincers insect king. With a buzzing sound of the Wutia Bao, the arrow pierced through the head of the demonized pincers insect king. Headshot! With a thud sound, green liquid spurted out more than 10 meters away. The demonized pincers insect king roared, and its huge body directly fell to the ground, crushing 3 or 4 passing demonized pincers insects to death. Too awesome! Boss, you are the eternal god in my heart. Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen praised in unison. They had no idea that Yi Chen had become much stronger now. Although he couldn't kill monsters to increase his strength during this period, his own blood and energy had increased by nearly twice. The surge in blood and energy naturally increased his strength. With the dual support of blood and skills, Yi Chen's ordinary arrow now had the power equivalent to a third-grade warrior. Facing the demonized pincers insect king again, he didn't even need to aim at the vital points. 1 arrow, 3 arrows, and 3 bosses were killed. Yi Chen even used the Qiankuan strike in detail to harvest them, gaining some additional strength attributes. However, just as everyone was ecstatic, the frequency of the desert's vibrations suddenly increased. Countless red centipedes emerged from the ground and quickly pounced towards Yi Chen and the others. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen's hearts sank. They only had one thought: it's over. Bloodstained demon centipedes. They're actually bloodstained demon centipedes. At this moment, a huge spiritual image appeared in the square outside. The image displayed the champion's secret realm where Team 326 was located. Every year during the examination, this image would switch between different secret realms to let parents and spectators outside understand the situation inside the examination hall. However, this year was different. This image became exclusive to Team 326 because most people wanted to see how this team, which chose to enter the champion's secret realm, would perform. Before this, everyone was praising Yi Chen's performance, acknowledging him as the biggest dark horse of this examination. But when people saw the tens of thousands of bloodstained demon centipedes, many knowledgeable individuals' faces turned pale. It should be noted that bloodstained demon centipedes were already considered the top existence among first-class demons, and their overall combat power was no less than some second-class demons. Moreover, bloodstained demon centipedes always appeared in groups. They were small in size, extremely fast in crawling speed, and much more formidable than demonized pincers. What was even more deadly was that their bodies contained a large amount of toxins. The toxicity was so strong that if an ordinary person was bitten and didn't receive effective treatment within 5 minutes, they would watch themselves rot and die. Even a quasi-martial artist with some resistance would lose half their life if bitten. And this was just the effect of a single one. Now there were tens of thousands of them. If they were surrounded by such highly poisonous creatures, the entire Team 326 would probably be reduced to a pile of bones. Even the 5 principals on the high platform became nervous. This situation was no joke, it could really cost lives. With the speed of the bloodstained demon centipedes, if the team members hesitated for even a moment, they would all perish. Faced with this scene, Wulong stood silently with his arms crossed, continuously tapping his arm with his index finger, indicating that his heart was not calm. He now regretted the words he said to motivate Yi Chen before the exam. If Yi Chen had a more stubborn personality, he probably wouldn't be able to survive the champion's secret realm today. Retreat! The moment Yi Chen saw the surging tide of demons, he immediately ordered everyone to retreat. But, Brother Chen. Boss, maybe we can hold on a bit longer. Before they could finish speaking, the bloodstained demon centipedes had already pounced in front of the team. Chao Zhuang immediately raised his large shield and roared as he resisted the impact of the bloodstained demon centipedes. Yao Wen swung his large sword and directly slashed at a bloodstained demon centipede covered in scales. Clang! His long sword was instantly knocked away. Damn it, retreat! Yi Chen roared again. An arrow nailed the bloodstained demon centipede that was about to attack Yao Wen to the ground. Yao Wen gritted his teeth, knowing that if he stayed, he would only be a burden. In a flash of golden light, he disappeared from his original position. He thought that with the special training he had undergone in the past few days, his strength had improved a lot and he could provide more help to Yi Chen. But the reality proved that he was thinking too much. At the same time, Chao Zhuang's battle cry attracted the attention of more bloodstained demon centipedes. Within moments, his large shield was covered with at least 10 bloodstained demon centipedes. Even more bloodstained demon centipedes came from the side and climbed directly onto his body. Despite the protection of heavy armor, the mandibles of the bloodstained demon centipedes pierced through. Ah! Chao Zhuang groaned in pain. More bloodstained demon centipedes climbed onto his body. Retreat quickly! Upon hearing Yi Chen's command and feeling the toxins spreading in his body, Xie Zhuang reluctantly muttered leave. His body turned into golden light and disappeared. The bloodstained centipede, losing its target, along with a larger army of monsters behind it, rushed towards Yi Chen and the Chen sisters. You two, retreat quickly! Yi Chen shouted at the two sisters. However, Chen Shui firmly shook her head, waved her jade hand, and a ribbon made of water flowed out. One end was held in her hand, while the other end wrapped around Yi Chen's waist. Under the effect of this water ribbon, Chen Shui's body miraculously floated away, no longer hovering above Yi Chen's head, like a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world. On the other side, Chen Bing slightly opened her vermilion lips and softly sang, like a gentle spring breeze, "Wind, my companion, please lift me up." In an instant, the wind speed under Chen Bing's feet surged, forming a tornado, allowing her to rotate and float. I didn't expect that each of you possesses extraordinary skills. Yi Chen laughed heartily, full of spirit. He didn't expect that the Chen sisters could really provide him with assistance. Let's have a good fight. Yi Chen pulled his bow like a full moon and aimed at a group of blood-stained centipedes coming towards him. This time, he aimed at the center of the group. Boom! A loud noise exploded in the group of monsters. Dozens of blood-stained centipedes were instantly blown into several pieces, and those closer to the center were directly turned into powder. Martial skill. I was wondering how he could face so many monsters. Turns out he has already learned a first-grade martial skill. And those two girls are not simple either, the techniques they displayed are also exquisite. Old Chen, I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve, you're really something. Faced with the praise of the three high school principals, Chen Mingwu was also at a loss. How did Yi Chen acquire his martial skill? He couldn't help but look at Hu Wanli in confusion, only to find that the latter couldn't stop smiling, his satisfaction almost overflowing from his face. Hu Wanli noticed Chen Mingwu looking at him and gave his old partner a wink. The people below, watching the projection, were also fascinated. Is this the strength of a genius? If it were someone else, their current situation would probably not be much better than the two male team members who had just come out. At this moment, a large number of medical personnel surrounded Chao Zhuang, administering intravenous fluids and artificial respiration. Yao Wen remained conscious, but at this moment, he was trembling with fear, and a psychological counselor came forward to comfort him. Inside the secret realm, Yi Chen's exploding arrows continued to burst in the group of monsters. He discovered that Chen Shui's water ribbon not only wrapped around him, but also continuously supplied him with energy. It was precisely because of this supply that Yi Chen dared to use his exploding arrows recklessly. Chen Bing, in midair, maintained the wind spirit blessing for Yi Chen while using wind blades to assist him in finishing off those half-dead monsters. Just when everyone thought the situation would stabilize and Yi Chen would lead the Chen sisters to become the first team to clear the champion's secret realm in the history of Jiangcheng, the entire sky inside the secret realm suddenly darkened. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, looked at the sky, and his heart tightened. From an unknown source, countless fist-sized black bees flew over, covering the sky and pressing down on them. Seeing this scene, both Chen Bing and Chen Shue's expressions changed. Bing Bing, Xiao Shui, leave immediately. Yi Chen, what about you? Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Well, alright, Yi Chen, don't force yourself, I'll wait for you to come back. Chen Bing gritted her silver teeth, knowing that it would be meaningless for her to stay any longer, and chose to leave directly. Xiao Shui, you should leave too. Yi Chen looked up at Chen Shui floating above him. Chen Shui bit her vermilion lips. If I leave, there will be no one to restore Yi Chen's strength. You alone can't handle these monsters. Xiao Shui, your contribution has been enough. Leave the rest to me, Yi Chen comforted the strong-willed girl softly. The fact proves that I, Yi Chen, did not misjudge you. You are my best partner. Best partner. Chen Shui's eyes flickered, as if she had made a decision before the swarm descended. 3-meter diameter were killed. Limbs and body parts flew in all directions, as if entering a meat grinder. Chen Shui, who had just come out of the secret realm, saw the scene in the projection and a sweet smile appeared on her face. However, at this moment, Chen Bing ran over with an annoyed expression and said, Sister, you're so sneaky. You actually kissed Yi Chen behind my back. Chen Shui was instantly stunned, not knowing how her sister found out. Then, she noticed that thousands of eyes were staring at her. Suddenly, she thought of the large-scale projection above. She realized that the scene of her kissing Yi Chen had been broadcasted live in high definition. Chen Shui's fair and smooth face turned crimson, even her ears were tinged with pink. She stomped her foot and couldn't bear the countless ambiguous gazes, so she ran out of the crowd while covering her face. Fortunately, at this time, everyone's attention was once again drawn to Yi Chen's battle in the secret realm. Originally, everyone thought that Team 326 only had Yi Chen left, and it was feared that he would be eliminated soon. However, what they didn't expect was that Yi Chen became more and more courageous in the secret realm. Countless top-tier monsters in groups couldn't get close to him. This scene couldn't help but make everyone sigh. This isn't an archer, this is a cannon. He's really powerful. I've never seen such a powerful archer before. He's really handsome. At the same time, several principals in the stands were also captivated by the scene. Even the usually strict principal of the Municipal Experimental Martial Arts High School, Su Jiangwo, nodded slightly, impressed by Yi Chen's powerful output ability. This child is indeed a rare gem. He has the qualifications to challenge the champion's copy, but the frontline members of his team are too weak to provide him with effective assistance. Saying this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly and regretfully said, It's a pity, such a pity. The other two principals nodded in agreement. This kid named Yi Chen is indeed powerful, but it's a pity he can't support himself alone. Yes, he's only a quasi-warrior. His stamina is not enough to support such a high-intensity use of ranged martial arts. Once his stamina decreases and his shooting speed slows down, it will be his time to be eliminated. Chen Mingwu and Hu Wanli remained silent upon hearing this. They knew that Yi Chen's defense was not inferior to the frontline tanks. No matter how high the defense is, there are limits. It is a question whether Yi Chen can withstand the crazy attacks of the massive monsters. Moreover, the bloodstained centipede and the black jade poison bee are both highly poisonous. Even if Yi Chen can withstand physical damage, he may still perish under the erosion of the poison. Just when everyone was deep in thought, the projection of Yi Chen's shooting speed began to decrease. The horde of monsters seemed to have noticed this and charged even more crazily towards Yi Chen. The frontmost monster had already reached within 3 meters of Yi Chen. 2 meters. 1 meter. Hiss! Amidst the excited screams of the bloodstained centipede, dozens of them crawled up Yi Chen's body. Not only that, in midair, the black jade poison bees swarmed in and covered every inch of Yi Chen's skin. Outside the field, Yaowen saw the scene and couldn't help but shout hysterically, Boss, come back quickly. Chen Gu, don't. Chao Zhuang, who had just regained consciousness, ignored the doctor's opposition and struggled to get up, his face full of fear as he looked at the projection. He knew too well how powerful these monsters were. He had only been bitten once and had already experienced a near-death experience. At this moment, Yi Chen's body was covered with these poisonous creatures. How could there be any chance of survival? Chen Bing looked at this scene in despair, gasping for breath, feeling suffocated. Su Jiangwo pounded the railing and angrily shouted, "What is Yi Chen doing? Why hasn't he chosen to retreat?" Everyone who had just been praising Yi Chen's performance a moment ago fell silent in the vast square. The overwhelming sea of monsters rushed towards Yi Chen one after another, surrounding him tightly like a dumpling. Some timid ones dared not continue watching, afraid that when the monsters dispersed, only a pile of bones would be left. At this moment, more and more candidates couldn't hold on and walked out of the secret realm in frustration. But soon they were attracted by the huge projection in midair. The large number and high level of the monsters in the projection made them shudder. If they were thrown into that scene, they would probably have wet their pants in fear, and they probably wouldn't be able to kill even one monster. But even if Yi Chen was stronger than them, wasn't he completely swallowed by the sea of monsters now? In comparison, a small sense of joy rose in their hearts, dispelling the frustration of their failed exams. Cheng Yuyu, Li Nan, and Lu Che were also outside the examination hall. Although they were disappointed and didn't enter the examination hall, they were unwilling to leave and kept watching the huge projection. At this moment, when they saw Yi Chen in a desperate situation, they were all moved. Li Nan and Lu Che had a trace of reluctance on their faces. Cheng Yuyu, on the other hand, had a hint of joy. Not far away, Hao Jian, who had been lost and dejected, burst into laughter when he saw this scene. His laughter was filled with excitement and ecstasy of revenge. However, his laughter only lasted for the first half, as if his neck was being held by invisible hands. It abruptly stopped. Explosive arrow. In the projection, the densely packed sea of monsters that tightly surrounded Yi Chen suddenly exploded from within. With a loud bang, the sea of monsters flew up, as if a stormy sea was surging on a calm surface. Those many monsters that were originally wrapped around Yi Chen instantly shattered into debris. In an instant, within a radius of 3.5 meters centered on Yi Chen, it was empty and clear. On the square, everyone looked at the unscathed teenager standing straight with the wutia bao in his hand, all dumbfounded. The whole scene fell into silence. Ah! Su Jiangwo, the principal of experimental high school, saw the scene and even he opened his mouth wide. Yi Chen's actions had exceeded his understanding. On the other hand, Chen Mingwu laughed heartily, secretly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Pointing at the projection in midair, he proudly exclaimed, "See that? These are the disciples I brought." The other two high school principals were also amazed, filled with envy. Why didn't this monster come to our school? Meanwhile, the audience below was in an uproar. Some people even grabbed their hair with both hands, not knowing how to express their shock. The professional examinees who had left the stage also looked incredulous. Is this the back row shooter? Damn it, why is he even tougher than me, a full-time tank? If it were them, being surrounded by so many blood-stained centipedes and black jade bees, there would probably be nothing left but bone fragments. And Yi Chen's battle continued. On the ground, another wave of blood-stained centipedes stepped on the limbs of their companions and the green liquid on the ground, rushing towards Yi Chen once again. In midair, countless smaller and denser black jade bees raised their stingers and swiftly attacked Yi Chen. In an instant, a larger monster pile, with Yi Chen at its core, formed. 3 seconds later, boom! The monster pile exploded, causing another wave of shock. Everyone felt a tingling sensation throughout their bodies. It's like sticking a firecracker in cow dung. In the crowd, a middle-aged man's remark immediately attracted the attention of countless pairs of eyes around him. The man didn't expect his casual comment to draw so much attention, and he was scared into silence. However, this concept had taken root in people's minds. When everyone looked back at the projection, they couldn't help but agree with the man's words. The debris of the monsters that had been blown away was indeed like cow dung, splattering all over the ground. As time passed, the desert within a radius of over 10 meters around Yi Chen had already been dyed a dark green color. Countless monsters remained scattered on the ground like fallen cotton. But this couldn't stop the continuous onslaught of the monster sea. Round after round, they rushed towards Yi Chen, countless mandibles and bee stingers attempting to pierce his body, only to be met with a clanging sound. What awaited them was another round of explosions. Unknowingly, nearly 2 hours had passed since the exam began. More and more examinees emerged from the secret realm. Although the exam lasted for 3 hours, it was rare for a team to last until the end. The Great Exam secret realm was not like the low-level demon caves they usually practiced in. The density and intensity of the monsters were incomparable. This was also a way to create a gap and select talents. Whenever a new group of examinees emerged from the secret realm and saw Yi Chen being engulfed by the monster sea, they would be startled. Then they would see the firecracker exploding in cow dung scene of clearing out a circle of monsters, all showing different expressions of shock. Slowly, the audience's attention shifted from watching Yi Chen's progress to observing the expressions of the newly emerged examinees. Whenever an examinee walked out of the exam room and immersed themselves in their own world, reminiscing about the scene in the exam room, the people around them would remind them to look at the projection. When the bewildered examinee showed a shocked expression, just like they had before, everyone would be satisfied and smile contentedly. That feels good. Then they would start looking for the next target, repeating this process tirelessly. The performer from earlier also became an audience member, kindly reminding each new examinee who emerged from the secret realm. In this round after round of play, Yi Chen didn't know how many cow dung explosions he had caused. He could clearly feel that his stamina was almost depleted. If it weren't for Chen Shui's powerful state enhancement at the end, continuously helping him recover his stamina, he would have exhausted himself long ago. So, he began to deliberately slow down his firing speed. Strive for efficiency. Anyway, these bugs can't harm themselves except for disgusting themselves. He has plenty of time to slowly wear them down. And the monsters seem to have fallen into their final madness. Thousands of monsters constantly swarm from all directions. They rush towards Yi Chen even more ferociously. From a distance, it seems like a strange mountain has piled up on Yi Chen. However, no matter how many monsters pile up, they all turn into severed limbs and remains after a loud noise. Su Jiangwo looked at Chen Mingwu and asked in disbelief, "Are you sure this kid is in the back row?" "Yes." Chen Mingwu nodded confidently and pointed to the projection, saying, "Look at how powerful his output is. Which back row output can compare to him?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo pursed his lips and couldn't say a word. His mind was buzzing. He had been a principal for half his life and had never seen such a freak before. He sighed with a bitter smile and said, "It seems like I'm destined to lose this 5 million. On the other side, Huanli excitedly grabbed Chen Mingwu's hand and pleaded, "Old Chen, we're old comrades in arms, we have a deep bond." "Cut it out." Chen Mingwu coldly snorted, "You want me to persuade Yi Chen for you? No way. If this kind of genius goes to your Spring City Martial University, wouldn't it be like a flower in cow dung?" Huanli was so angry that he scratched his head, but he had no way to do anything about it. The mist dragon beside him patted his shoulder and sympathetically said, "I can understand your current mood very well. I'm also secretly glad that when I first saw him, I didn't jump to conclusions easily, otherwise our dragon team might have missed encountering a top-tier genius." And at this moment, the crowd on the square became restless again. Because they found that the huge projection in mid-air suddenly switched to another secret realm. This instantly caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the audience. After watching Yi Chen's battle, they couldn't bear to watch the battles of other candidates anymore. It was like finishing a feast of delicacies and suddenly being served a plate of coarse wild vegetables. It was simply hard to swallow. Everyone glared at the chief examiner in anger. Startled, the chief examiner shrugged helplessly, indicating that he didn't switch the channel himself. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't switch back to the champion's secret realm where Yi Chen was. What's going on? The crowd became restless again, and the sound of discussion rose and fell. Just as several principals were about to step forward to investigate, in front of the champion's secret realm, golden light flickered and Yi Chen's figure appeared. Finally reached the limit? It seems that even someone as strong as Yi Chen can't withstand the high-intensity attacks from the sea of monsters forever. It's good as long as he can come out alive, as long as he can come out alive. And at this moment, a deep voice came from within the secret realm. All the monsters in the champion's secret realm are dead. The exam is ending early. All the monsters in the champion's secret realm are dead. The exam is ending early. Su Jiangwo, the principal of experimental high school, stumbled and almost broke his back. This broadcast caused the brains of all the viewers to crash again. They had been watching the Wu Science University exam for so many years, but this was the first time they encountered such a situation. Ending the exam early was something they had seen before. But ending it because all the monsters were killed, this was the only example. And it was the most difficult champion's secret realm that was completely wiped out. It was simply outrageous to the extreme. At this moment, everyone's gaze inevitably focused on Yi Chen. Yi Chen at this moment was like the brightest star in the sky. He held the Wutia Bao in his hand, wore tattered light armor, and was covered in the pungent blood of monsters. He seemed like a triumphant hero, receiving the worship of everyone. Chen Bing and Chen Shui, one on the left and one on the right, pounced into Yi Chen's arms, tears wetting his clothes. Those were tears of excitement and joy. Chen Shui continuously released her water therapy, feeling heartbroken. Yi Chen looked at the girl with no color on her face and knew that the last buff he gave her had consumed a lot of her. He smiled faintly and said, "It's okay, I'm not injured, but you need to rest well." Humph, Yi Chen is so biased, only caring about sister. I'm also desperately giving you buffs, you know. Chen Bing pouted her rosy lips, dissatisfied. Is it because sister gave you her first kiss that you're so biased? Well, in that case, I can give you mine too. Chen Shui blushed again at Chen Bing's words. Yi Chen coughed lightly and quickly intervened, saying, "Bing, you're great too. It's because of your help that I was able to fight until the end." At this time, Yao Wan and Xiao Zhuang, who were barely able to walk, also approached. Shan Gu. Boss. Both of them had some embarrassment and guilt on their faces. Yi Chen punched them in the chest and pretended to be serious, saying, "What are you doing? We cleared the level, aren't you happy?" But the two of us. Xiao Zhuang hesitated. Feel like our contributions were too small? Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and said, "I actually think that each of you is indispensable. Your strength can gradually improve, but your fighting spirit and attitude are the most precious qualities that cannot be lacking. When you faced danger, you didn't retreat and fought to protect me until the very end. The scars on your bodies and your desperate counterattacks in desperate situations are the best proof that you deserve this championship." Yao Wen looked up at the sky again, his body trembling slightly. He forcefully bit his lip, but still couldn't hold back the tears. "Boss, thank you. Meeting you is the greatest blessing of my life." He looked towards a plain-dressed middle-aged couple not far away and shouted, "Dad! Mom! Did you see? Your son is the champion." The middle-aged couple was so excited that tears streamed down their faces as they nodded repeatedly. Yi Chen patted Yao Wen's shoulder with a smile, and then he also saw his own parents in the crowd. Olji, stiff as a leader, waved at him, and when he saw Yi Chen wave back, he pretended to be calm and said to the people around him, "This is my son." The people around him immediately showed respect. Then, the chief examiner began announcing the scores. Sanjiang number 352 team, 2,396 points. Zhangbei High School number 210 team, 3,128 points. City Experimental High School number 153 team, 12,534 points. Jiangnan number 301 team, 96 points. At this point, the exam was nearing its end. In previous years, at this time, everyone would applaud and pay great attention to the team that emerged from the secret realm. Because the longer a team could persist in the secret realm, the stronger their strength would be, and the higher their score would be. But this year was different. Almost no one paid attention to the remaining teams. Some members of the teams who had just come out and struck victory poses found that no one was paying attention to them, feeling extremely embarrassed. City Experimental High School number 134 team, 21,542 points. Jiangnan number 117 team, 17,824 points. Songjiang number 339 team, 185 points. Zhongbei High School number 229 team, 6,543 points. The score difference between the teams was huge, and the probability of a tie was extremely low. But the scores of these teams were not the focus of attention. No matter how high the scores were, they were still waiting quietly. Because everyone knew that there would be a higher score announced by the chief examiner. The crowd waited for nearly an hour. Finally, after the chief examiner finished announcing the score of 51,856 for Team 105 of the City Experimental High School, the broadcast temporarily stopped. Team 105 of the City Experimental High School was once hailed as the number 1 seed in this year's Zhengcheng Martial Arts University exam. And the final exam result was also a rare high score as expected. This score was enough to get them admitted to the top 20 martial arts universities in the country. However, despite this, not many people paid attention. The members of Team 105 touched their noses in embarrassment and stood still. They had just heard someone say that a monster had appeared this year. This forced them to swallow their pride. Finally, amidst the anxious gaze of countless eyes, the chief examiner took a deep breath and finally announced the long-awaited team number, Team 326 from Songjiang number 1 Middle School. The final score is 500,000 points. The whole venue erupted. The result did not disappoint anyone's expectations, but greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. 500,000 points. It was 10 times higher than the previous number 1 seed, the ace team from the City Experimental High School. This was not an exaggeration. Although the score was still a bit lower, in practical terms, it was no different. Team 105 could only score 51,856 because that was their limit. Team 326 scored 500,000 because there were so many monsters, and Yichen had left early. The crowd sighed. With this score, one could only wonder what the candidates from other cities and provinces would think. It was truly shocking. The monsters in the champion's secret realm were worth only 3 points, while the boss was worth 1,000 points. In other words, throughout the entire exam, Yichen alone had killed over 100,000 monsters. This also brought him an increase of over 3,000 in strength. There was no way around it. The skill Qiankuan Strike had a cooldown time of 9 seconds. Even if Yichen used it as soon as it cooled down, he could only use it a little over 1,000 times. And he had finished the exam half an hour early. If he had known that the monsters were so easy to kill, he would have taken it slower. Shortly after the scores were announced, a long-lost system prompt sounded in Yichen's mind. Ding, perfect achievement unlocked, randomly draw 3 rewards. Ding, obtained A-level reward Qiankuan Strike level +1. Ding, obtained S-level reward Eagle Eye Dot. Ding. Obtained SSS level reward, Divine level treasure map fragment. Yichen looked at the 3 rewards one by one. The first one didn't need much explanation. Qiankuan Strike had leveled up again. As expected, the cooldown time was reduced by 1 second. Now it was only 8 seconds, and the snowball effect was even faster. The second reward was another skill, Eagle Eye LV1, passive skill, greatly enhances vision, increases damage to enemy weak points by 50%. Yichen was very satisfied after seeing it. It seemed that he had the potential to become a sniper in the future, being able to kill enemies from a super long distance. It was quite cool to think about. Then, he shifted his gaze to the last reward. SSS reward. Yichen looked at the shiny golden yellowed paper in the system space, feeling somewhat excited. What exactly was the treasure indicated by this treasure map? Could it be a divine artifact? He carefully examined it. He found that the background of this treasure map was a bare-chested strong man, holding a longbow, aiming at the red sun in the sky, ready to shoot. Although this treasure map was incomplete, there were only 2.5 suns in the sky in the picture. But at a glance, Yichen recognized it as Hoi shooting the sun. And in the foreground of this treasure map, there was a depiction of a palace-like structure. In the southwest corner of this palace, a red line was drawn in the shape of an X. From this map, Yi Chen could only gather this much information for now. As for the specific location of this palace and what is around it, it is not known due to the lack of a treasure map. However, Yi Chen can deduce one thing. As long as he finds this palace, he will be able to obtain the inheritance of this deity. Just thinking about it is very exciting. Hui is already famous throughout the world for his archery skills, and his inheritance is perfect for Yi Chen, who is also an archer. If he can obtain some of his inheritance, his combat power will definitely skyrocket. Especially the Hui Bao, which is entirely red and has a cool design. If he can get it, he might have the ability to shoot the sun in the future. However, there is only one sun in the sky now, so Yi Chen naturally won't actually shoot it. But he is very interested in shooting hundreds or thousands of arrows towards the local gangsters. Since these bastards dare to provoke him, he is prepared for revenge. Yi Chen doesn't like to hold grudges. He only likes to seek revenge. Just then, Yi Chen saw Chen Mingwu and others walking towards him. "Ha, worthy of being my proud disciple, you're damn awesome." As soon as he approached, Chen Mingwu gave Yi Chen a bear hug and shouted loudly, his voice almost echoing throughout the square. "Congratulations, young friend." The 3 high school principals also came forward to congratulate him. They were very humble and didn't dare to act superior, even treating him as a friend. This is not surprising, considering Yi Chen's extraordinary performance. He will surely become a giant in Dixia in the future, so they naturally want to establish a good relationship in advance. However, before they could chat with Yi Chen, a figure rudely pushed them aside and grabbed Yi Chen's hand. "Yi Chen, you must apply to Chunchang Martial University." Everyone looked and saw that it was Hu Wanli, the president of Chunchang Martial University. He looked so humble, as if he was about to kneel down to Yi Chen. Faced with this scene, Yi Chen could only smile bitterly. After all, he had previously received martial arts and a storage ring from him. Now it's a bit difficult to refuse. After all, it's not good to bite the hand that feeds you. A martial art of the first rank is nothing, but the storage ring is quite valuable, at least something that Yi Chen can't afford at the moment. And this thing is very rare, even if ordinary people have money, they can't buy it. Fortunately, Chen Mingwu was present and directly kicked Hu Wanli away. "Stay aside, our Dixia's martial arts champion, how can he go to your broken place?" "But I can help Yi Chen secure a spot in the miracle," Hu Wanli replied unwillingly. Chen Mingwu snorted, no matter which martial university Yi Chen goes to, he can definitely get that spot. "I don't think you need to worry about it. Old Chen, I advise you to think carefully. Do you really think that if Yi Chen goes to other provinces or other martial universities, someone will really help him secure that spot?" Hu Wanli said without politeness, "In the 5 major provinces of Dixia, each province only has one spot. Do you think Yi Chen can compete with others wherever he goes? Yi Chen is indeed the martial arts champion, but he is just a student without background or foundation. Even our Northeast province has many prestigious and high-ranking descendants, let alone other provinces. If Yi Chen goes to Qingbei Martial University or Modu Martial University, do you think those old and powerful families of Dixia will place their hopes on a stranger? Who wouldn't want their own children to inherit the miracle? We are all Dixia people, but there are still many families within Dixia, and they will compete and fight for their own interests. This is the way for our Dixia's martial arts to prosper, and it is also the way for every family to survive." These words made everyone present silent. Chen Mingwu also knew that what old Hu said was not false. Dixia is a whole, but there is also competition within Dixia. This is human nature. Otherwise, why would those high-ranking individuals protect Dixia? One reason is that Dixia's blood flows in their bodies. There is one more thing, which is to ensure the continuation of one's own family, so that more high-quality descendants can appear and the family can thrive. Yi Chen listened to their conversation and understood why Chen Mingwu had said those words to him before. Everyone is selfish and wants to fight for their own interests. And as warriors, they should indeed fight and strive. Only through competition can the martial arts of Dixia flourish. But there is a bottom line, which is not to betray Dixia and not to forget one's roots. Above this bottom line, one should fight for what they want. As for how to achieve what they want, it depends on their own abilities. With this in mind, Yi Chen curiously asked, "What do you mean by miracle?" Chen Mingwu said, "This is not the place to talk. I'll tell you at a more convenient time." Yang Chang. The exit of the champion's secret realm in the martial arts examination. A team of 4 men and 1 woman walked out of the secret realm exhausted. Although they were exhausted, excitement could be seen on each person's face. Because they had finally successfully challenged the champion's copy and persisted inside for 3 hours. The tens of thousands of spectators below erupted in enthusiastic cheers. They called them the pride of Yangchang. This statement was indeed true. Because they were the first team in the history of Yangchang to stay in the champion's secret realm for a full 3 hours. Their score also exceeded 100,000 points. A total of 118,000 points. Based on previous years, this score was enough to make them proud in the northeastern province. It could be said that they could freely choose the martial arts university of Dixia. The leader was Nie Lei, the son of the Lord of Yangchang. His test before the exam showed a terrifying blood and energy level of over 220. He took out a pair of sunglasses from his backpack, put them on his face, and gave a thumbs up to the audience in a cool manner. The audience below immediately went crazy again. Some starstruck girls even fainted because they were too excited. After some interaction, Nie Lei finally got on the extended Lincoln car prepared by his father. 2 sexy maid girls in cat ears had already stuck to him from inside the car, using their delicate hands to help him relax his body. He comfortably leaned back in the soft seat, closed his eyes to rest, while his hands caressed the long legs in black stockings and enjoyed the maid's massage. At this moment, the butler rushed over in a hurry and anxiously said, "Young master, something bad has happened." "Can't it wait? Can't you see that I'm busy breaking the record of Yangchang and being proud in the Northeast? Why did you come here to disturb my leisure?" Nie Lei was extremely dissatisfied. He picked up a juice and said, "This young master has broken the record of Yangchang this time. Instead of preparing a celebration banquet for me, you came here to ruin my mood?" The butler said, "The latest news is that a team from Jiangcheng has scored 500,000 points." Pfft! Nie Lei sprayed all the juice onto the maid's chest, and his sunglasses fell below his nose. He grabbed the butler by the collar and said in a stern voice, "What did you say? Say it again." Similar scenes were playing out among the various geniuses in the northeastern province. This news spread like wildfire, spreading rapidly like a plague. And this trend became more and more intense, spreading rapidly towards the provinces outside. Almost within a few days, this legend had spread throughout the 5 major provinces. It even shocked the entire Dixia. Many people were inquiring about who Yi Chen was and how he could lead a team to achieve such incredible results. It could be said that he single-handedly completed this seemingly unbelievable myth. Some experts even questioned whether there was a malfunction in the examination's secret realm of Jiangcheng in the northeast. Many candidates came out to protest and demanded a rematch. But a single numerical report completely silenced those who doubted. There was only one sentence written on it. Yi Chen's physical test, blood and energy value, 400. This report undoubtedly caused another huge wave of shock. And they had to believe this report because it was guaranteed by the 4 principals of Jiangcheng High School, the principal of Chunchang Woda University, and even the Dragon Group. Everyone was relieved. No wonder Yi Chen was able to achieve such incredible results. This level of blood and energy is already comparable to a peak second-grade warrior. Everyone once again focused on how Yi Chen could have such high blood and energy. After analyzing it together with the expert professors, the final conclusion was either he had extraordinary talent or he took some kind of secret medicine. Listening to your words is like listening to a great speech. Meanwhile, planes from all over the country heading to the northeastern province were fully booked. If you couldn't buy a ticket in Chuncheng, you would buy one in Yangcheng or Bincheng, or in nearby cities with airports. In the end, there was only one goal: to reach Jiangcheng. In an instant, tourists flooded into Jiangcheng, especially the 3 major attractions: the high school where Yi Chen was, the examination hall where Yi Chen was, and Yi Chen's former residence. Especially Yi Chen's former residence, it was overcrowded. Every day, it was packed with people, bustling with activity. The surrounding people were not annoyed, but rather delighted, and they all started to engage in internet celebrity economy. Especially the familiar neighbors who knew Yi Chen, they made a fortune. Every day, there were reporters and self-media coming to interview, and they earned a considerable appearance fee. Aunt Pang was one of the best in this matter. She fully displayed her talent for showing off and praised Yi Chen as a rare genius on earth and in heaven. I held him when he was a child, and he called me Aunt Pang. Yi Chen has been smart since he was a child. I knew this child would have a bright future. What? He has a girlfriend? Rumor. Definitely a rumor. Aunt Pang is absolutely authoritative here. If you want to know about Yi Chen, come to me. And the instigator of this storm, Yi Chen and his parents, had already moved out of their original residence before the incident escalated. They now lived in a high-end and bright residential area in the city center. It was one of the most luxurious residential areas in Jiangcheng, and only warriors of medium grade or above, as well as their families, could live there. The security guards in the community were all warriors, and the captain of the security team was a fourth-grade warrior. The security was tight, and ordinary people couldn't even take a step inside. According to the regulations, Yi Chen's family was not qualified to live there. However, Deputy City Lord Lu Jian had arranged everything clearly in advance. On the day of the exam, he had already taken care of everything, and this villa, which covered an area of over 200 square meters, was given to Yi Chen. These days, Comrade Yi had already wandered inside and outside the villa hundreds of times. Mom Lin Saixia smiled more and more every day. She never dreamed that one day she would live in such a luxurious house. On this day, Yi Chen was lying on a rocking chair, sitting in front of the French window, enjoying the warm afternoon sunlight. At this moment, the doorbell rang, and Yi Chen looked outside. It turned out to be Lu Jian. This deputy city lord was very concerned about him. He opened the door with a remote control. Soon, Lu Jian came in front of Yi Chen. He didn't have the slightest arrogance of a sixth-grade expert and asked with a smile, "Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with this place? If not, I can help you find another one." "Thank you, Deputy City Lord Lu, this place is already good enough, no need to trouble yourself." Yi Chen replied with a faint smile, not wanting to offend anyone. "As long as Mr. Yi is satisfied." Lu Jian rubbed his hands and continued, "After all, Mr. Yi has made a name for himself now, and your future is limitless. As a local official, I naturally want to take care of your logistics work so that you can practice without any worries and protect Xia." Yi Chen nodded and said, "Deputy City Lord Lu, you are considerate." He didn't say much, knowing that Lu Jian had another purpose for coming this time. Sure enough, Lu Ji paused for a moment and said, "Mr. Yi, you should have heard that the former city lord Zhang Yuan, as well as the lawless individuals from the Yan and Hao families, have all been captured and are awaiting trial. However, the legitimate son of the Hao family, Hao Jian, has not been subjected to compulsory measures yet due to the importance of the major exam. I wonder what your opinion is, Mr. Yi." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen calmly said, "There are laws in the country and rules in the family. We should handle it accordingly. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beams will be crooked. They need to be properly educated." "I understand." Lu Ji's heart trembled. It was clear that Yi Chen wanted to eliminate any future troubles. He didn't expect this young man before him to be so decisive and ruthless. He silently reminded himself to be extra cautious when facing Yi Chen in the future, otherwise it would bring disaster to himself and his family. Thinking of this, he wiped away his cold sweat and said, "Then I will take my leave. If you have any orders, please feel free to call me." "Thank you." Yi Chen nodded slightly, not even getting up. He knew that the more tough he was with this kind of person, the more wary they would be. If he showed them a friendly face, they would try to take advantage. After Lu Ji left, Yi Chen began to ponder the miracle mentioned by Principal Hu and Principal Chen. It reminded him of his divine-level treasure map. Perhaps the place depicted in the treasure map was within that miracle. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Chung Siu. Mr. Yi, are you available? I would like to visit you. Please reply. Yi Chen suddenly remembered that he still owed her 100,000 yuan, and now he had an additional 5 million yuan on him, which was given to him by Principal Chen as winnings from a gambling game. Thinking of this, Yi Chen replied, "Yes, I will immediately transfer the 100,000 yuan to you." Unexpectedly, Chung Siyu immediately replied, "No, Mr. Yi, you misunderstood. I'm not asking for money, I want to give you money." Give me money? Yi Chen thought for a moment and understood what Chung Siyu meant. During this period, several branded pharmaceutical companies had come to him to discuss cooperation and endorsement opportunities. He was still considering and hadn't made a final decision. It seemed that another company had come to him now. Cheng Siyu was an acquaintance and had helped him before, so he naturally had to give her face. He immediately sent a message saying, "Then come over. I'm at Villa number 8 in the Wuji residential area. Just tell them my name at the gate." "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Just a few minutes later, Chung Siyu arrived in front of Yi Chen. She was wearing the same black professional suit and tight skirt, looking both capable and sexy. Accompanying her was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean appearance. Cheng Siyu introduced, "Mr. Yi, this is Zhou Tian, the head of our pharmaceutical company's Northeast region." The middle-aged man behind him immediately nodded and handed over his business card. However, Yi Chen did not accept it. Instead, he went straight to the point and said, "Are you here to discuss endorsement with me? Mr. Yi is truly wise and intelligent. We couldn't even meet you at first no matter how hard we tried. Siyu said she knew you, so we were able to meet you." Zhou Tian, as the head of the region, was indeed eloquent. He smiled and said, "We, Shu Rue Pharmaceutical, would like to invite you to be our spokesperson. We will offer you an annual endorsement fee of 50 million yuan. What do you think?" Yi Chen smiled. In the past few days, through contact with several pharmaceutical companies, he had learned about the market situation. He immediately spoke, "Manager Zhou, do I look like a 3-year-old child to you?" Zhou Tian immediately panicked and looked at Chung Siyu beside him. Chung Siyu sweetly smiled and asked, "Or should we let Mr. Yi set the price himself? As long as the price is reasonable, we will do our best to meet it." Yi Chen nodded slightly and then held up 3 fingers. "3 billion? Zhou Tian timidly asked. Yi Chen shook his head, "I want 3% of your pharmaceutical company's annual profit." Ah? Zhou Tian and Chang Siyu's faces changed drastically. Although Shu Ruodan Medicine is not a top brand, its annual net profit is around 10 billion. Yi Chen's offer is asking for 3 billion. Zhou's supervisor quickly waved his hand, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Yi Chen's offer made Zhou Tian repeatedly shake his head. "Mr. Yi, your offer is a bit too high. The endorsement fees for previous top scorers in the college entrance examination have not exceeded 100 million. After all, this is just an entrance exam and does not have such a big influence." Zhou Tian said, "We can offer Mr. Yi a contract fee of 300 million per year. If Mr. Yi does not agree, then we can find someone else. There are many good results in the provincial exams in the Northeast this year." "Oh?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and made a gesture to send them off, saying, "Then please leave." "Mr. Yi, can we discuss it again?" Chung Siyu, who was on the side, quickly pleaded. However, Zhou Tian interrupted and said, "Xiao Chang, there's no need to beg him. 300 million endorsement fee is already sky high. When he regrets it, we'll leave." After speaking, Zhou Tian pulled Cheng Siyu and walked out, while Chung Siyu looked apologetically at Yi Chen. Outside, Zhou Tian looked in Yi Chen's direction and sneered, just a top scorer in the college entrance examination, thinking of himself as a martial arts celebrity. Just as he finished speaking, he received a call from his immediate superior, the sales department manager. The manager joyfully said, "Lao Tian, have you and Xiaoyu met Mr. Yi? Is the endorsement deal settled? As long as you can secure this project, it will be a great achievement. The position of Deputy General Manager of the Sales Department will be yours next year." But Zhou Tian said, "Manager, this kid Yi Chen is asking for a sky-high price. He wants 30% of our company's profits. I have already refused him outright. I'm already out with Xiaoyu. After all, the top scorer in the college entrance examination is nothing special every year, and this year is no different. What did you say? Zhou Tian thought he would receive praise from the manager, but the latter suddenly changed his expression and scolded him. Are you out of your mind, you idiot? Can you compare the top scorers of previous years with this year's? Haven't you been following the news during this period? As a regional supervisor, you don't even have this kind of keen sense. You have disappointed me. Zhou Tian immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered, Manager, it's just a national top scorer, is it necessary? I didn't expect you to still be stubborn. I regret grooming you as my successor. I'm very disappointed in you. The manager sighed with frustration, then said, You will be suspended for a period of time for self-reflection. Let Chung Siyu handle this project for now. Give the phone to Xiaoyu. Cheng Siyu took the phone and heard a serious voice on the other end say, Remember, you must secure Mr. Ye's exclusive endorsement contract at all costs. Okay, manager, I will do my best. Not just your best, but you must. The manager said seriously, You must do whatever it takes, and if necessary, you must give it your all. After all, youth is fleeting. Chung Siyu trembled, knowing exactly what the manager meant by those words. She covered her full chest with her hand, biting her red lips, and said with difficulty, I understand, manager. Xiaoyu, the fate of our company rests on you. The manager said with great emphasis, As long as you can secure this project, you will be the new regional supervisor. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Cheng Siyu composed herself, opened her messaging app, and once again pleaded with Yi Chen to meet her. After obtaining his consent, she returned to Yi Chen's home. Yi Chen was very curious. Why did Cheng Siyu's eyes dodge and she didn't dare to meet his gaze after coming back, with a hint of blush on her beautiful face? Miss Cheng came back to find me specifically, is there something else? Cheng Siyu quickly adjusted herself, put her hand down from her chest, and assumed a graceful posture, saying, Mr. Yi, our supervisor has offended you before, please forgive us. Now the company has entrusted me with handling this matter. Can you give me another chance? We are willing to offer 30% of the profits to invite you as our exclusive spokesperson. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen directly extended 4 fingers this time. No, I now want 40% of the profits. Mr. Yi. Cheng Siyu bit her lip and looked directly at Yi Chen, saying, All right, Mr. Yi, 40% of the profits, I agree. Yi Chen also didn't expect Cheng Siyu to be so bold. He just wanted to give the other party a show of strength, but he didn't expect her to agree so readily. Very well. Yi Chen stood up with a smile, walked in front of Cheng Siyu, and took the initiative to shake hands, saying, Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Cheng Siyu seemed startled and took a step back, then shook hands with Yi Chen with trembling hands. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't make any further moves, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, Mr. Yi, I will have the contract prepared for you to sign later. It will be valid for 1 year, but the endorsement fee will be paid in installments monthly. No problem. Yi Chen suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, I need you to provide me with the best chi gathering pill, and the cost will be deducted from the endorsement fee. Mr. Yi wants to advance as a martial artist? Although Cheng Siyu herself was not a martial artist, she still had some common knowledge as a salesperson in a pill company. Pre-martial artists must take the chi gathering pill to advance as martial artists. And the price of the chi gathering pill was very expensive, with the cheapest one costing 1 million. However, students admitted to the martial university didn't have to worry because they would be given one directly upon enrollment. But the martial university only provided the lowest grade chi gathering pill, so if they wanted a better one, they had to buy it themselves. Yi Chen, as a martial artist of his level, naturally couldn't choose a low-grade one. After all, the quality of the chi gathering pill also determined the foundation of a martial artist. Can you handle the best chi gathering pill? Yi Chen didn't answer but asked Cheng Siyu. Cheng Siyu patted her chest and guaranteed, Mr. Yi's matter is my matter, I will definitely get the top quality chi gathering pill for Mr. Yi, but as for the price. price is not a problem, as long as the goods are good. Yi Chen waved his hand casually, not caring, after all, he was now a billionaire. Finally, before Cheng Siyu left, they exchanged phone numbers. If there was anything, she could be contacted at any time, 24 hours a day. Yi Chen was now her cash cow, so she naturally wouldn't dare to neglect him. Just as Cheng Siyu left, Chen Mingwu came again. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Principal, why didn't you say anything before you came? I could have picked you up. Don't be polite with me." Chen Mingwu glared at Yi Chen, then said, "That old fart who only has been bothering me these days. It was hard to get rid of him. I want to find a time to meet you alone. Principal, are you planning to talk to me about choosing a school?" "That's right." Chen Mingwu nodded. In the past few days, representatives from almost all the martial universities in the country have come to our school. Some schools even sent their presidents and vice presidents together, clamoring to see you. But I stopped them all. I want you to think carefully and make a decision. What do you think I should choose?" Yi Chen couldn't help but ask. But Chen Mingwu waved his hand and said, "The decision is still up to you. I just want to ask you one question, do you want to go to Miracle?" Faced with this question, Yi Chen couldn't help but think of his own fragment of the divine-level treasure map. He had a premonition that there was some kind of connection between the two. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, "Principal, what exactly is a miracle?" Simply put, a miracle is a legacy realm left behind by the ancient sages and gods of our great Xia civilization, Chen Mingwu explained further. Our great Xia civilization has been passed down for thousands of years, with numerous legacies, but only a few have been found and unsealed. If one can obtain even a trace of the legacy of the ancient sages and gods, it would greatly benefit them and greatly increase their strength. Will the number of people entering the miracle be limited? Of course, Chen Mingwu nodded. Having too many people entering is useless and may even cause unnecessary sacrifices. When the Zhurong miracle was opened, well, forget it, let's not talk about it. Principal, do you know which ancient sage or god this miracle belongs to? Yi Chen asked. Chen Mingwu shook his head and said, "No one will know before it is opened. Only after entering will it be known." In order to prevent a repeat of historical tragedies, the top level of Great Xia decided that from now on, only geniuses under the age of 24 can enter the miracle. This way, talents can be cultivated without causing a loss of top combat power for Great Xia. Each of the 5 provinces has one quota, which means only 5 people can enter? Why not have more quotas? Chen Mingwu sighed and said, "It's because of the interference of foreign powers. America, Neon, South Stick, and many countries in the Western Alliance all want a share. Under pressure, our top level had to compromise and allocate quotas to allow them to enter as well." Yi Chen gritted his teeth and said, "If these guys take away the legacy of our ancient sages and gods, it would be a great humiliation." Indeed, Chen Mingwu agreed. That's why the allocation of quotas is crucial. Even those with backgrounds have to stand aside if they don't have the strength. Only those geniuses who have both background and strength have a chance to obtain a ticket. But even so, it still annoys me to let these dogs have a share in our own home. Yi Chen clenched his fist in anger. Chen Mingwu said, "Indeed, it is annoying, but in the current situation, we have no choice but to compromise. However, we also have an exchange. According to the rules, if the miracles of other countries are opened in the future, we will also have the qualifications to send representatives to participate and have the opportunity to seize their miracles." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, seeing it as a form of compensation. But he still felt unhappy in his heart. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen asked, "In the miracle, is it possible for people to fight each other?" Chen Mingwu smiled and said, "Of course, even if it's not allowed, who would really abide by it? In the face of great treasures, no one can take a step back. Even if someone is killed, no one will know who did it." Yi Chen's face couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile at these words. "Since you guys are so willing to come and snatch our treasures, don't blame me for going all out." Immediately, Yi Chen looked at Chen Mingwu and said, "Principal, I've made up my mind. I must go to this miracle." Chen Mingwu laughed and said, "I knew you wouldn't want to be at a disadvantage. But if you want to enter the miracle, it's best to choose Wu University in the Northeast Province or the Southwest Province. The strength of these two provinces is relatively weaker, and they don't have deeply rooted powerful families. The probability of obtaining a miracle quota will be much higher. Yi Chen nodded and said, Principal, please tell Principal Hu that I've decided to go to Wu University in Spring City. In fact, the choice of which university didn't matter much to him. After all, his greatest reliance was the system. As long as he continued to develop, he would eventually become invincible. Even improving his cultivation was just a disguise to avoid appearing too extraordinary. Pursuing a prestigious university was just a small wish from his previous life. And this kind of wish is obviously incomparable to obtaining a divine artifact. Moreover, it is the inheritance of the divine beings of our great Xia ancestors. If this really falls into the hands of foreigners, wouldn't it make people feel that our great Xia is weak and easily bullied? This is obviously unacceptable to Yi Chen. Since he prioritizes miracles, it doesn't matter which university he goes to. President Hu is so eager to recruit talents, and he has also received many benefits from him. It would be too ungrateful not to go. The most important thing is that he promised him before that as long as he goes to Chunchang Wuda, he will wholeheartedly recommend him for a spot. 2 months later, Yi Chen, who was about to waste away at home, finally got up and went to Chuncheng. He didn't let Hu Wanli wait for him. The head of a university cannot focus all his attention on him, so he chose to go to the school to register by himself. And after 2 months of fermentation, the hype about him being the top scorer in the country has long passed, and everyone has moved on to chase new trendy topics. After a 2-hour journey, Yi Chen, carrying the bags prepared by his mother, finally arrived at the gate of Chuncheng Wuda. And at this moment, there are several young men in Wuda uniforms standing not far from the gate. Their eyes are sneaky as they wander among the new students registering. After a while, one of them hesitated and said to the bald-headed youth in the middle, Boss, can we do this? If the instructor finds out, we'll be in big trouble. What are you afraid of? The bald-headed youth glanced at him sideways. Have you forgotten how the seniors treated you when you first entered school last year? I thought I met a kind-hearted senior who helped me carry my luggage, gave me water, and showed me the way to the registration office. But those bastards actually asked me for 100 contribution points as labor fees, and threatened to beat me if I didn't give it to them. Do you know how I survived this year? That's 100 contribution points, and I worked hard for a year and still didn't earn enough. Now that a new fat sheep has arrived, if you don't take advantage of them, how will you turn things around in the future? But I heard that this year's freshmen are very strong, and there's even a top scorer in the country among them. What are you afraid of? Even if he's the top scorer in the world, he's just a new and tender lamb. The 3 of us, all second rank, can still beat him, right? After the bald-headed youth finished speaking, the other pockmarked-faced youth echoed, Li Zi, if you don't want to, you can go back now. Boss and I will do it. As long as you don't regret seeing us live a good life later, it's up to you. After hesitating for a moment, Li Zi made up his mind and said, All right, since we're not cutting the lamb, someone else will. Yeah, that's right. Li Zi smiled with satisfaction, and then heard the pockmarked-faced youth pointing at a handsome young man carrying bags and excitedly saying, Boss, the fat sheep is here. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Li Zi was overjoyed and led the other 2 brothers to rush forward enthusiastically. Hey! This classmate, are you new here? Welcome to join Chunchang Wuda. Li Zi walked towards him with a warm smile on his face. Yi Chen saw the person coming wearing a Wuda uniform, should be a senior at Wuda, and quickly said, I'm a freshman, hello senior. Li Zi exchanged a glance with the other 2, their eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. Indeed, he is a naive little fat lamb. Mole-faced walked up warmly, reaching out to take Yi Chen's package, and said, Come, let the senior help you with that. Li Zi also followed suit, reaching out to take Yi Chen's other package. But the excessive enthusiasm of these people made Yi Chen wary. There are so many freshmen around, some even have more luggage than him, but they didn't offer to help. Why do they specifically want to help me? Thinking of this, Yichen casually avoided the two people's attempts to snatch the package and smiled. "Thank you, senior brothers, for your kindness. But my package is not heavy, I can carry it myself, so there's no need to trouble you." "Hey, we're all alumni now, no need to be so polite," Ma Zi said, trying to take the package again, but Yichen evaded once more. Seeing this, Cun2 gave a signal to the two of them, indicating not to rush and avoid alerting this fat sheep. Plan A failed, so let's execute Plan B immediately, Cun2 smiled and said, "Since that's the case, let the senior brothers take you to the registration office. You're unfamiliar with the place, so let the senior brothers show you the way." Yichen thought for a moment. Since they were so enthusiastic and also alumni, it wouldn't be good to keep refusing, so he said, "Thank you, senior brothers, for your trouble." You're welcome, you're welcome. It's only natural." Cun2 laughed heartily, and the three of them escorted Yichen into the campus. They chatted and laughed along the way, and Yichen obtained some information about Wu University from Cun2 and the others, such as choosing a major, receiving tasks and contribution points, daily cultivation, and some miscellaneous news. When they were close to the registration office, Cun2 took out a bottle of water and handed it to Yichen, saying, "Junior brother, after talking so much, you must be thirsty. Take this bottle of water and drink it." However, Yichen shook his head and said, "Thank you, senior brother, but I'm not thirsty." "Just take it, if the senior brother tells you to take it, then take it. I really don't need it, I still have water in my backpack that I haven't finished." "Thank you, senior brother. Junior brother, here's a map of the school. Since you're new here, you definitely need it. Take it." "Thank you, senior brother, but I think the internal signs in the school are quite convenient. I think I can find my way with those." Cun2's face immediately turned a little unhappy upon hearing this. He didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn and not fall for their tricks at all. It reminded him of himself a year ago, how foolish he was, taking whatever the senior brothers gave him, and as a result, as soon as he entered the school gate, he was burdened with a huge debt of 100 contribution points. But he couldn't care about that now. He planned to use force if persuasion didn't work. Although it was a bit far-fetched to charge 100 contribution points as a guide fee, he had to take advantage of the situation. Just as Cun2 was about to give a signal to the other two to forcefully extort some contribution points from Yichen, a female voice filled with anger interrupted their actions. "Ma Jia, Zhang Shuai, Xia Chuan, what are you three plotting?" Cun2 and the others turned to look, feeling a shock in their hearts. They cursed inwardly, how did this demoness show up? Yichen also turned his head to look, and it was a girl with a ponytail walking towards them. She was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. With her delicate big eyes and oval face, she looked both youthful and beautiful, as well as cool and capable. "Jingguan, why are you here?" Ma Jia asked with a flattering smile. Jingguan completely ignored him and instead looked at Yichen with her clear eyes, asking with concern, "Did they ask you for contribution points?" Seeing her appearance, she should also be an upperclassman at Chunchang Wu University, and she knew these three people beside him. Before this, when the three senior brothers were talking about some gossip, they mentioned the campus beauty ranking, and Yichen remembered hearing the name Jingguan. Thinking of this, Yichen smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. The senior brothers are very nice, they warmly showed me the way, and even gave me a map and water." "See, Jingguan, you misunderstood us. That's right, we're just happy to help." Jingguan glared at the three of them, then took Yichen's hand and walked towards the new student registration office. "Junior brother, since you're new here, you have to be cautious and not be taken advantage of by some bad students. Your contribution points are precious, so don't easily give them away, or you'll regret it later." Between conversations, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the crew cut. Yichen naturally wasn't stupid, he understood what she meant. If it weren't for meeting Qingwen today, this matter would probably not have been resolved. Zhang Shuai, with a face full of freckles, looked at Ma Jie and whispered, "Boss, what do we do now?" Ma Jie said in a deep voice, "Qingwen is not easy to deal with, she is still a member of the student union. Let's not make a fuss for now, she can't possibly accompany this fat sheep for 24 hours. We can collect his labor fee another day, we can afford to wait." What if this guy doesn't admit it later? Xia Chuang hesitated. Doesn't admit it? Ma Jie smirked. Then us seniors can only teach the juniors a lesson with our fists. That's the rule in our school. In the midst of their conversation, Xingwen had already brought Yi Chen to the new student registration area. Junior, this is the registration area. Go and report your name, hometown, ID number to the staff, and then collect your dormitory key and student ID. Okay, thank you, senior. Yi Chen politely smiled and then walked towards one of the staff members. Name? Yi Chen. Oh, where are you from? Before Yi Chen could reply, the staff member suddenly looked up and asked, Wait, what did you say your name was? At this moment, not only the staff member, but also Qingwen, Ma Jie, and the surrounding new students who were registering, all stopped and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was stunned and repeated, My name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen from Jiangcheng? Yes. As soon as these words came out, the whole scene erupted. The staff member stood up directly, changed his arrogant attitude, and hurriedly asked, Yi Chen, you are the top scorer in today's martial arts exam? After getting Yi Chen's affirmative answer, the gazes of the people around him towards Yi Chen instantly changed. Qingwen also widened her eyes and looked at Yi Chen. She didn't expect that the new student she encountered would turn out to be today's top scorer in the martial arts exam. Zhang Shuai and Xia Chuang's faces instantly changed. They didn't expect to encounter such a tough opponent. What's there to be afraid of? So what if he's the top scorer? Isn't he still a newcomer? Ma Jie sneered, We'll practice martial arts for another year more than him, so he will always be our junior. Just then, the staff member warmly invited Yi Chen to walk towards a huge device and said with a smile, Yi Chen, this is a simple test before enrollment. The data will be recorded and stored. Please use your best combat skills to attack the middle part of this device. Yi Chen nodded and immediately took out the black iron bow and arrows from his storage ring. When everyone saw this, their eyes instantly lit up, and their faces were filled with envy. They had spent 4 years in university without eating or drinking, scrimping and saving, and they were afraid that the contribution points they had accumulated wouldn't even be enough to exchange for a low-level storage ring. In comparison, Yi Chen was far ahead. Ma Jie saw this scene and couldn't hide his greedy expression on his face. This storage ring will eventually be mine, Ma Jie. Just as he confidently made this boast, Yi Chen casually drew his bow and shot an arrow. Boom! The device immediately erupted with a loud noise. Even the ground trembled. Then, the numbers on the display screen of the device started to fluctuate. When Ma Jie saw the final number displayed on the device, his legs went weak and he almost knelt down. His thoughts instantly vanished. 12,654. The people around him were almost shocked to the point of their jaws dropping. This value was comparable to some fourth-rank martial artists. It should be noted that the previous new student who had just finished testing had a score of 2,143, not even close to Yi Chen's score. But this was already one of the top performers among the new students. This number represented the strength or attack power of a student. Although attack power does not represent the full combat power of a warrior, the saying goes that one power can suppress 10. In the face of absolute strength, all techniques are meaningless. Yi Chen, have you already reached over 1,000 in your qi and blood? The staff asked hesitantly. Ordinary people have about 100 qi and blood, and can produce around 800 power. However, for trained warriors, this ratio is slightly higher. 1 qi and blood can produce an effect of 10 power. Those extremely talented geniuses can produce an effect of 112 to 115. No, my qi and blood is currently just over 600, I am a first-grade warrior. Everyone was once again shocked. In other words, Yi Chen had achieved a terrifying increase of over 120. And just 2 months ago, the news said that Yi Chen's qi and blood was 400, but now it has already exceeded 600. His cultivation speed is faster than most students who train hard for a year. Even Qingwen widened her eyes, staring at Yi Chen without blinking. Senior sister? Senior sister? Ah. Oh. Yi Chen called out several times before Qingwen snapped back to reality, a blush appearing on her pretty face. Yi Chen, you are truly deserving of your reputation. Senior sister truly admires you. I am also an archer, could I ask you for some advice on how to exert force? Yi Chen didn't have any exquisite techniques, he just stacked over 6,000 power with his Qiankuan strike. But in order to not reveal anything, Yi Chen nodded and said, we can discuss it another day. Ma Jie was now pale with fright. Even if the three of them combined their strength, they couldn't match Yi Chen's. If they had really made a move against Yi Chen just now, they would probably be heavily injured if not dead. Thinking about how he had bragged to Yi Chen before, saying that if he was ever bullied at school, he could just report his name, now he found it laughable. Yi Chen, this is your dormitory key, Villa number 1. The staff handed a golden key to Yi Chen. This scene not only attracted the envy of the freshmen, but even the older students cast admiring glances. There were only 10 villas in the entire school with the designation number 1. Each one was extremely luxurious. Only top-tier geniuses with strong resources were qualified to live there. It was said that the annual rent for these number 1 villas was 1,000 contribution points. And you also needed strength to be able to hold on to it. Because other students could challenge you at any time, and if they succeeded, the remaining time you had to use the villa would all belong to them. Therefore, those who could live in the number 1 villas were basically the top 10 strongest in the entire school. Qingwen was considered to be doing quite well among the second-year students, but she could only live in the dizzy large apartment. The number 1 villa was an unattainable existence for her. Qingwen looked at the key in Yi Chen's hand with envy and said, Junior brother, you might not know the way, let me take you there. Ma Jie and the others immediately stepped forward and offered their help, saying, we'll help you move your luggage, don't worry, we won't take your contribution points. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior brother and senior sister. After saying that, Yi Chen took his student card and followed Qingwen, Ma Jie, and the others away from this place. After Yi Chen left, the staff member scolded everyone, saying, what are you looking at? This was arranged by the principal himself. If you have any objections, go find the principal or challenge Yi Chen at Villa number 1. Everyone immediately averted their gaze. It could only be said that geniuses were geniuses, and they couldn't compare to ordinary people like them. The group of people wandered through the campus, eventually arriving at an area far from the teaching area, with beautiful surroundings and pleasant scenery. Outside this area were trees and flowers, dividing it from the outside world. Entering it gave a feeling of entering a paradise. This place is really beautiful. If only I could live here for a few days. After listening to Zhang Shuai's words, Ma Jie sneered, don't daydream. This kind of place is not meant for ordinary people like us to enjoy. Only Yi Chen, the prodigy, is qualified to live here. After he finished speaking, Qingwen looked worriedly at Yi Chen and said, be careful living here, senior students in their 3rd and 4th years might come looking for trouble. Oh? Why? Yi Chen curiously asked. Qingwen explained, as a newcomer, you moved into the top-ranked villa, the number 1 villa. This is bound to cause dissatisfaction among some powerful senior students. Pausing for a moment, she continued, the school allows students to challenge each other as long as it doesn't involve life-threatening situations. If you lose the challenge, you have to give your villa to the opponent. This is a school rule to stimulate students' enthusiasm for martial arts. So there are rules like that. Yi Chen smiled and said indifferently, whoever wants to challenge me, let them come. I'll take them on. Ma Jie said, Junior brother, your combat power is indeed impressive, but those talented senior students in their 3rd and 4th years are also very strong, especially the ones living in the top 10 apartments of the Earth rank. They have already reached the 5th rank and have mastered at least one martial skill of the 4th rank or higher. You might be at a disadvantage if you fight them. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen became even more interested after hearing this. If those senior students really came to challenge him, he wouldn't mind learning from them. After all, his most important goal in coming here was to obtain the quota for the miraculous event. The first thing he needed to do now was to establish his authority. In the afternoon, after having lunch together in the cafeteria, Yi Chen returned to the villa alone after making an appointment with Qingwen to teach her shooting skills when they had time. He glanced at the other villas but didn't see anyone. Perhaps, as Ching-won had said, most of these powerful senior students in their fourth year were either on missions or had joined organizations like the Demon Suppression Army. Yi Chen half lay on the sofa, contemplating what to do next. With his current strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to overpower all his competitors. Even the senior students of the Earth rank were at the 5th rank, so those top 10 strong individuals must have reached the 6th rank. Therefore, it was urgent for him to continue improving his strength. He had 2 ways to do so. One was to go to the secret realm to fight monsters, and the other was to continue cultivating. Of course, these 2 could be done simultaneously. Yi Chen planned to find Hu Wanli tomorrow and ask him for the privilege of freely entering and leaving the secret realm. And now, he took out his phone and dialed Chang Siyu's number. He told her that he was about to break through to the 2nd rank and asked her to prepare the best bone-condensing powder for him. Bone-condensing powder was a pill made from the essence and bone powder of demonic beasts, along with other ingredients. It was a necessary item for martial artists to break through to the 2nd rank. Of course, the quality of this item varied. The higher the grade of the demonic beast used to refine the bone powder, the stronger the medicinal value. The best bone-condensing powder was made from the essence and bones of 5th-rank demonic beasts, and it cost billions for just one portion. Yi Chen was now wealthy, as he had received over 5 billion in endorsement fees from Shu Rue Danielle last month. So, naturally, he chose the best quality. When Chang Siyu received Yi Chen's task, she naturally didn't dare to neglect it and immediately passed on the order. In order to better serve Yi Chen, as the manager of the company's northeast region, she had also moved her office to the Chun City branch and bought a new house near Chun City Martial University. Yi Chen was not only her cash cow but also the company's cash cow. In just over a month of endorsement, the company's net profit had nearly doubled and continued to rise. The shareholders who originally complained about the high price given by Chang Siyu completely shut up, and even treated Chang Siyu with great respect, fearing that she would leave and cause the company to suffer heavy losses. After all, now there is a small rumor circulating throughout Shu Rue Dan Medicine. The reason why Yi Chen chose Shu Rue Dan Medicine was entirely because of Chang Siyu's relationship. The relationship between the 2 of them is self-evident. And the rumors circulating within the company, Chang Siyu not only did not explain, but also went along with it, making the news appear more real. She knew that the closer she was tied to Yi Chen, the more successful her career would be. She naturally complied with Yi Chen's requests. Chang Siyu also invited Yi Chen to her new home to taste her cooking skills. Yi Chen thought about it. Since he had nothing to do now and the journey was not far, he agreed to come. Wearing casual clothes, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of Chang Siyu's home according to the address. It was a high-end flat community. It was already the top-level house that an ordinary person could live in. Taking the elevator upstairs and knocking on the door, Chang Siyu was wearing a black dress, showing off her impressive figure. She wasn't wearing black stockings today, exposing her round and full thighs in the air. Especially under the contrast of the black skirt, they were dazzlingly white. "Mr. Yi, please come in." When Chang Siyu saw Yi Chen, she had a happy expression on her face and personally brought out slippers to change for Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced around with the corner of his eye, taking in the beautiful scenery. He swallowed his saliva and quickly said that he could do it himself. Chang Siyu chuckled and didn't insist, getting up and returning to the kitchen. She said, "Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. The food will be ready soon. Also, the top-grade bone consolidating powder you requested is already on its way here." Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction and suddenly thought of something. He said, "Also bring me 5 grade 3 tempering pills, and they must be top grade." Chang Siyu was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Yi, why do you, who have broken through to the 2nd grade, need grade 3 pills?" As soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Apologetically, she said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I spoke out of turn." She was only familiar with Yi Chen, so she casually asked without thinking. But immediately she realized her rudeness. If it made Mr. Yi hold a grudge because of this, she would be finished. "It's all right." Yi Chen smiled indifferently and explained, "My physique is somewhat special and can withstand the impact of high-grade pills." He couldn't hide this matter completely, and he would need Cheng Siyu to continuously provide him with pills in the future, so he had to let Cheng Siyu know some of his secrets. At the same time, it would also bring him closer to Cheng Siyu and make her feel that he regarded her as his own, so she would do things better for him. Don't easily spread this matter, alright? Indeed, after listening to Yi Chen's warning, Cheng Siyu quickly ran to Yi Chen's side and directly knelt down, solemnly saying, "Mr. Yi, please rest assured. Everything today is given by Mr. Yi. Since Mr. Yi trusts me so much, I will definitely not let you down." Yi Chen nodded slightly and helped Cheng Siyu up. As Cheng Siyu stood up, it seemed that her feet went weak, and she stumbled into Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen only felt the softness in his embrace and smelled the fragrance of a mature woman. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi." Cheng Siyu hurriedly stood up, panicked and ran back to the kitchen. After this embarrassing incident, the room suddenly fell silent, incredibly awkward. Fortunately, the subordinates quickly delivered the pills. After Cheng Siyu asked the subordinates to leave, she personally handed the pills to Yi Chen. Yi Chen opened the jade bottle containing the bone consolidating powder and smelled it. Indeed, the medicinal fragrance was strong, and it was indeed a top-grade item. "You did a good job. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Yi." Cheng Siyu's face was flushed, as if she had applied a layer of rouge. Yi Chen didn't cover the jade bottle again, but instead directly consumed it. This scene surprised Cheng Siyu. "Mr. Yi, this is dangerous." She knew that breakthroughs in martial arts were accompanied by great risks, usually requiring a powerful martial artist to guard by their side. As an ordinary person, she wouldn't be able to help if anything unexpected happened to Yi Chen. Little did she know that after Yi Chen finished consuming the bone condensing powder, he acted as if nothing had happened. Casually, he said, "Is the food ready? Let's eat." "Ha!" Cheng Siyu was astonished, while Yi Chen had already walked to the dining table and started eating hungrily. After finishing the meal, under Cheng Siyu's incredulous gaze, Yi Chen patted his belly and said, "I'm full, and it seems like I've also made a breakthrough in my cultivation. Mr. Yi is truly amazing." Cheng Siyu sincerely admired and respected Yi Chen even more. "What's the big deal?" Yi Chen laughed and looked at Cheng Siyu's admiring eyes. When faced with a beautiful woman, the young always have a desire to show themselves. He opened a third-grade tempering body pill and consumed it directly. In an instant, he suddenly felt an abnormal heat throughout his body, even his face was burning. Yi Chen inwardly sighed, "This is bad." He never expected that a top-grade third-grade pill would have such a powerful medicinal effect. Although this medicinal effect didn't harm his body, it made him feel restless, his fluids dried up, and a raging fire seemed to burn beneath his lower abdomen. Seeing Yi Chen's change, Cheng Siyu became nervous and quickly walked to his side, bending down and asking with concern, "Mr. Yi, what's wrong with you?" A fragrant scent filled the air, and mountains appeared in the distance. Yi Chen felt his body becoming even hotter. He exerted all his strength and let out a hoarse roar, "I'm fine. Leave. Go quickly." Cheng Siyu became extremely anxious. How could she possibly leave Yi Chen at a time like this? She quickly supported Yi Chen and said with concern, "Mr. Yi, should I call someone or help you lie down on the bed for a rest?" "Who?" In the next moment, Cheng Siyu exclaimed in surprise as she felt herself being lifted up with great force, step by step towards the bedroom. In the midnight hour, Cheng Siyu struggled to push Yi Chen down. She slowly got up from the ground, but her legs went weak, and she knelt on the floor. She endured the pain and supported herself on the table, her eyes shimmering with tears. In the past few hours, she felt like a small boat being tossed and thrown in a stormy sea. She looked at the sleeping Yi Chen again and covered him with a thin blanket. Then, she supported her waist and walked out of the room, gently closing the door. The next day, as the sky brightened, Yi Chen woke up from his dream. He felt refreshed and clear-headed, as if he had slept soundly and comfortably. He clearly felt that the qi and blood in his body were even more vigorous. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, his qi and blood had once again soared. However, as Yi Chen felt happy, he vaguely remembered that he seemed to have done something he shouldn't have done last night. He looked around and remembered that he was in Cheng Siyu's house. This is bad. Yi Chen pushed open the door and walked out of the room, but after searching around, he didn't find Chang Siyu's figure. Only on the dining table, there was a sumptuous breakfast left behind, along with a note, "Mr. Yi, I've gone to work first. The toiletries are in the bathroom, breakfast is on the table. After you finish eating, you can go to school. Just leave the dishes and chopsticks, I'll clean up when I come back from work." After reading the note, Yi-chen let out a long breath. He felt both warm and apologetic in his heart. It seemed that he couldn't be stubborn anymore in the future. As for Chang Siyu, he could only slowly make up for this debt. Chang Siyu had already prepared a towel and toothbrush for herself, and finished washing up. She finished her breakfast and put the remaining pills into her storage ring. Only then did Ji-chen leave to return to school. He didn't go back to the villa, but went straight to find Hu Wanli. He called ahead and Hu principal happened to be in his office. So he went straight there to find him. Just as he was about to enter, the office door was opened by someone, and Yi-chen almost collided with the person. Yi-chen took a closer look and couldn't help but be shocked. He had seen many beautiful women, but this was the first time he had seen someone so beautiful. She was wearing heavy armor, with naturally curly hair that reached her waist. Her face was not adorned with makeup, but still stunning, especially her eyes, which were black and shining, and extremely deep. However, this woman's temperament was extremely cold. It was the kind of coldness that kept people at a distance of 1,000 miles. When Yi-chen saw her, he instinctively took a step back. The woman's gaze also quickly moved away, without even a trace of lingering on Yi-chen, as if she was looking at the air. The armor on her body made a rhythmic clanging sound as she walked away, swinging her long hair. Yi-chen, however, watched the woman walk away and stood at the door for a long time. When she was about to turn the corner of the stairs, the woman seemed to sense Yi-chen's gaze, turned her head slightly, and looked at him sharply. Yi-chen suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness in his body, instinctively looked away, and quickly walked into the room. After entering the office, he took a deep breath and felt his heart pounding. At this moment, Hu Wanli's teasing voice came from the office desk, "You brat, if you look at her one more time and she comes back and stabs you with a gun, I won't be able to stop her." "Principal, who is she?" You'll find out soon enough." Hu Wanli asked, "So, are you satisfied with the dormitory I arranged for you?" "It's okay." Yi-chen touched his nose and answered vaguely. How would he know if it was comfortable or not? He didn't even stay in the villa for a full hour yesterday. "Why did you come looking for me in such a hurry?" Hearing Hu Wanli's question, Yi-chen put aside his romantic thoughts and said seriously, "Principal, I want to enter the secret realm as soon as possible." "You're in such a hurry? You've only been in school for a day." Hu Wanli shook his head helplessly. "Why are you just like her? Is our school going to have another martial arts fanatic?" "Martial arts fanatic? Who is she?" Yi-chen was taken aback, then said, "Anyway, please arrange it for me as soon as possible. It's very important to me. I'm determined to get a spot in the miracle this time." Hu Wanli said, "All right, I will arrange it for you as soon as possible, and I will assign you a personal mentor who can assist you in your martial arts training and protect your safety in the secret realm." Yi-chen didn't care and said, "No need for a mentor, I'm fine on my own, just open the secret realm for me." "No." Hu Wanli's attitude was firm. "You are my hope for revitalizing the Spring City Martial Arts University. I promised old Chen that I would protect your safety. If anything happens to you, that old man will definitely come after me." "All right." Yi-chen shook his head helplessly. Seeing that Yi-chen was not in a good mood, Hu Wanli coldly snorted, "You brat, don't be ungrateful. I found you the best mentor in the whole school, and I had to pay a big price to ask her to take you. Don't you know how to appreciate it? The best mentor? Who is it?" Yi-chen became interested. You'll find out when the time comes." Hu Wanli smiled mysteriously, then changed the subject and said, "You just arrived and you're not familiar with the place. But you can go play with Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen." Yi-chen was taken aback, then said happily, "They also came to Spring City Martial Arts University?" Hu Wanli nodded slightly and said with a smile, "That way, you won't be too lonely in the future." "Thank you, Principal," Yi-chen sincerely said. Why are you thanking me? They are also members of the top scholar team, although their contributions are small and their cultivation aptitude is a bit lacking, they each have their own strengths. Chao Zhuang has always been the team captain, with rich experience in leading the team and can study professional battlefield command. Yao Wenrun is very intelligent and can develop towards the direction of a martial arts researcher. Although Hu Wanli said so, Yi Chen still understood the other party's intentions. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but ask again, Principal, have Chen Shui and Chen Bing also come? How dare I invite those two young ladies? Hu Wanli shook his head and smiled. You may not know, but they are the granddaughters of the president of the capital Martial University, Chen Rushan. They are the pearls of the Chen family, one of the 4 major families in the capital. They are true noble ladies. Then why would they come to study in a small city like Jiangcheng? I don't know either, there may be other hidden reasons. I have been kept in the dark as well. I only found out about their true identities recently. You can personally ask them when you have time. Yi Chen fell silent upon hearing this. It had been a long time since he had been in contact with the Chen sisters, and they had not replied to his messages. He believed that Chen Bing and Chen Shui must have their own difficulties, otherwise they would not have been out of touch for so long. He believed that their friendship would not be interrupted. Just then, Hu Wanli interrupted Yi Chen's thoughts and said seriously, Yi Chen, there is one more thing you are concerned about that I want to tell you. Yi Chen looked up. Hu Wanli continued, the time for the miracle to open has been determined. When? Yi Chen became interested as soon as he heard it. In about 3 months. Hu Wanli shook his head slightly, worriedly saying, I thought that this time the miracle would take at least a year to open, but it has greatly exceeded my expectations. I'm afraid that you. Are you afraid that my strength won't be enough? Yi Chen asked with a smile. Hu Wanli nodded. I won't hide it from you. The restriction for entering the secret realm this time is below the 7th rank at the age of 24. In other words, your opponents will be at least 6th rank experts, possibly even peak 6th rank, or even terrifying geniuses who have already stepped into the 7th rank. I'm afraid you won't be able to compete with them. 3 months. Yi Chen smiled slightly. It's enough. Ha! Hu Wanli's gaze condensed. Yi Chen, now is not the time to joke around or show off. Principal, I know what I'm capable of. With 3 months' time, I have confidence in competing with these guys. Upon hearing this, Hu Wanli stared at Yi Chen intently and realized that he wasn't joking. He said, since that's the case, I will definitely recommend you. However, we may have an internal selection process next. Only those who achieve outstanding results in the selection will have the qualification to obtain a spot. Yi Chen suddenly asked, Principal, is the sister who just walked out of your office also participating in the competition for a spot? No, she won't. Hu Wanli shook his head, she no longer meets the requirements. Has she already exceeded the age of 24? Yi Chen was surprised, she looks so young, not much older than me. It's not her age, but her cultivation level. She is already at the 7th rank. Hu Wanli's words made Yi Chen's heart tremble. He had never encountered such a young 7th rank before. Is this sister really that powerful? You'll understand in the future. Hu Wanli looked at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile and asked, you seem very interested in her. No, not at all. Yi Chen blushed and denied it. But she was indeed the first beautiful and unique girl he had ever met. Chen Bing was cheerful and enthusiastic, Chen Shui was calm and introverted, and Chang Xiyu was very caring. But this woman's personality was even more sharp and outstanding than the 3 of them. She is as cold as an iceberg, keeping people at a distance of 1,000 miles. Looking at her, it feels like looking at an iceberg, extremely cold, extremely hard, and unattainable. Everyone has the desire to be beautiful, and it's not wrong for young people to be romantic. I understand all of this, but... Hu Wanli's tone changed, I advise you to give up on her. Does she have a boyfriend? No. Then why? Because no one can enter her heart. Hu Wanli sighed lightly. Why is that? That's not something you need to consider right now. Think about how to improve your strength as soon as possible and secure a spot in the divine miracle. Although our Northeast province is relatively backward as a whole, there are still many elites. If you can't break through in the selection competition, don't blame me for not helping you. Hu Wanli's words brought Yi Chen back from his thoughts on trivial matters. He said seriously, "Principal, open the secret realm for me. I won't let you down." Hu Wanli nodded and said, "The secret realm can be opened for you, but it can only be opened once a week for 8 hours each time." "Principal, that's too little time." Yi Chen protested directly. Hu Wanli waved his hand and said, "Don't bargain with me. It's settled. And every time you enter the secret realm, you have to go in with a mentor." "When do you plan to go in this week?" "The sooner the better, of course." "Then tomorrow." "I'll arrange it now. Go to the entrance of the school library tomorrow morning, and I'll have the mentor meet you there." As Yi Chen left, Hu Wanli picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Hello, this is Hu Wanli. Starting from tomorrow, the secret realm will be opened once a week for 8 hours. Do you understand?" "What do you mean there's not enough spirit stones?" "Stop with the nonsense. Do as I tell you. Deduct the spirit stones that are lacking from my allowance. Don't worry about what I'm going to use. It's settled. Hang up." As soon as Yi Chen reached the bottom of the building, he heard his phone ringing. He picked it up and saw that it was Qingwen calling. Before leaving yesterday, they exchanged phone numbers to keep in touch. He didn't expect Qingwen to call so soon. He answered the phone. It turned out that Qingwen invited him to the school student union's archery club. The members of this club were all archers, and they regularly had activities to exchange archery experiences. Yi Chen couldn't resist Qingwen's enthusiasm, so he agreed to go. When he arrived at the location according to the address Qingwen gave him, Yi Chen realized that the venue for the archery club was quite large. There were already 20 or 30 people inside, either chatting together or practicing archery at distant targets. "Junior, over here." As soon as Yi Chen stepped into the venue, he heard Qingwen enthusiastically waving and calling him over not far away. When he approached, Qingwen introduced him to a girl next to her, saying, "This is Tao Ing, the vice president of the archery club." Yi Chen looked at the beautiful girl next to Qingwen, her face a bit chubby, looking very cute. "Hello, senior." Yi Chen greeted politely. "So this is the famous Yi Chen Jr. It's true that your reputation precedes you. You are indeed talented." Tao Ing smiled and reached out her hand to shake hands with Yi Chen. Her small hand was soft and delicate, not at all like the hand of an archer. Qingwen giggled and said, "Yi Chen Jr., today you have 2 beautiful girls asking you to be their teacher. You can't hide your skills. I will definitely share everything I know." After receiving Yi Chen's assurance, both girls laughed. Tao Ing said, "Junior, don't be nervous. Relax a bit. Senior won't eat you." Yi Chen could only smile bitterly. He didn't expect himself to attract so much attention now. It seems that once a person becomes stronger, their popularity also improves. While joking, the 3 of them arrived at the shooting range. Yi Chen took out the black iron bow, instantly attracting the attention of Qingwen and Tao Ing again. "Wow, this bow is so cool. It's really beautiful. If only I could have a bow like this." Yi Chen didn't say anything, but raised his hand, drew the bow, and aimed at the bullseye. Ever since he acquired the eagle eye skill, he found that every time he shot an arrow, there would be a guiding line in his line of sight. It was very clear where his arrow would land. As long as he made slight adjustments based on the guiding line, he could easily hit the target every time. He released the arrow. With a snap, it hit the bullseye 100 meters away. This immediately drew cheers from the 2 girls around him. And this scene also caught the attention of many members of the club. After Yi Chen finished shooting, he taught Qingwen and Tao Ing how to shoot arrows step by step. With the help of the guiding line, he naturally knew how to aim more accurately. However, it was a bit difficult to assist them, and their bodies would be very close to each other. Although Yi Chen tried his best to maintain a distance, as time went on and their focus increased, it was inevitable that they would get closer. Especially when Yi Chen used both hands to assist with the bow, Qingwen stood on the inside, making it look like Yi Chen was hugging her directly in the eyes of others. Neither of them felt anything, but this made a long-haired man carrying a longbow, who had just entered the venue, furrow his brows. Club president. Seeing the man, many members around them spoke up. However, the man directly asked, "Who is the guy next to Qingwen? What are they doing?" Someone answered, "He seems to be a freshman, brought by Qingwen." A freshman? The man snorted and walked straight towards Yi Chen and the others. The surrounding members immediately followed. Everyone in the archery club knew that the president had feelings for Qingwen and had been pursuing her persistently. Seeing his crush being embraced so ambiguously by someone else, anyone would find it unbearable.